equitable transitions between towards a green economy. And we would have some case studies and some challenges faced by the women workers in Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. That will also be a parallel session. So I hope you kind of get a sense. The agendas are again outside, and you can look at that. But before we start for today, we thought maybe we'll bring you the glimpses from yesterday, and I'm looking at the IT team to see if the video is still, I think they were downloading, so if it's still ready. Okay.
So day 2 of the forum was a really productive day. We built on the discussions of the first day of the forum and dug a little bit deeper into the key challenges faced by workers and businesses in a changing world with a unique South Asian perspective. Various of the sessions explored the challenges faced by, for example, women workers, informal workers, indigenous peoples, human rights defenders, as well as workers impacted by just transitions. Perhaps the strongest message that we heard today at the forum was the need for greater collaboration and a coalition of governments, business, and civil society from the Global South to ensure that workers are not left behind.
We know that migration is an important feature for South Asia. There are many migrant workers also employed in global supply chains. They make an important contribution to sustainable development, but at the same time, they're also very vulnerable to discrimination, exploitation, and abuse. So today we had a number of sessions to look with different stakeholders, business, employers, trade unions, governments, of course, civil society, on how we can better protect and respect the human and labor rights of migrants in and from South Asia.
We need to get away from the idea of protecting women. What we need to protect are the rights of women, and that's where government and others need to be making a stand.
As South Asian country, we all are here to discuss the challenges that we face, how we can work together more collaboratively and to address the challenges that we face.
At a session earlier, someone said, when the issue of Africa comes, the African Union comes together. When the session about the small islands come, they come together. South Asians can't come together, or Asians can't come together. This has to stop because we are all at risk.
The law assumes that the human rights violation, the cause of human rights violation, is in the Global South alone. The cause of the human rights violation might take place in Global South, but the causes are in the Global North. And any legislation should try to address that cause. If it is not, it is going to enhance the human rights violations. That's the first one. Second reason for that is, I see in the last 2 years to 1.5 years, after a long time, I think the Global South, Global North CSOs and Global North governments are almost united. Right? They're all trying to, both of them are actually trying to implement the HRDD legislation. There is no less focus of CSOs on what is happening in the Global North. They're all gazing on the Global South as well. Is a little more. So it will take another 1.5 years for them to realize this challenge of MHRDD, and then they will start going back to them. So I just want to warn them beforehand that it is important that they have a continuous gaze on the Global North government, which is important.
Thank you, and could we also have a huge round of applause for our videography and the editing team. They've been here shooting all day, but also were working till past midnight to get this together, so thank you very much for that. And with that, and without much further ado, I think let's move on to the first session of today. As I said, from tragedy to progress, lessons from Rana Plaza building collapse. And for that, we already have the session moderator, Dr. Pichamon, who's the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Thanks, Pichamon, for facilitating this discussion. We will just also invite the other panelists to join Pichamon on the stage. We have with us Fazle Shamim Ehsan, who's the observer of the Accord, but also the Vice President of BKMA. Fazli Sahab, if you could please take the seat here. Kalpana Akhtar, who's joining us online today. She's the Executive Director for Bangladesh Center's Worker Solidarity. We also have Zulfikar Shah, who is the consultant with the International Accord in Pakistan. So I think what we're really trying to do through this session is to see how the lessons that we're learning from Accord in Bangladesh can also be like, how do we learn from there for Pakistan as well? The last but not the least, we also have with us Mehruna Chaudhary, the National Specialist, UNDP Bangladesh Office. Mehruna, could you please take the seat? Pichaman, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Harpreet, and good morning, everyone. Lovely to see a full room yet again today, and also I apologize that I had to keep my face mask on. I'm not feeling 100%, but I can assure you I am not contagious. It's really fantastic to have such a lineup of speakers joining us for this very important session today as we inch closer to the 10th anniversary of the Rana Plaza tragedy. This provides us with a great opportunity to take stock of what the successes have been, but indeed also what more needs to be done. As we already know, the Accord itself is seen as a major inflection point, but we also know that more brands, more companies can also join, come onto the Accord and ensure its continued success in the years ahead. So again, Harpreet has already very kindly introduced our speakers, but I would also like to give them the opportunity to speak just a little bit more about the work that they're currently undertaking before we go into the discussion for this session. So if you could please briefly just introduce yourself again, but also tell us a bit more about the work you're currently doing in relation to the Rana Plaza issue. Thank you.
My name is Zulfikar Shah, and I work as a consultant with the International Accord in Pakistan, and I've been working on these labor issues and human rights for last over 20 years in various capacities, primarily focusing in Pakistan. So if I can just briefly explain my understanding of the Accord program and then relation with the Rana Plaza. If we look at the overall context, basically, that the occupational health and safety has been one of the kind of important topic in recent times, and that also brings me into some of these statistics, which are actually ILO estimates that if you look at it's 2.3 million accidents, the occupational health and safety. There's a 2.3 million deaths every year that occur on part of the occupational health and safety accidents as well as the diseases. Similarly, there is a huge number of over 260 million people who actually get injured during the occupational safety and health related accidents globally, and there is also a huge number of 160 million people who get illnesses due to occupational health and safety. So I think that's really a context that we need to look into that, and then that it brings us to these three major industrial accidents in the South Asia that took place in 2012 and 13. So it was Ali Enterprises in Pakistan, in Karachi, and Tazeen and the Rana Plaza in Bangladesh. So I think it was in that context that the Accord program was created basically in 2013 in Bangladesh with an objective to make the working places safer for workers, and it was a unique program in a way that was, as it appears from its name, as an accord that it's an agreement between the global brands and the global trade unions. So in a way, it's a unique program. It was introduced initially for 5 years, and then later on it was extended for another 3 years, and then in 2020 it was handed over to a more a kind of local arrangement, RMG Sustainability Council, and obviously Shamim Bhai would be highlighting to that actually, to have a greater involvement of the local stakeholders, basically the local industry. So I think, to my understanding, Dr. Saib, it's really been a very unique program, because if you look at their demand side, I mean, the workers and civil society has been demanding to brands to come over and invest more in the health and safety, but at the same time, these global unions and brands working together to implement a safety program. So if we look at just like, brief learnings from the program, I think there's been a significant progress if you look at the Bangladesh as an example. For example, Bangladesh is currently one of the largest, the second largest RMG exporter in the world of the RMG sector. And if we look at some of the independent reports, particularly the report that is produced by the IFC, that among other factors, the improved safety program has been one of the contributing factor to the economic growth to the Bangladesh as well. And now if I will look at the safety situation in Bangladesh, the RMG sector in Bangladesh is the front runner in terms of the factory safety program. So I think these are some of the key learnings that can be, I think, taken as an example. And obviously, being as an ACARD program, we see there are some of the other technical learnings that we have had from Bangladesh program. And when you look after these 8 years, because now the international ACARD has been, while the Bangladesh ACARD program has been handed over to the RMG Sustainability Council, the ACARD program has been converted last year in 2021 into international ACARD program, with a possibility to extend the program to other South Asian countries. And that's why I am here actually, being because the program is being like, extended to Pakistan. So that's how I think we see this whole progress from as a overall perspective.
Sure, thank you for that. I was also hoping whether you could tell us a bit more about the work that you're doing specifically in relation to this, the work you're doing specifically with your organization.
Well, as I mentioned that now as the ACARD program in last year, what was in 2022, the International ACARD conducted a feasibility report in 4 South Asian countries. So that was India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Morocco. And at the end of this feasibility report, it was decided that the ACARD program is going to be extended in Pakistan. So since then, I'm working with the International ACARD as a Pakistan consultant. So what we are currently doing in Pakistan is that, as I mentioned, that out of these 185 signatories, which were the original signatories to the ACARD program in Bangladesh, 110 international brands are sourcing from Pakistan. And I come from Pakistan, and I think Pakistan is quite an important country, both in terms that's a huge country of 240 million people. We have a large labor force of 72 million people. Pakistan is the 6th largest producing country of the cotton in the world. We have a lot of the opportunities. So in my role as a consultant, we are trying to see that how the ACARD program can be implemented in Pakistan, because we really look forward that if you look at the Pakistan's contributions to, even if we have to compare with Bangladesh, it's really comparatively at the lower side. So we want to see that kind of opportunity that while improving these safety programs, because my own understanding is that there were the days when the quality and the pricing was the first priority for a sourcing brands. But now the top priority is actually the compliance with reference to the safety program. So in my capacity, we're really having a more engagement with the various stakeholders in Pakistan, because one of the learning is that you need to have all stakeholders on board, particularly the industry people on board. So the engagement and making all these arrangements over Pakistan, because it's the initial phase in the Pakistan ACARD where we are trying to establish the full safety program over there. So I'm just helping into those all these arrangements, engagements.
Great, thank you very much for that. Miruna, can I invite you to also tell us a bit more about the work you're currently doing?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rana Chaudhary, Business and Human Rights National Specialist, working at UNDP Bangladesh. What I want to start with is the Rana Plaza that is the focus of this session. Why did it occur? Because what were the gaps? There was lack of enforcement of regulations, or was there any gap within the regulations? What was the reason? What was the background of all this? So the UNDP, we are working on promoting the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. We know there are 3 pillars of UNGPs. Government protects human rights, businesses should respect human rights, and there should be access to remedy for those those who face this abuse. So we believe that by promoting this, we can create an environment, a policy environment that would facilitate so that these kind of incidents don't occur. So our work is this. We are working at in the regional countries to promote the implementation of UNGPs, and also like to raise awareness on responsible business practice. If the business practices were responsible, then these incidents would not occur or wouldn't have occurred, and even now these are occurring to whatever extent. So we are trying from our side to raise awareness among the government, among the private sector, and CSOs, because we see that there is lack of awareness on relating businesses to human rights. So we want to do this, promote this thing, and raise awareness among the people. We are doing consultations with different stakeholders, and we know what thing is very much necessary: coordination and collaboration with among the various stakeholders. So this is the effort we are giving, and we are trying our best, and we hope that we would be able to have some policy level implication if we can promote UNGPs into our policy framework.
Great, thank you very much, Maruna. Before we go to you, Shamim, I might just throw over to Kalpona. Kalpona, can you hear us? Excellent. Would you like just to briefly introduce the work you're currently doing in relation to the Rana Plaza, the Accord, the Alliance? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, so much for having me in here today. So, what we are doing around Rana Plaza, I think we have been working in the last 10 years to improving the working condition here in Bangladesh. I'm one of the campaigners for a code on Bangladesh fire and building safety before even Rana Plaza happened. And Rana Plaza wasn't the only accident to wake up people that to tell that how the safety and safety regulation is vulnerable here in Bangladesh. There was many more accidents has happened, and all of those was preventable. It could be prevented if whatsoever law we had, if that would be enforced, and also if it could be prevented if the business would take more responsibility rather introducing all the voluntary mechanism, which did not save our workers' life at all. So my work around Rana Plaza, 10 years ago, it was very clear that we wanted to take business to take more responsibility. So we wanted to brands and retailers to sign on the Accord on Bangladesh fire and building safety. So that was the first thing. And then, implementation, we were being closely monitoring on that how is being implementing here in Bangladesh. And then, making extending the Accord, campaigning on that, making it international, campaigning on that as well. And now when, a proven improvement has happened in Bangladesh, we were being campaigned a lot to bring this in other countries where the safety is vulnerable for workers in other part of the Asian country or other part of the world where workers are producing goods for Western countries. So my voice has always been critical to mine and my organization, of course. Voice has always been critical on the safety issues, and we are keep facing on that to improving it. And here in Bangladesh, it has been improved, but if we talk about that, whether it was adequate step has been taken by the government yet, no, we are way beyond that, or behind that. Sorry, I shouldn't say beyond. We are way behind that. Like our law is not adequate yet to make those factories safer. Or if we talk about inspectors and other issues, we still have shortage of resources. So we are, raising the voice here in ground as well to government to take more initiative while we have this private initiative to improve the condition. Over to you.
Thanks very much for that, Kalpona. To you, Shamim, please tell us a bit more about the work you're currently doing.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I'm the one factory owner. My factory name is Fotullah Apparels. And then second, I am the Vice President of Bangladesh Knitwear and Manufacturer and Exporters Association, BKMEA. And other than, due to that portfolio, I was the advisory committee member of then Accord, and now the observer of RSC board. So that's actually my current portfolio.
Great, thank you for that, Shamim. Already what I'm hearing from each of you is that the Rana Plaza tragedy was completely preventable, and therefore we need to, of course, ensure that a similar tragedy doesn't happen again, but clearly we need businesses on board. Zulfikar, you've already provided us with a very helpful context in terms of what has happened, what has been successful, what more needs to be done. So what I might ask you, and this is a question that I will also ask all of the other speakers here today, what does success mean in relation to the Accord, the Alliance? What do you think needs to happen in order to ensure that such tragedies are prevented?
Well, as I mentioned that, to be very honest, given my experience working on this labor rights and human rights, that there was this distance between these various stakeholders, and particularly the two major stakeholders are the workers and employers or the factory owners when it comes to the compliance to labor rights, and particularly the health and safety, because it's a particular thing that happens on the factory side. So I think this was, and then this whole debate that who is this kind of, the business case, that who is actually benefiting from this. And this became very obvious during these three disasters, that even, for example, in the factory based in Karachi, but the product was going, 80% of the product was going actually to the Germany, being sourced by one of these brands over there. Similar was the case with the Rana Plaza and Tazeen. So I think this brought light to that whose responsibility is that. And I find this Accord program is a very unique arrangement where you have the global trade unions and the international brands coming together. But one of the learnings which Shamim Bhai and me were discussing yesterday, and I would really like to highlight, is that the participation and the engagement of the local industrialists or the local kind of industry people. So I think if that can come together on a one platform, it's very much kind of a preventable. And then you come to kind of learn from the Accord program in Bangladesh. And one of the learning is that what's actually lacking. This is how the entire program was designed, focusing particularly on the health and safety. So the three technical services that the Accord provided were actually improve the fire and safety arrangements at the factory side, but at the same time also to look into the electrical improvements on the factory side and the building structure. Obviously, the boiler safety was a part of now the program. So I think if this has been improved, and that's why, as I mentioned earlier, that now the Bangladesh is a front runner in the safety program that creates both win-win situation. Win-win situation in terms that you have this business case where more brands are actually sourcing from Bangladesh with more confidence that you have these safer factory places where you can source from, but at the same time the workers and the unions are confident that if the workers are going to these 1,400 factories which were remediated under the Accord program in Bangladesh, have the safer workplaces at the same time, and then you have this whole kind of environment where you have this multi-stakeholder kind of arrangement, and now even more comprehensive way as a model of the RSC. So I think I really see this very positive arrangement, very concrete arrangement in terms, obviously this is private, this is not the replacement of the regulatory frameworks at the national level, but this is really working out, at least addressing this issue of the health and safety. So I think this is one of the best or the good example that we really need to look forward, and that's what I will maybe in your later kind of part, I can explain what we are doing in Pakistan and how we want to replicate in Pakistan, but I really see this a win-win situation.
Great, no, thank you. And we will certainly come back to this question about business leadership as well. But I might actually throw over to Shamim, as you're coming from a factory background, a factory perspective. Do you think the Accord and the Alliance have been successful?
Let alone, alliance. Let's talk about Accord.
Kalpana ba question ta amake korche.
Oops, I'm so sorry.
No worries. We will definitely be going over to you, Kalpana, soon.
No, thank you. Sorry, I forget to pay respect to my around 134 colleagues who lost their life in that fatal accident. Many of them are a worker, obviously, and then management, and one of our factory owners also died in that accident. Very few people also actually knows that one factory owner also died at the accident. And around 2,500 people was injured in that accident. But you asked about the success of Rana Accord and Alliance. So if I ask, do you know in 2020 which country was the second compliant sourcing country for industry in the world? Anybody knows? Bangladesh. Who was the first? Taiwan, right. So you see, Taiwan makes all high-end product, and it was followed by Vietnam to us, and China was in number 7. So I think in one line I gave you answer about 2013 where we were, and 2020 we were the second compliant sourcing country among the manufacturing countries. And yes, Kalpana was right, and you were right that Zulfikar Bhai was right that before 2013 nobody talked about these issues. These issues was there in our labor law, in our safety. Everybody knows, but who talks? Apa ever? I don't think. Nobody talks about the safety, OSH, all these issues before, but it was there. So it was a eye-opening for us, the accident, what happened. It was too costly for us. It is costly. Huge, 1,134 colleagues we lost, and they were our asset actually, of course, because they were skilled labor. So we lost, but nobody talked about this before. So after the safety issues was the tremendously important, it became tremendously important. And then the brand, the civil society, all people came forward to do something. And we established Accord from the European buyer brands, only the top brands, not the all European brands, not the all European buyer. Still there is leakage from the north, as per Deva brother. Then from the north, still there is a leakage. Only few brand is there, only the big people is there, and Alliance was organized by the North American brands. So but then it is a good success because we create awareness to the factory owners. Those who are not even under these two initiatives, they went to another initiative under ILO, which we call national initiative. We just to clear that to make these factories safest, not only Accord and Alliance work. We should give thanks to our government also, because government initiative taken another initiative which is called RCC, Remediation Coordination Cell. So there was 3 initiatives actually. One was a national initiative, NI, RCC, and another 2 was Accord and Alliance. Of course, the Accord and Alliance success was very good because those factories who work with the big brand, they have the more money, more ability. So their success was better than those who don't have the brand, those who are the small industries, those who don't have any good buyer, they work with the so-called small or poor buyer from the West, but they did something, not zero. So I find that the initiatives which we taken after 2013 was really successful, and it is a showcase for other countries also.
Great, thank you for that, Shamim. I appreciate how you really spotlighted that, the tragedy, although we had to have a tragedy to happen before we actually realized that these issues matter is very unfortunate, but I do appreciate how you've highlighted that it did contribute significantly to changing our understanding of what business responsibility looks like, and also what is in fact possible, right, in terms of having these types of initiatives in place to really raise the standard of the labor conditions that we see and the safety conditions in these factories. Kalpona, let me throw over to you. I mean, do you agree with what Shamim has outlined there in terms of the successes? And I'm thinking in terms of, you were mentioning, Shamim, about the smaller companies and how they're making sense of all of this. Clearly, there are still some challenges still in terms of implementation and bringing everyone on board. But Kalpona, would you like to add your 2 cents to this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. And sorry for interrupting last question that was to Shamim bhai. Okay, so my take on is, I consider the Accord success is a phenomenal here in the ground. In last 10 years journey, like from Rana Plaza to now, we proudly can say that we have safest factory here in Bangladesh, where over 2 million workers are working in safe working place in about 1,600 factory. Like in the beginning of Accord work, it's over 150,000 safety hazards has been found, which like 93,000 has been pretty much remediated. It could be do more, effective work if Accord would be having 100% acceptance from the government and from the manufacturers as well. So there was a little hitching, like to accept the Accord. I would say like it was a blessed program that we have had. It's not only make a safe workplace for our workers, it's also give a safeguard for our business here for 5 years. Like one of the clauses in the Accord says that the brands who sign the Accord, they cannot move or reduce their business for 5 years in Bangladesh. So what I would be like little disagree with Shamim bhai says that the government could do more, and it is state's responsibility always to make sure that law are enforced, and the workers, those are working in the safe factory. I mean, no one came to die here, right? It is for government, and for brands, like no one here to die for fashion. Our workers here did not come to die. So I mean, considering Rana Plaza, it's not only safety issue was there, it is also issues of freedom of association. Like if workers in Rana Plaza would have, free to exercise their union rights, they can do bargain and they can say no to that unsafe work when they saw crack in the building. So, the government totally failed to make sure that workers have right to organize and right to bargain, while it is our law. And we have the rights, and in the same time, the safety measures wasn't adequate. And even last 10 years, in this time, the government couldn't improve their safety mechanism, even half level of the Accord or alliance, what they have been done in here. So yeah, success is there, but still we have to tell that we have pretty much like 3,000 factories or a little more 3,000 factories in the garment sector only. 1,600 factory cover under Accord. So which just mean 1,400 factory yet to bring in the standards. But still, I'm proud to say that we have safest factory in here, and anyone can copy this program and invent in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kalpona. I also specifically like how you highlighted the kind of the human rights dimension of all of this, because there are occasions where I feel people view labor rights not so much as human rights, which is fundamentally problematic, of course, because ultimately labor rights does feed into, it's part of human rights, but also issues like freedom of association as well. In this particular case, clearly more needs to be done by governments in order to ensure that these types of rights are being respected, which is also a perfect segue into the question that I had for you, Maruna, in terms of the roles of governments and businesses in ensuring that the Accord and the Alliance is successful. I mean, I've still been hearing things like, you know, there are companies out there, brands out there in other parts of the world that are still quite reticent to join the Accord, for instance, or the Alliance. And that part of that is because they feel like they themselves are able to do a good job without having to be part of this kind of international alliance or initiative. I've also heard, of course, that there is concern with respect to how monitoring and evaluation and all that is currently happening, but really this is a question that's much broader than that in terms of what do you see as being the roles of governments, of businesses, in ensuring that, you know, the mechanisms in place now are actually successful.
Thanks, Pechaman. First, I would like to raise one issue that Shamim Bhai was saying that there wasn't any discussion on safety and that, and after Rana Plaza, this suddenly arose. Actually, some of us know that the safety issue in the factories in 90s, in the Nike factory, their suppliers in the Asian countries. So there was a concern that there was a working condition was not good and the labor standard was low, due to which Nike developed the code of conducts. And what they did was to, they gave these code of conducts were to be followed by their supplier factories, and the company took this responsibility of training up the management of the supplier companies on these code of conducts. So, but what happened is, in case of Bangladesh, it seems like it was taken for granted that everything is okay. The labor standards are okay, the factory conditions are perfect and suddenly this big incident happened. So I would say that Accord came here, started its Accord and Alliance, started a journey which was caused by lack of enforcement of the national regulations. I'd say the lack of awareness among everyone, all the stakeholders on this issue. And another is, all the factories here in Bangladesh are getting third-party certification. So the RAB, the BSCI, and this. So that, I would say that is a failure of those certification also. So there are many failures that led to the coming of Accord and Alliance. And in that case, they have been successful. How? To initiate this awareness. And I would say that it has created a very big awareness among all the stakeholders. Among the factory owners, they have become, to whatever extent, they have become some of them have been adopting voluntary practices, and the government has also amended its labor law. And also, I would say the brands became aware. That is very much important. Brands have come to know that, yes, they have to take care of this thing. And they have, through this Accord and Alliance, we said that the brands have come up and they have coordinated and collaborated on this thing. So it is understood that brands have crucial role in doing this, in seeing that, overseeing this thing, that the working condition in the factories are proper and the labor rights are maintained there. So this was a successful, Accord successful initiative. And another thing I would say, the institutional management, this led to the different initiatives adopted by the private sector and also by the government. The RCC, as you mentioned, RCC Remediation Coordination Cell, then later on the RSC, RMG Responsibility Council, so these have been initiated. So this is a very good awareness raising issue, I would say. But the thing is that to some extent there were also some questions raised on Accord's capability of this, because after accord, during the post-accord period, there were research found that there were still accidents in RMG factories. In 2020, there were 222 factories had fire incidents. So that means that not only Accord, it's not that we depend on Accord for that. The country level initiative, the national initiatives, the RSC, the RCC, they need to be more aware of this thing. Their capacity needs to be developed so that these incidents do not arise, and this has to be done in a coordinated manner, the government and the private sector. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that, Maruna. Let me throw over to you, Shamim, because I know you have to go to the airport very soon. My question was about the lessons learned from all of this. So would you be able to share with us your reflections on what are the kind of the key lessons that we should be learning from the tragedy and also from the successes since, with respect to, you know, how can these successes be replicated or adapted to other sourcing country contexts, or indeed how the lessons learned within the broader ready-made garment sector can be transferred to other sectors as well that face similar challenges.
Thank you. If I start from the Merun Appa's statement, that almost 200 fire accidents happened in 2020 in our country. I was talking with Ratan Bhai, a veteran union leader from Bangladesh, very senior union leader, just today, the breakfast, that even many fire incident happened this year also in garment sector and the outside also in Bangladesh. The outside almost more than 50% died due to this fire and accident happened, but in our sector, zero casualty. So fire incident might happen, accident may happen, but what about the casualty? That is the success of this safety initiative. That accident happened, but no casualty. So this is the, because why we are doing this? Because of precaution, there might be an accident. It's happened. That's why, you know, fire alarm and sprinkler system is here, because nobody is sure that fire will not happen here. But safety should be there. So that is a success. And if you say, of course, due to the human rights and labor rights, safety should be everywhere, not only in Bangladesh, not only in China, not only in Pakistan. It should be everywhere. All the manufacturing countries. West, the developed country, already they have the capability, they have the safety. But then again, if you go to East Europe, if you go to Southern Europe, you will find lots of factory without safety, without any type of OSH initiative. So I believe many countries, not the many countries, all the countries should have the minimum standard of safety, and they can follow the footstep of Bangladesh did, because from her statement actually proved that there was zero casualty in our garment sector, but other sector it's happened. So of course our government should take the initiative to make the others sector safe, and it's already been taken, because in last year under the BIDA, I think BIDA Appa is here, so under the BIDA they took an initiative to make all the industry safer in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And I understand, of course, that you have to head off to the airport very soon, so if you need to leave, another 5 minutes? Okay, fantastic. I mean, before...
Any question answer, you can go in the middle for the question answer, then the second round?
I think that might pose a bit of a logistical challenge, unless anyone in the floor has an urgent question for Shamim. Oh yes, there's one hand up already. Please then go ahead. We'll do that, and then we'll come back to other speakers. If you can please ensure that your question is succinct, because Shamim does have to leave in 5 minutes. It's coming over to you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you for sharing. Yes, Rana Plaza was a shaking moment, and we can't forget that whatever we may say, we were responsible. Shamim, is the RMG sector now really realizing the benefit of safety, security, compliance, and that your workers are your asset? This is number one question. And number two is, whenever the government is setting up mechanism and provisions, it doesn't have the human resource and the financial resource. Is that a problem where the private sector can also extend and put in the budget, put in the human resources? End of the day, it has to be a collaboration and partnership. It's not about us, you, the private sector, us, the consumers. We pay, that's why you can make the goods, and the government, the regulatory. How do we come together?
If I make my answer short, your first answer is yes. That's why we did this thing. Because if you see our pain, what we have taken to make our industry safe, I can't explain with words. Because only the investor knows how much pain actually they have taken. And we have almost 4,500 factories running at that time. Now 2,200 to 2,300 factories running in Bangladesh. Other people cannot take the pain, so they leave the industry. So those who are living still is in the industry, so you understand how much pain we have taken, that majority cannot take the pain. So yes, I agree with your first answer. And second answer also, I agree. That's why maybe you know, right at the moment in RSC, we are sharing the cost. And this year we are sharing 20%, next year 30%, gradually it will increase the cost of the audit, so for the safety. So we are also contributing. So both of your answer is yes. Thank you.
All right, so there are lots of hands up right now, and we only have 3 minutes before Shamim has to leave. So can we note that there was a person with his hand up previously. So can you short, and then we'll just collect the question.
Of course. My name is Rashid Ahmed. I'm a journalist from Bangladesh, and I'm very sad today that we are talking about the building collapse and building safety. But labor rights or human rights is not only the issue of building or the fire safety issue. We should now concentrate on the welfare of the workers. You know, now the number of female workers and experienced RMG workers in our factories are gradually decreasing. And there's certainly some causes. We should give concentration on the human rights issues of the workers, particularly their wages and their welfares. And if we don't give this type of attention this moment, I think it will suffer us in the future very much. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can you hand over to the person next to you, and we'll come back to you.
So I'm Layla from Pakistan. My question to Mr. Shamim is that you talked about, Maruna talked about the third-party certification. So that was with the mutual understanding within the accord. So don't you think that this is something that is undermining the role of the state, which is basically the major certifying authority, or the certifying authority for the factories, for the industries, for the clearance certificate? So I just wanted to know where the gap is.
Great. To the person in front, please. You're going to have to
thank you very much, Shamim Bhai, Merunopa, and all the panelists. It's a big issue, and we are also planning to, when we'll get back to our country, then maybe before 24th April, we are planning lots of programs on that issue. So my question is very simple, but is that since we are talking about the improvement of workplace safety situation, so my question is, are we effectively engaging the workers in this process? If yes, then how? How we will measure it? That's actually how we are engaging. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Big questions.
Your question to me also? Your question to me?
Yes, all of them are to you.
Okay, so I answer from the Pakistan, that about the certification. Actually, there is a little bit misunderstanding. I think Saiful Milad Bhai is there from the M4E. He could answer better on this question. But anyway, Actually, the certification is, and the safety is the different issues. Certification mainly they take care about the compliance issues on behalf of the buyers, because there is a lot of small buyers though who don't have the ability to go each and every country because they are sourcing a small amount of goods from different factories. So it will be very costly for them to go each and every factories. So they nominated like BSCI, ICS, SEDEX, a lot of initiative is there. So they nominated those people. And on behalf of those people, actually this certification auditor came to our factory to see the compliance, labor rights, all these issues, not the safety. And there was a gap for the safety audit. There was a lot of code of conduct. There was a lot of labor rights code of conduct before also. Before the 2013, we used to follow that one, but there was nothing mentioned about the safety. So after the accident, we took initiative through these three initiatives, Accord Alliance and National Initiative, to make our industry structural, fire, and electrical safety. So that is the difference between the RSC in this initiative and the certification body. And after question. So I think that answer should come from the Kalpanapa, but I just say small thing that in the RSC board, there was 18 board member, 6 from the brands, 6 from the investor, factory investor, and 6 from the union. So it's all equal. So whatever they are taking, they are equally involved in the safety. And each and every factory, we have mandatory safety committee. It was a unique thing in Bangladesh. Safety committee, they deal only with the safety of the industries. If they find anything, we have a hotline number in RSC also, in government also, and it was before with the alliance also, 3 hotline number. Anybody can make a rise complaint regarding safety to that hotline number. So if the factory owners don't give the importance to that issue, the hotline will take care about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, given that Chamin does have to go to the airport now, I believe, can you just join me in a round of applause for Shamim and his insights today?
Thank you. Actually, I'm leaving, but if you want to know something from the investor side, I think Mustafiz Bhai and Wasim Bhai is there. You may ask them the question. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. And of course, we still have our speakers here who will, of course, be staying until the end of this session. I understand that you already have some thoughts to share as well in response to those questions. So how about we start with you, and then we'll go through.
So just to I think maybe what actually the Shamim Bhai explained last in the Accord, and this was one of the questions that Accord has the 3 programs. So this one program is more like a technical program that addresses the issue at the factory side in terms of the factory structure, fire safety, and also the electrical. But the second program is actually safety training of the safety committees at the factory side, but also the all employee meetings where you create the awareness among all of the employees and get them involved how to make the workplace safer. And the third program is the complaint mechanism. So it doesn't end over only with the trainings and the factory, but you have a complaint mechanism that's aimed at actually that anybody which can find any safety hazard at a factory site can pick up a phone and can complain. And that has been independently investigated. So that's how it has worked. And in case of Bangladesh, even 1,600 complaints were received and addressed. So I think this is a very comprehensive program in terms of addressing these issues. Second question was regarding the involvement. I think this is one thing unique about, and this is how it is really considered. It's the first time that the unions and the brands, which were actually at a distance, basically challenging each other, they came together, and the unions are very much part of the Accord program, safety program, whether it was in Bangladesh or it's going to be in Pakistan as well. And I think third, the most important thing around the role of the governments, I really see a lot of the realization within the governments as well, because if you have to do a business in this globalized world today, you have to really address these issues. And what I can see in case of even Pakistan, for example, that there have been initiatives. For example, this Pakistan government's decision to come very quickly, obviously that was like, a kind of, we quick initiative, but also demonstrate a seriousness to come up with the National Action Plan on business and human rights. So I think obviously there are the stakeholders, including the UN agencies, UNDP, but the government of Pakistan taking role, and I can see two of the very senior officials from the Ministry of the Human Rights and the Ministry of OPHRD, which is kind of a labor ministry, who are pillars in the new regime. So you have to address this. At the same time, as I said, that Pakistan's economy is really at the lower end. We really want, I said, we don't deserve, because we are the 6th largest producers of the cotton. We are the 3rd largest spinning capacity in the Asia. So we really don't deserve to be around like 1,300, 1,500 billion exports in the RMG sector. We need to enhance. So I think the government is really forthcoming. But now what's needed is that the capacity of these governments, be it in Bangladesh, be it in Pakistan, and this reality actually. You look at the number of the inspectors, you look at the kind of the equipments you have, and the kind of investment over there. And even over the next 3 years in Pakistan, these brands are collectively investing $10 million only the operational program of the Accord program. And then this remediation cost, which is really, as it was mentioned, that one of these issues is actually cost. So I think that's really important to look into these aspects, that how these brands are contributing, unions are like, this oversight and monitoring. Because if you look at the model of the Accord, you have these 185 brands. So that was in case of original international Accord, Bangladesh Accord, but you have 2 global unions, those the industrial and the uni-global. But you also have 4 witness signatories. These are actually global civil society organizations. So you already have an inbuilt kind of, monitoring and oversight system, but you also have a civil society on ground which can contribute. And one of the learning which we really are going to implement in Pakistan is to have a stakeholder engagement. So it's really not confined only. You might have like, a formal arrangement or agreement between the unions and brands. That's obviously at a global level. But if you bring down to Pakistan, you really need to have an engagement from all stakeholders. That includes the civil society organization, that includes the organizations like US organizations. So I think this is really a model that we really need to appreciate, understand that what are the limitations where these programs. Obviously, this cannot fix all the labor rights issues you rightly mentioned, and there are other arrangements that can take place to address the other labor issues. But since this was confined to the lives of the people, as we mentioned these 3 accidents, and I also highlighted some of these global kind of statistics that highlight. So I think at least to make those workplaces safer and then go beyond.
Great. Maruna, Kalpona, did you want to come into this as well in response to those questions asked? Go for it, Maruna.
Yes, one thing. Yes, about the certification that Ummeji was asking, the certification of the third-party certification, and then also what about the safety issues. What I saw that there is some gap, like there are 3 of regulatory instruments that govern the RMG sector. One is the national regulation, then code of conduct of the buyers, and then there are these certifications. So even some factories have about 20, I believe, Musafiz Bhai used to mention, 20 certificates. But still, why is the situation like this? I would say that why there has to be some complementarity among these things. And in some code of conduct, buyers are saying that the factory has to be compliant with national regulations. But are the buyers aware of what is in the national regulations? That would be my question. To what extent they are aware of it? And the regulations in Bangladesh are so, they have addressed these human rights issues very well. There are so many issues in the regulations. Child labor, freedom of association, gender issues, everything is there. And also the environmental regulations, I would say. they cover so many things about the environmental management of the factories. So all these are covered there. So we have, one is that main thing is the enforcement problem. And as Zulfikar Bhai has said, that capacity building would be required for the enforcement agencies. Same thing we are seeing in Bangladesh. The enforcement agencies, they have lack of human resource. They don't have the updated technology. The labs which are doing the water discharge water tests, they are not well equipped. So it is not being able, they are not being able to actually find out the pollution level properly. So these things have to be addressed. And another thing, this certificate, about the cost that Zulfikar Bhai was saying, the cost of remediation, this is another thing that I would mention about Accord's successful, I would say, intervention. The remediation measures that were recommended for factories, those were not according to the size of the factories. Some remediation measures could not be done by the factories, and they had to shut down. So this thing has to be, when Accord did this, they needed to take this thing into account, the size of the factory, the capacity. So, and not now, even now, after that, whenever we prescribe something to the factories, we need to think of their capacity. And one thing, my suggestion, I would say that if a guideline can be developed for the SMEs, I know there are very large number of SMEs in Bangladesh. Only a few large factories are able to do these remediation measures, and they have the capacity, and they are well equipped, they know, so that they can compete in the global market. But what about the SMEs? So we need to think of that. Maybe the large factories can assist their smaller counterparts.
Way out, you can't do it in, like, you know, in a very exclusive way. So the collective efforts and the collective coordination and collaboration is key to success.
Right, so commitment, collective action, inclusive action. Maruna.
Yes, I would echo with Zulfikar. Collective effort and coordination. There should be coordination among the different government agencies. There should be collective effort among the different employers. There should be a joint collaboration effort among the government, the private sector, the employers, engaging with workers, and also involving the brands. Brands need to come up. They have a crucial role here. And everybody, it cannot be possible for a country like Bangladesh to deal with these things alone. I mean, the private sector alone, without any support from the brands to go on to when we know that the EU due diligence, mandatory due diligence legislation is coming up. So guidelines and capacity development is required for Bangladeshi employers, and also the policy level issues, there needs to be changes. So for all these, brands need to come up and provide some guidance, draw some, what would I say, that suggestions, what can be done for the small industries, what the large industries can do. So this side of proper planning would be required, and collective effort is required.
Thank you. Very strong message there, again, about collective action and, of course, better coordination. Kalpona, I see that you are back online. Apologies, there was a power outage briefly just now. What we're currently doing is just, I've asked the speakers to provide us with a key takeaway point from this session. But of course, because you didn't have a chance to do so earlier, you're also very welcome to briefly address any of the questions that were raised previously as well. So we will provide you with the, you'll close the session for us effectively. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to start with the lesson learned. You know, the one lesson learned has been, as a labor activist, what we learned that this certification and MSIs is really not helping. So Accord was successful because it was enforceable brand agreement. So the beauty of Accord is it's a legally binding agreement. It has a complaint mechanism. It has included workers. I know that one of the audience has been raised question that whether, you know, what is the workers, you know, within this mechanism. The workers are included from the very beginning. Like when a code inspector would be inspecting the factory, they would be including union members or workers or any union solidarity member with them to get a better idea that how workers feel when they're working in the factory. There was, follow-up report has been taken to them. All the remediation has been shared with them. And most important, the effective safety, complaint mechanism was really, really helpful. So workers was able to complain in the ECHO safety mechanism without a reprisal. So workers was protected. So this is like one answer. And it has been, again, the lesson learned is all the voluntary mechanism has been failed to save our workers' life, to improve the working condition. And ECHO was successful because of the EBA, Enforceable Brand Agreement. So that people need to understand that we need to move from the voluntary mechanism to a legally binding agreement if we really want it to change. I am not a fan of certification because, if we just give an example, Rana Plaza has been certified by very well-known certification company. Even I can name them, BSCI. But what happened? The factory collapsed. We lost 1,138 sisters and brothers and left, over 2,000 of them injured for lifetime. And I think we also need to think about this certification, about, this auditing by the brands when management know when the auditors are coming, when workers are being interviewed in front of the management and not giving any protection when they are questioned. So workers are always fear about their jobs. And I think it is high time what Rashid Bhai mentioned from the floor regarding the other issues like wages. The workers are earning poverty wages in here when they're making clothes for these high-end fashion brands. They're starving with their children. They're not socially protected. There is no economic security for our workers if they lose their jobs. I think those things need to be brought in the table and discussed. And what is my takeaway from the forum? I agree with other speakers. It is high time to work together. All stakeholders need to come together. There should be, acceptance from the business to hear business. Like the brands and retailers need to hear our manufacturers in the production country, and manufacturers in the ground. They need to hear the workers. The workers' voice need to be centralized. Otherwise, whatever the mechanism we are bringing, it will be fail. So work together, make improvement.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Kalpona. So work together and put workers' voices at the center. Now, I understand there are questions out there. I'm looking at you, Kevin. Do we actually have a little bit of time to take one or two questions? We do? Okay, great. So I understand Saiful, was it? You had a point. So I know that there are 2 hands up currently, so we're going to collect all 3. Okay, it's become 3 now. We're going to collect those questions. Please ensure that your questions are succinct, and then I'll ask our speakers to respond.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Saiful Millat. I'm representing for BSCI from Bangladesh. One clarification, first of all, BSCI is not a certification program, but unlike many others. But we're not going into that debate or argument now. If Rana Plaza, the factory calamity, whatever happened, we are all sad for that. We are sorry about that. We are actually 1 month away from 10 years commemoration, just about 1 month from now. And but none of us can deny the responsibility. So if the factory was audited by for BSCI, whether it is a certification program or not, it is not like one-time off thing. My one request is today here to all of us, if we talk about human instead of buildings and electrical equipments and all the material things, and ignoring, like Rashid said, ignoring the human in place, the workers in place. What have we done in 10 years? We talk about Rana Plaza around this date every year. And throughout the world, throughout the year, we talk about this as an example, as a bad example, as a tragic scene, or as a model, what can we do? After record, Alliance, all the good initiatives, has any fire accident, incident stopped? Like Marinapa said, 220 in last year alone. What did we do? What are we doing even today? May I request, with your humble permission, Plenary and the moderator, can we stand up and stand in silence for 10 seconds to at least show respect to the souls we lost, the sufferings of the injured people, and the sufferings of all the dependent people? 10 seconds in silence. Can we at least do that? And we can say, yes, we did something, we just did not talk. 10, 15 seconds. 10 seconds starts from now. Thank you so very much, audience. Thank you very much. I think that was 10, 15 seconds. One last thing is, thank you, audience. One last thing is involvement of union, workers' associations, workers itself. Let's talk about what is called a worker union. Let us be very clear about what is freedom of association and how were they selected. Is it so-called workers' committee? Was it elected or selected? Ask yourself. Thank you, moderator.
Great, thank you for that. Let's go to the question at the back. Yes, please stand up so that we can bring the microphone over to you. Sorry, there was a question behind, so we're going to, can someone please provide the microphone to her, and then we'll come to you, we'll come back to you, of course, and to also the person with hand up.
My name is Pranika, and I'm human rights professional in Nepal. I'm a little disappointed by the fact that time and again, we some of us in the panel as well as here, we use the term costly, right? Nothing is as precious, nothing is more precious than human lives. And business is already resource extensive. So why are we using this term costly? And the fact that it is coming from somebody who are like the, like our allies, right? Our allies, then that really makes me wonder whether our discussion, our efforts to have safe working environment for everyone in entirety, right? Which is already an integral part of our lives, be it business or daily lives. So why are we using this term? I really would want us to reconsider how we are framing what we are supposed to do, irrespective of, the other things are, it's non-negotiated safety, right? The safe working environment is non-negotiable. So we cannot attach finance to it. It is not resource extensive. It is not costly. It is part of what we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Great. I think that was a strong message about that these are things that are non-negotiable, safe and decent working standards, and of course, human rights. To the person in front, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am Ram Charitra Shah, representing Center for Public Health and Environmental Development, which is Secretariat for Asia Network for the Rights of Occupational and Environmental Victims, NROB. And being a coordinating that Asia network, I closely looking over the industrial accident and found that at least one industrial accident from different scale happening each week in this region, engulfing workers, firefighters, and community as such. Yet, lesson has not been learned from the past accident, and still OSH is not the country and industry priority versus weakening the labor rights and environmental law in the name of doing business easy. So I sincerely request this forum to developing some mechanism in the region to reverse this trend and ensure due diligence to avoid the further accident in the region that is happening each week and causing a lot of losses of human life and their associated properties. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you also for that very potent message. To the person at the back who's been waiting patiently, can you please provide, sorry, I think he had his hand up first, so we'll go to him first.
Myself, Abhijit. I am an independent photojournalist from India. I would like to hear more on how do you see Indian context, India in context with Alliance and Accord, and when India is planning to be the largest economy in coming days. Thank you.
Okay, so we only have 5 minutes left, and I think there is a fair amount that's already being asked and commented upon. So we're just going to throw back to the speakers to have...
So thank you very much. I think all these questions are important with this, the most emotional, obviously, is that this is human life and there's no cost to human life, so there's no debate around it. But I think you, when you are kind of, a little bit, obviously, take this emotional side aside, then what do? Then you put in place these logistic arrangements, because this is what's happening actually about these issues. We can talk an hour, we can talk a day, we can talk a week, but unless we make these logistic arrangements in place, we are sitting in this hall, and if this is vulnerable to any kind of fire and safety, you have to fix it. So that's what's actually happening, but how do you do it is like taking into account all these aspects. That's why we try to explain that this program is actually a collective program of the unions and brands, and then obviously this is a part of the business, so you have to highlight that part as well. And when in terms of the cost, obviously there is no replacement of the human cost, but at the end, for example, in this factory fire in Pakistan, the international buyer Kik, which was buying from Pakistan, it has to pay $6.5 billion as a compensation to these victims of the Baldia factory fire, and it was the largest out-of-court settlement in the world. So we really are going to make it a case that you really need to, and it could have like spent few $1,000s to prevent this. So focusing on the prevention side of these accidents, that's why these all investments are being talked about over here. Now coming about these, this issue, I think you rightly mentioned about that, I mean about the India, as I mentioned that in terms of the Accord last year, we did this feasibility report that included India, but so far we have decided only that to go to Pakistan, and maybe after Pakistan it's going to be Sri Lanka or India or any country, depending on the decision that's taken place at the steering committee of the Accord program. And I think one of this issue about this whole certification and kind of interlinkages at that. So these programs, as particularly if I can refer the Accord program, it's really not like tick box exercise like the certification bodies. It work with the factories, a particular factory, and kind of materialize a remediation at the factory side. So that's why it's been like taking a lot of the time, as I mentioned in Bangladesh, where it was a new program, we were developing the new protocols and policies, but now when we are going to expand it in Pakistan, we have all these learnings already from Bangladesh, would be really easy to implement in case of the Pakistan. But I think it's quite important, as I mentioned also earlier, that it needs to be kind of inclusive program, and the participation of the government in a particular countries, participation of the trade unions, civil society, brands, and other stakeholders is the key to success, and that's how I think we can improve the working conditions, particularly in the businesses.
Thank you very much. We might go over to Kalpona, and then we'll come back to you, Maruna. Kalpona, would you like to come in? And
yeah, thank you. I mean, I'll try to be very brief. I don't want it to say the same thing what as if already said. Okay, so I mean, respond to the teacher who raised about that it is non-negotiable safety and human rights. I'm totally agree with it. Like when the manufacturers outcry that we need to put a lot of money to do the remediation. Why you have to outcry on that? You're supposed to do these, have all these safety equipments, safety protocol in your factory when you set up the factory. So I'm totally agree that, it's not negotiable, safety and human rights and freedom of association. And I just wanted to respond to other audience who raise about the union and committee, whether it is elected or how it is. I just wanted to elaborate a little more. The union was politically banned before Rana Plaza here. Though we have right to organize, right to bargain, but we wasn't allowed to. After Rana Plaza, due to tremendous business pressure, the government opened a little window to organize and bargain. But we were able to organize, and since Rana Plaza now, if you talk to the government, they will tell you that it is over 1,000 factory level union has been registered. But if you talk to any of the unionists who really doing organizing, if you ask me, whether country was able to create a healthy union environment, no, it has been totally failed to. We have quantity of the union, but we don't have quality. If you ask me that how many factories have a collective bargaining agreement, it is less than 50, and they're functioning with difficulties. So where we don't have like freedom of expression, freedom of association, it is very minimum improvement we can do in our worker rights, in our labor movement. I wanted to stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Kalpona Miruna, please.
I just want to address the cost issue, and we are actually sorry for raising this issue. Of course, we understand that this is not acceptable to raise the cost issue at the expense of human lives. But the cost is required for saving the human lives. What happens when those factories that have closed down because they couldn't bear with the cost of remediation? What happens to those factories? What happens to those workers who are working there? They will lose their jobs, their families will be affected, and we don't know the extent of this impact. They won't be able to bear their daily expense. So this is a reality. We need to think of this cost, and what we are suggesting is to make this remediation to be done by everyone, so that they develop guidelines, so that those small factories can also initiate this remediation, can also adopt these measures, so that the lives of those workers working in those small factories are saved. And in Bangladesh, the small factories, usually they have female workers more. So when these factories are closed down, you would understand what would happen. When these female workers would lose their jobs, the whole family would be affected. So this is why we have actually raised this issue. Thanks.
I'm sorry, we really don't.
Just a 50-second kind of intervention. I think one thing which we really take as a positive is that there is a lot of the attention towards the occupational health and safety. And one of the latest development is that ILO colleagues are here, but it was only last year that the 2 OSH conventions were added to the core labor rights, basically. And it came for last 24 years. It was after 24 years that, these 2 conventions were actually added to the core conventions after 1998 convention. So that's, I think we really need to see that these developments are taking place.
Great. So I know that this is a discussion that we want to continue, and I think it's all of our responsibility really to convey what has been said today, that human lives are non-negotiable, human rights are non-negotiable, and that you cannot put a price on human life in light of that. So it's all of our responsibility to really go out there and convey that to governments, to businesses, and to ensure that workers' voices are at the center of those discussions as well. Thank you so much again for your contributions. Please join me in a round of applause to our excellent speakers. And please do continue the discussion over the tea break.
Thank you. And before heading to some announcements, let me thank Pichamon for an excellent moderation and our panelists for the insightful discussions. I think I cannot do justice to the entire points made during the session, but I guess a recurring theme is that we need meaningful human rights due diligence and remedies for workers, and that we also need to move beyond social audits and certifications. These might be part of HRDD, but they're not the same. We should be careful not to equate the two. So how can we really center workers in our efforts
and we really need to consult, involve, and engage them meaningfully and move beyond tokenism. So with that, I would like to close the session. Thank you very much. And in terms of the announcements, so we will be breaking up the hall again. Let me just double check the room so I'm giving you the correct information. Yes, in room A and B, we will have the session entitled Interconnections Between Land Security, Displacement, and Forced Migration in South Asia, in room AB. And then in room C, we will have a session that will focus on the key theme of informal and gig workers, entitled Everywhere But Nowhere, The Invisibility of Gig Workers and Contract Workers, in room C. We will be starting at 11, so you'll have 21 minutes to enjoy some coffee and have a break. Thank you so much, everyone.
Recording stopped.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being so proactive and being in the room already. We'll be starting 11 sharp, which is now. In the meanwhile, we'll have some more people coming in. All right, so. This session will be about the interconnections between land insecurity, displacement, and forced migration in South Asia. And we are very lucky to have as our moderator today Katja Chiritsi from the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the Southeast Asia Office. I'm saying that correctly, Southeast Asia Office, yes. So with that, I would like to hand over the floor to her, and I wish you a very successful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and very good morning, namaste, and a warm welcome to all of you joining this session, both in person and online. In this session today, we will discuss the interconnections between the land insecurity, internal displacement, and forced migration in the context of business and human rights in South Asia. Doing so, this session will also look at the underdocumented experiences of indigenous people who are faced with the urge and the need to migrate and pushed into precarious work, including in urban areas. We will also underscore the drivers of these dynamics, together with how protection safeguards can be afforded to indigenous people who are especially at risk. I'm very privileged today to be joined by 4 distinguished panelists who will help us unpack the issues that I just described, both from the perspective of their experience in countries and also providing us with a regional overview. So together with us are Falguni Tripura from Kapang Foundation in Bangladesh, Dilip Chakma from the Indigenous Rights Advocacy Center in India, Chinimaya Maji from the National Indigenous People Foundation in Nepal, and Prabin Chakia from the Community Empowerment and Social Justice Network. We will organize our sessions around the first round of interventions from our distinguished panelists, and then we will open the floor for a question and answer session. And we also invite the friends and colleagues who have joined us online to put their questions forward. We will be monitoring your questions and give space, hopefully, for everyone to intervene. With that said, then, if it's okay, Falguna, I will start with you with the first question. And it would be really about, if you could share with us what are the main drivers of land insecurity faced by indigenous people based on your experience, your work, and your advocacy in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Kulumka, very good morning to all. Thank you, Katia, for giving me scope to speak about the issues. And ladies and gentlemen, all are welcome in this room again. There are many policies documents that will good works for indigenous peoples in Bangladesh, such as we have Educational Policy, National Cultural Policy 2006, Chittagong Hill Tracts Regulation 1900, East Bengal State Acquisition and Tenancy Act 1950, that Article 97 of that Act forbidden transfer of indigenous land to non-indigenous without permission of the Deputy Commissioner. This is a safeguard of IP's land. We have 8-year, 5-year plan from July 2020 to June 2025. And everything is okay. The scenario is perfect. But the reality is different. So I'm here to discuss about the different situation on the main drivers of land insecurity as faced by indigenous communities based on my experiences. Discrimination and human rights violations, land grabbing, and non-indigenous peoples' displacement in the indigenous peoples' inhabited region, extractive industries, development initiatives in the name of development, such as dams, eco parks, national parks, protected forest, and even the establishment of training center for law enforcement bases on their ancestral and community land are the main factors contribute to increasing the risks of indigenous people's land and livelihood in CST as well as Bangladesh. In my country, state actors or non-state actors party are occupying land for implementing development projects. So they cannot raise their voice. Indigenous peoples cannot raise their voice strongly from the ground level to the national level. For example, few years ago, a development was planning to develop at Rupur in Narayanganj near Dhaka. But government cannot implement this development to protest of local people. These local people are from mainstream people. Besides this, in Kulaura Molubi Bazar in Sylhet, Khashi people are evicted from their land by the tea garden. The tea garden is expanded their garden for profit. Tea garden has many options to move other side, but Khashi people do not have options. They are evicted by the tea garden slowly, and they are losing their traditional farming systems and livelihoods. Expansion of the tourism sectors, including development projects, pushed IP, indigenous peoples, is live insecure situation. Most of the famous tourist places are in indigenous peoples areas. In the last couple years, we see that state actors or non-actors are involved in the extension of their business. And I also like to thank Bangladesh government for signing CST Accord 25 years ago. We have a CST Accord which has been signed between the Parbotto Chattogram Janashanghati Samiti on behalf of the indigenous peoples of CST and the government in 1997. I would like to thank the government for Chittagong Hill Tracts Land Dispute Settlement Commission Act 2001. But it is of fate that after 25 years signing the CST Accord, still the CST Land Commission cannot resolve any single land dispute in CST, as the Commission has no certain provision to function there. On the other hand, situation of plainland indigenous peoples is worse than us, as they don't have any treaty or legal bindings like us. Their land has been grabbed randomly. Even we witnessed that on November 6, 2016, the law enforcing agencies who are supposed to be protector of their rights of citizens had set fire on the houses of indigenous peoples in Bagda Farm. Following the incident, the Santal indigenous peoples were evicted and 3 Santal people were killed. But we don't see any light of justice on this issue. In the last election, Bangladesh government gave promise to form separate land commission for indigenous peoples of plain land. We hope and believe Bangladesh government will keep promise for indigenous peoples of plain land. And all these issues pushed indigenous women and men from rural area to urban area. They are pushed by forced migration to come in city, and after coming in the city, they face many problems. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Falguni, for this comprehensive overview. You touched upon some very important points. For instance, how sometimes, even if policies and legislation are in place, it's about their effective implementation. Also, of course, the challenges deriving from not having a space for voices of affected communities and indigenous people, in this case, to be heard, and also the unpacking the specific impact that this situation has on the enjoyment of a number of rights. So thank you very much. Before we move to our next speakers, I would like to mention that Chinimaya will make her intervention in Nepali. So for those of you who will who need interpretation set, is available in the back right corner of the room. But I will now move to our next speaker, Dilip Chakma. And Dilip, we would really like to hear from you. What is the situation in India in relation to land insecurity connected to displacement and forced migration on indigenous people, also, of course, based on your long-standing engagement and advocacy on these issues. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this discussion, and a privilege to be part of this, all of you here. So, yes, when you look at the Indian context, I think there's a direct link with the disposition of lands to issues like displacement or forced migration. If many of us might know that way back in 2019, the Supreme Court of India have actually passed an order wherein all states' government in the country were supposed to evict over 1 million tribal communities whose claim under the forest rights law in India that recognizes tribal people's rights over the land and resources, whose application have been rejected to be evicted by the state government. Of course, this order have been stayed subsequently, but the issue remains. My point being, just with a single stroke, over 1 million tribals almost got evicted in 2019. Of course, the drivers of dispossession, which my colleague have also detailed out, many of them are also very much relevant in our Indian context. Like if we talk about displacement, forced migration, we see, even if we look at the figures, actually, in India, I think the tribal consider around 8.56% of the total population of the country. So a study done by a research group in Delhi between the period of 1947 to early 90s shows that 40% of the displaced belong to tribal communities in India, despite them being 8.6% of the total population. And only 25% of the displaced in the country over this 50 years, 40 years, only 25% of those tribals have been rehabilitated. Of course, again, if we look into other kind of displacement, of course, we also have displacement that have been born out of, say, conflict zone. Like, say, there are thousands of displaced people from Chhattisgarh who are living in a precarious situation in many states in the south. Again, of course, which Falguni also mentioned about development related in the Indian context. We have figures, data actually suggest many displacement have been driven out of these developmental projects. Of course, another important factor we have to keep in mind is when you look at the drivers of this disposition is the environmental or the conservation push by the government, like the Project Tiger. India government have come up with this Project Tiger in the mid-70s, I think. So if we look into till now, I think we have one tiger reserve coming up almost in a year. So most of them are in Indian, in states where predominantly inhabited by tribal communities. By the estimates of the government itself, there are like a tremendous number of eviction that has taken place from the core zone of the tiger project itself. Even as recent as last year, we have India flying down tigers from Africa in some states in India, resulting into the eviction of many tribal communities. Then if we look into the post-migration issue, we don't have exact figure on that, particularly on the impact on tribal communities. We don't have that data, but as the reports, significant number of displaced migrants in metropolitan cities belong to tribal communities as well as Dalit communities. We know India is one of the emerging, fast-developing economy, and we have a very big demand for cheap labor, and I think situation is just perfect for what's happening in the tribal areas, disposition, and displaced people fitting into this scheme of providing cheap labor in a way contributing to the development. That's what the government would say, as most of them are engaged in infrastructural development. Of course, we have many projects. Maybe subsequently I'll discuss some of those before I end. Do I have a minute or two? Or yeah? Okay. Yeah, just if we look into the development, why so much of displacement have taken place among tribal communities, I think we can trace back to the law we had till 2013, the acquisition or the land grabbing that many of us would call it. Till 2013, we had a law that was enacted by the British in 1894. So we have been using that law till 2013. In that law, we didn't have any concept of rehabilitation resettlement. We just have the ingredient of compensation. But in the 2013 law, we have clause like consent, we have plan of rehabilitation settlement, but still there are thousands of, maybe millions, Even where I come from, I have known thousands of people who have been still waiting compensation claims, even after 10 years of this. Of course, just last comment, when we talk about where I come from, there's a tiger reserve, Dampa Tiger Reserve. These have been set up, say, 30 years ago, and these communities have been displaced not once, but for the third time in the last decade, because the government keep expanding the reserve area through notification. So once you displace, you go further. The second time you go further, till you don't have any place to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dilip, for this comprehensive overview in relation to some of the main drivers of forced displacement, and also for touching upon the important issue of overdue compensation, which raises also an even bigger issue related to access to justice. So thank you very much for that. We will now move to Chinimaya, and from your perspective, Chinimaya, and also from the standpoint of your long-standing advocacy work in Nepal, what are the key barriers related to land issues in relation to indigenous people in Nepal, including from the perspective of some of the impact of some of the development projects that you have been closely working on? Over to you.
शुभ प्रभात सान्दर्भिक प्रश्नको लागि सर्वप्रथम त यहाँ धन्यवाद मेरो यो लामो समयदेखिको अनुभवलाई म थोरै पृष्ठभूमिबाट अगाडि बढाउन चाहन्छु हिजोदेखि नै हिजो अस्तिदेखि यो व्यापक रूपमा यस विषयमा छलफल भइरहेको छ र आज म अलिकति समुदायगत रूपमा चाहिँ म यहाँ प्रस्तुत हुन चाहन्छु। जसमा चाहिँ मैले आज चाहिँ यो अति सीमान्तकृत र लोफुन्मुख समुदायहरूमा एउटा काम गरेको अनुभवलाई मैले यहाँ सेयर गर्न चाहन्छु र विशेष गरी अति सीमान्तकृत समुदाय मध्येमा चाहिँ मैले आज माझी समुदायलाई फोकस गर्न खोजेको छु र माझी समुदाय विशेष गरी नदी किनारबाट बसाइसरी नेपालको विभिन्न जिल्ला र अहिले 68 जिल्लामा देखिएको छ र नेपाल लगायत भारत र भुटानसम्म पनि माझी समुदायहरू चाहिँ बसाइसराई र विभिन्न विकास योजनाबाट चाहिँ विस्थापित भएको हामीले पाएका छौँ। माझीको विशेष गरी मुख्य पेसा भनेको माछा मार्ने, डुङ्गा चलाउने र माझी महिलाहरूले चाहिँ घाटमा बसेर जाँड मुन बेच्ने एउटा परम्परा थियो र 2068 सालको तथ्याङ्क हेर्दाखेरि माझी समुदायको जनसङ्ख्या भनेको चाहिँ 83,727 रहेको छ र 78 सालको जनगणना चाहिँ अहिले हामीले पाइसकेका छैनौँ र यसमा के छ भन्दाखेरि पछिल्लो समयमा सञ्चालन भएको जुन एउटा ठुला जलविद्युत आयोजना र जलाशययुक्त योजनाहरूको कारणले गर्दाखेरि माझीहरू अहिले एकदमै धेरै सङ्कटमा परेको अवस्था छ। जग्गा धनी पूर्जाको आधारमा माझी समुदायले मुआवजा पाउने भएको हुँदा माझी समुदायहरू आफ्नो पुस्तौँदेखि बसोबास गर्दै आइरहेको थाकथलोबाट उहाँहरू चाहिँ सधैँको लागि विस्थापित भइरहेको छ र मुआवजा बापत बुझिएको रकम पनि उहाँहरूले त्यस ठाउँबाट छोडेर जाने अवस्थासम्ममा चाहिँ उहाँहरूले त्यो पैसाहरू अगाडि नै खर्च गरिसक्ने भएको हुँदा आफ्नो थाकथलोबाट उहाँहरू छोडेर जाँदाखेरि उहाँहरू सबै कुरा छोडेर आफू रित्तो हात लिएर चाहिँ उहाँहरू विस्थापित भएर अर्को ठाउँमा बसाइसराई भएको अवस्थाहरू नेपालमा थुप्रै घटनाहरू छ र माझी त्यसरी विस्थापित हुँदाखेरि माझीको सभ्यता, संस्कार र संस्कृति नदीबाटै सुरु भएको हुनाले माझीहरू त्यसरी विस्थापित हुँदाखेरि आफ्नो सम्पदा, संस्कृति र संस्कार पनि सबै त्यहीँ सकिएको अवस्थाहरू छ र यसो भनिरहँदाखेरि फेरि हामी माझी समुदायहरू फेरि विकास विरोधी भने चाहिँ पटक्कै होइन भन्न पनि म यहाँ चाहन्छु र विकास विरोधी होइन र माझीहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो पहिचानसहितको अधिकार खोजेको हो र जुन सरकारले अहिलेसम्म काहीँ पनि लागू गरेको अवस्था भने चाहिँ छैन र यसरी कुरा गरिरहँदाखेरि अब विशेष गरी यो जति पनि हाइड्रो पावरको कुराहरू हुन्छ, बिजुली उत्पादनको कुराहरू हुन्छ, त्यो नदीमै हुने भएको र माझीको बसोबास पनि नदीको आसपासमै भएको हुनाले यो चाहिँ एकदम चाहिँ अब यसलाई यो सम्बन्ध माझीको सम्बन्ध भनेको खोला नालासँग चाहिँ एउटा भन्छौँ हामी मामा भान्जाको चाहिँ सम्बन्ध हुन्छ र यो चाहिँ सम्बन्ध विकासे योजनाहरूले चाहिँ छुटाइएको छ हाम्रो सम्बन्धलाई र अहिलेको जुन यो एउटा यो योजना बन्दैछ बिआरआर ह्युमन राइट्स सम्बन्धी यो चाहिँ जुन एउटा 3वटा पिलरमा आधारित रहेर एउटा बन्दैछ यसको चाहिँ सम्मान, संरक्षण र उपचार यो 3वटा चाहिँ एउटा सिद्धान्तलाई लिएर साँच्चीकै लागू गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ यी जति पनि यो हाम्रो भूमिबाट विस्थापित हुने समुदायहरू छ, मैले यहाँ माझीको मात्रै उदाहरण दिएँ तर थुप्रै आदिवासीहरू विस्थापित भएको छ मैले प्रतिनिधिमूलक समुदायको मात्रै नाम लिएको हो। यसमा फेरि अन्य समुदायहरू चाहिँ होइन भन्ने होइन, जति पनि विकास योजना हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ समुदाय आदिवासी समुदायको भूमिमा भएको छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो तीनवटा पिलरलाई चाहिँ कार्यान्वयनको पक्षमा ल्यायो भने चाहिँ यी जो विस्थापित हुने समुदायहरू हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूको केही संरक्षण हुन्छ भन्ने हामीले आशा लिएका छौँ। र यसमा थोरै अरू कुरा फेरि म पछि जोड्न कोसिस गर्नेछु। अहिलेलाई यति नै राखेँ, धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Chinimaya, in particular for this very concrete illustration of the impact on specifically marginalized communities that and non-human rights-based implementation of development projects can lead to, such as in the case of the hydropower projects. And also for reminding us the very special relationship between indigenous people and nature and environment, and what the implications of destructing that environment has in terms of the enjoyment of a range of human rights. I will now move to the last of our speakers for this initial round, Prabin. From the perspective of your work in the region, because of course your advocacy is very strong in Nepal, but you have also been involved on a number of regional issues. How do you think that states, businesses, and international organizations should work to ensure that these rights are at a different level of implementation, both at the national, subnational, and the regional level? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Katya. Jojalapa, namaste. Good morning, everyone. Before I get to your questions, Katya, firstly, I would like to pay homage. I belong to Newar Indigenous group. We are the natives of this Kathmandu Valley where this forum is happening. So before I get to your questions, I would like to pay homage to my ancestors that have made this valley livable, and built this wonderful Newar civilization that we are proud to be part of. Secondly, I would like to pay homage to the human rights defenders that are in the room. We have human rights defenders struggling to protect the rights of their communities affected by hydropower projects, affected by road expansion projects, infrastructure projects, and business investments in Nepal and from South Asia. I can, to name a few, we have indigenous Magar defenders from Western Nepal affected by Tanahu hydropower project. We have indigenous Newar defenders affected by road expansion, illegitimate road widening project in Nepal, as well as the so-called fast-track expressway in the south of Kathmandu. We have a defender representing communities affected by a business complex that was built in the heart of Kathmandu, in the tourist district of Thamel, that currently houses the Marriott International by encroaching on their traditional lands. And at the same time, I would pay homage to defenders from all across the countries. I would also like to thank the organizers for having us here, particularly the UN Working Group. We've already heard from the three wonderful panelists. I think what I'm hearing from these three wonderful panelists is there is a significant amount of land insecurity for indigenous peoples and local communities and rural communities in these countries. No? What I see from my work is there are two main drivers for the land security. Firstly, our governments, our states, do not recognize our rights to these lands, territories, and resources that we have had. Even before these states were formed, our rights are based on our existence on these lands, even before the states came into existence. So, firstly, the primary driver of insecurity, our land insecurity for us, have been this lack of recognition of our rights, in line with the ILO Convention 169, the Indigenous and Tribal Peoples Convention, and more recently, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Even when some of these rights are recognized, the governments do not effectively implement these rights in the name of development, in the name of business investments, and in the name of prosperity. So the question, it begs the question: is this really development? Is this really development? Like, is building a a dam on a river in Tanahu, displacing hundreds of Magar families, really development, or is it business? I would say it's business. No, the government has even formulated a company for to implement that project. Is displacing scores of Nyawar families in Balazu to widen the road so that just the road can simply be used as a taxi parking. Is that really development? I think I would say it's business. No, so I think first thing, there is no legal recognition of our rights. Official recognition of our rights, and secondly, even some of the rights are, that are protected are not being implemented. So coming back to your question, how can states, businesses, and international organizations, ensure these rights at the local, national, and international level? Firstly, I would reiterate, we need to be recognized as rights holders. We are not basically subjects. We are gone are those days when there were kings and we were subjects. We are rights holders, and we should be put in the center of this the discussion of these discussions to ensure our rights. Be it in the legal reforms, be it in the case of formulating national action plans, be it in the case of developing projects that affect our lands, be it in the case of developing development plans. No, all these plans. And that recognition should come from businesses, states, as well as international organizations, from all the three actors. Secondly, the second point I have is particularly focusing on businesses. Businesses in countries like Nepal are basically operating very technically on paper. Like, they play by the book. We are required to do an environmental impact assessment. Done. Check. We organize the public hearing in a hotel room with 20 people. So done. Check. That businesses should go beyond that. Businesses should effectively take on their responsibility to respect human rights beyond the playbook of the government. They should understand that they have this responsibility, and even when the government laws do not adhere with the international standards, they should take on the responsibility to respect human rights. And businesses should put people before profit. Profit comes, profit might come and go, but if you ignore the people, then your business won't be sustainable. They should definitely understand that. After they are doing this, if they are still violating the rights, or if there are still human rights impacts, they should effectively provide remedy. They should not be waiting on, these slow judicial processes or non-judicial processes of the states to provide remedy. So the businesses should effectively first recognize indigenous peoples and other communities as rights holders. They should respect their rights regardless of the obligations under the national laws, and particularly to provide remedy when there are human rights impacts. Secondly, to come to the point of states. Often when working with these communities, I ask myself, is this really the state of these people? Because the states are not listening to the people. The states are listening to businesses, the states are listening to political actors, the states are listening to the elites, ignoring the voices of the people on the ground altogether. No? So the states, again, must play their role as the primary duty bearer to protect the rights of these people in line with the guiding principles. And when I say that, what they need to do is, first, they need to require businesses to undertake mandatory human rights due diligence. Because, again, businesses, as I said earlier, play by the book. They just do what they are required under the law. No? Secondly, they have to address the power imbalance between businesses and the people, the communities that they impact. We cannot, the governments or the government agencies or courts cannot simply assume that these people are empowered enough to come to the court or come to these governments when businesses have so much power over them. No. And finally, again, what they should do is they should avoid or they should address the corporate capture that is happening in all agencies or in all levels of state. You can see in Nepal, there are like so many business elites now in the parliament. The government agencies are in the coffers, or like the government, the bureaucrats are in the coffers with the business people, strong business people. So yeah, the corporate capture has been very challenging, and and often state is itself acting as business. They say electricity, power development, hydropower development is development for the country. But how is it development for the displaced people when they are simply exporting the power to India to fill up the state coffer, and the people are not even paid adequate compensation to replace their lands. No. Now, finally, coming to the third point of IOs, the role of IOs, the international organizations. International organizations need to do better to ground these international standards to the communities. We are working with these communities at the local level. They do not understand the UN guiding principles yet. We need to do better. We need to reach out to these communities to explain them that they have these rights. There are these mechanisms available to them when state mechanisms fail, when businesses ignore them. The international organizations need to play a stronger role to be effective watchdog, to protect, to defend, and promote the rights of these affected communities, and that they can do by strongly collaborating with the human rights defenders, particularly the community-based human rights defenders and the civil society organizations. I think if we all come together, as we have been saying since yesterday, if there is an open dialogue, we can find solutions to a lot of our problems, because these are not solutions of a particular community or to a particular people. These are our common problems. No, I mean the destruction of forests, destruction of displacement of people cause common problems to the whole human society, and I think we all need to come together. But the initiatives should come from these powerful actors, the businesses, the states, and the international organizations. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Praveen. You have been touching upon a number of absolutely crucial points. And thanks for starting your intervention by reminding all of us of the crucial role played by human rights defenders in working on business and human rights. We all acknowledge that it takes braveness, and it's oftentimes done at high protection risks, also in light of the strong power imbalance that you have been rightly so emphasizing in your remarks. And also, thanks for a very good navigation around what a human rights-based approach to development means, and what are the elements and the key steps that should be taken into account by all concerned stakeholders. We will now take a round of questions from the floor. If you could please, when taking the floor, also introduce yourself and mention the organization or the entity you represent, and also if there is anyone in particular for our panelists that you would like to have your question addressed, or if it's a question for everyone. Okay, so we'll go. We'll start from this.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much. I have few insights in regard to the presentation made by the colleagues. Particularly, Praveen has highlighted a lot of things. I have few things to add upon. The first and the foremost thing that we have to make sure that private sectors are accountable. It's not them to recognize our rights. Rights are already recognized by the national and international frameworks. So it's not private sector that they should be responsible to recognize. Rather, they have to be accountable towards our rights, for which human rights due diligence has already been highlighted, could be one of the tools. Besides that, we should have human rights based approach, as Katie mentioned, during the whole process of this human rights due diligence. In addition to that, you should have joint kind of undertaking towards the monitoring and the kind of assessment of the development being undertaken across the country. And while talking about the joint monitoring or say assessment, let's have the active representation and engagement of CSO human rights defenders while doing the monitoring of the development project from again the perspective of indigenous peoples. And one more thing that has to also be analyzed is about the assessment, the contest assessment that business communities should be accountable towards doing it. Normally they don't do it. Before they start their business, they have to be kind of analytical. They have to be careful about this, all human rights elements, including the rights of indigenous peoples. In addition to that, my point here is, I have been keeping saying it, is about role of NHRIs, the oversight mechanisms. Sometimes what the practice so far is, they are more, kind of dedicated towards overseeing, I would say, monitoring on the critical issues of human rights. It doesn't mean that other rights are not critical, but my point here is they are more focused on protection, which is of course necessary, but at the same time they have to equally be involved in working with business communities and other actors to make sure that human rights are well kind of respected, and at the same time remedies are introduced and strengthened, for which human rights institutions should be very much proactive, engaging with private sector. So these are few things that I just wanted to highlight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tech, for touching upon these important points. I will now move to, if I can, yes, give the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Katya. First of all, warm greetings from Newa indigenous peoples, the prehistoric people from Newa land, Nepal Mandal, that is Kathmandu, Nepal. And Jojolopa to all from collective Newa indigenous community. In the name of widening the road in the Kathmandu Valley, the ancestral land of Newa indigenous people, to ease the traffic congestion, Nepal government with ADB World Bank began unlawful road expansion in 2011 without any formal notice and compensation. 150,000 direct affected people, 30,000 households, 95% affected people are from our own Newa indigenous people, whom we call the prehistoric people, people from Newa land. Now I'm going to add, there are a lot of issues, but I'm pointing one of them. Balaju bypass, 39 households were bulldozed in 2013 without consent and a single compensation. The property of affected people now is converted into the caravan park. We donated 7 meters in the very beginning. However, to protect the cinema hall of members of parliament, Communist Party, Mr. Rambir Manandar, and to protect his family's houses, other additional 7 meters, totally 14 meters were taken off from our own side. That turned us into the homeless, while the mutual understanding was to take 7 meters from the center. While demolishing the private houses, all male were kept in custody for a whole day. By then, we were not aware of human rights and we were not aware of any laws. So women, children were helpless, and we were crying and begging to stop demolishing the houses. Later on, we joined Valley Illegal Road Expansion Affected Struggle Committee and participated in numerous demonstrations, peaceful protests, hundreds of hunger strikes, rallies. Differently, we resisted, and still we are resisting. The question is, until when? Our not only individual human rights have been violated, but the collective human rights, being indigenous peoples, were looted by Nepal government. Our right to live with dignity had been denied. 7 elder victims lost their lives in graves. We die every single minute in search for justice. What a pain. We have left no stone unturned to get justice. Legally, with the assistance of Laurnip Nepal and Advocate Jitendra Bajracharya, our issues hasn't been addressed till the date. While the Honorable Justice Judges responded us by ending human rights, lives of peoples don't matter in the process of development. Such an insane, what a loss of human rights. Now, National Land Commission is distributing land to squatters, but we rights holders of the land are excluded from it. Development aggressions and land grabbing, encroachment of historical sacred sites have adverse impact in livelihood of indigenous Newa peoples and local in Kathmandu. That is leading to forced eviction. They weren't they are still bulldozing and demolishing the houses, but they are not only destroying our houses and lands, but the Newa civilization, culture, heritage, customary institutions, Guti, self-government system, which is in fact the identity of Nepal and property of the entire world. During our resistance, we were criminalized. During confrontation, we were kept in custodies for 7 days. We were physically assaulted. This is the fate of, not only fate of the indigenous people, Newa people, who live in central and the capital city of Kathmandu, but all of the indigenous people in Nepal. Several people have vulnerable condition. One of our friends, he committed suicide in grief. Senior citizens are compelled to settle in old age houses. To conclude, I will add that state, Nepal government, business houses, construction companies, and the foreign investor has failed to follow mandatory human rights due diligence. State has already failed to protect the rights of our inherent rights, that is, right to pre-existing rights to our land, our ancestral land. Right to self-determination has been denied, and the rights that provided by United Nations declarations on the rights of indigenous people, Convention 169, was just merely limited on the paper. We have been alienated from our own land. This is a genocide. We have knocked every possible doors, and this platform, we humbly request that our issues has been raised internationally so that the foreign donors do not dare to demolish our civilization, our culture, heritage, and they are being a very huge threat to our civilization and existence. So we demand Nepal, not only Nepal government and the international sector, to protect our rights and to preserve whole Newa civilizations. Thank you so much for listening to our pain. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
Just thank you so much for drawing our attention to this serious situation, and which is well noted by all of us in the room under our own different roles. Thank you very much.
Namaste, everyone. Greeting from the National Human Rights Commission of the Nepal. I'm working in National Human Rights Commission as a focal officer for the business and human rights and right to development. I would like to share, we are preparing a national report after monitoring such a development activities and the corporate activities which are related to the right to development, right to business and human right. I would like to ask the questions panelists from the outside of the Nepal. Two person are there. What is the situation of the human right-based development approach in your country? Is there any best practices that would be applicable in Nepal too? And what is the implementation scenario of the environmental impact assessment report by the authority? And third question, how are the displaced person involved in formally in the decision-making process? Is there any example from your country? And last question is, what is the role of the NSRI in your country for the access to justice perspective or access to remedy perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get maybe another couple of questions, and then we'll turn to the panel to address them. Shall we take a question from this side of the room in the interest of equal distribution of questions?
My name is Swanu Rahman from YouthNet Bangladesh. So in last year in UNSAF session in Dhaka, we discussed about the how the indigenous people are committing suicide, especially farmers, when the government agency discriminated with them. After that, So today's session is a interconnectedness between land insecurity, displacement, and I highlight another issue is a conflict. Like in Bandarban is a highly climate victim area. So a business, a rubber company, Lama Rubber Company, they taken lease from government and they have to acquire this indigenous land by 7 or 10 years. So government is giving lease to them, the businesses, to grab the land. And what's are happening in Bangladesh in last year and this year? They burnt out the house, they mixing poison in water, and it's a very scary situation in that Mro community. As well as in Shamnagar, Shatkhira, so Munda community, indigenous community, the land grabber attacked the indigenous women. 3 women affected and 1 citizen, elder citizen, Narendra Munda, he died. So we, our state, our NHRC have failed to protect their fundamental rights to living, fundamental rights to water, as well as the land security. So we are talking and talking, but now need action, because delay means, injustice. So it's time to take proper action plan and implement and save and secure our indigenous people land rights as well as their justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another hand raised over there. Yes.
सबैजनालाई जोरले म चाहिँ तनहुँ जिल्ला हाइड्रो पावर सबैजनालाई जोरले म चाहिँ तनहुँ जिल्ला हाइड्रो पावरबाट पीडित मेरो समुदाय छ र म मगर हो र हामी यो हाइड्रो पावर सम्बन्धीको यस कार्यक्रममा सहभागी हुनु पाएको र यहाँ हामीलाई जोडिदिनु भएको प्रवीण सरलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद र यस साउथ एसिया फोरमको बिजनेस एन्ड ह्युमन राइटको कार्यक्रममा सहभागी हुन पाएर आफूले केही कुरा राख्न पाउँदाखेरि मलाई धेरै खुसी लागेको छ र यसरी नै हामीले हाम्रो पुर्ख्यौली भूमिमा परम्परागत रीतिरिवाज सामाजिक आर्थिक सांस्कृतिक चाडपर्वहरू मनाउन पाउनुपर्छ। हाम्रो कृषियोग्य भूमि रहेको छ र 2मा THL ले हामीसँग पूर्व सूचित स्वतन्त्र सहमतिको मन्जुरी बिना भूमि खोज्न लागिरहेको छ र एडीबी EIB को सुरक्षा नीति पालना गर्नुपर्ने त्यो भएको छैन। EIA रिपोर्टमा हामी आदिवासीलाई सहभागी अथवा कुनै पनि कार्यहरू देखाएको छैन र UNDRIP को धारा 26 को आदिवासी नियम अनुसार व्यापारिक योजना सञ्चालन गर्दा हामी आदिवासीको अस्तित्व कायम हुने रहने गरी प्रतिस्थापन गर्नुपर्ने ILO 169 संयुक्त राष्ट्रसङ्घीय घोषणा पत्र अनुसार यी कुराहरू हामीलाई केही पनि थाहा नदिएर हामीलाई चाहिँ जुन हाम्रो जनप्रतिनिधिहरू हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूले चाहिँ हामीलाई त्यसको उचित मुआवजा लिनुस्, जग्गा सरकारको हो र तपाईहरुलाई चाहिँ हामीले भने अनुसार दिएको छ भन्ने खालका कुराहरू राख्नुहुन्छ तर त्यसमा हामीले जग्गाको सट्टा जग्गा प्रतिस्थापन गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू मात्रै राखेको हो तर हामीलाई चाहिँ कुनै पनि कार्यक्रमहरू थाहा नदिइकन आफू खुसी अगाडि आफूहरूले बढाएर एकदमै थिचोमिचोको साथमा हामीलाई कुनै पनि आफ्नो अधिकारहरू जल जङ्गल जमिन सम्बन्धी भूमि सम्बन्धी केही पनि थाहा नदिएर जुन यो हाइड्रो पावर चाहिँ 140 मेगावाटको र 140 नै उचाइको ड्याम बन्दै गरेको छ र यसमा हामी 200 घरभन्दा बढी घर परिवार चाहिँ डुबानमा पर्ने थियो र त्यसमा हामी अहिले 34 घर बाँकी रहेको छ। हामी चाहिँ आफ्नो जग्गा जुन हामी मूलवासी हौँ र आदिवासीको हकमा कस्तो खालको व्यवस्था पाइन्छ र हामीलाई के सुविधा हुन्छ भन्ने कुराहरूको प्रश्न राख्दै यस कार्यक्रमलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिँदै मेरो भनाइहरू यहाँ यतिसम्म राखेर हस्त। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. I would now revert to the panel to give the opportunity to address this first round of questions. We had a question from our colleague from the NHRC Nepal, which was specifically addressed at Dilip and Falguni for experiences from outside Nepal on what human rights approach to development means, and if you could share your perspective from your countries. And then I think the other two questions spoke to the element of widespread discrimination against the indigenous people and implications of that. And the last question, which was more specifically linked to meaningful consultation, including in the context of large-scale development projects. So if that's okay, I will start with you, Falguni and Dilip, and then for other reactions to the other two questions.
Thank you for your questions. I'm not the right person to give you answer, but I try to from my side. At first, I would like to say about National Human Rights Commissions. Here, honorable member from National Human Rights Commissions from Bangladesh is presenting here, participating in this forum. So you can discuss with him after the event, but from my side, I can say that it's depend on commission how they react on our works. Like appointed chairman or appointed by government, so it depends on their mentality. They are proactive. So, and also, but they have their door is open for all. So, and they have many options. So, if after incident we complain to them, sometimes we get a response, sometimes we don't get a response. That's the situations, but everything, if I compare with others national human rights commissions, now at this moment who are leading the positions in the commissions, they are very positive and active. And another question was maybe we are, how works development agencies, no? It's very difficult to give your answer, but I can say that indigenous peoples are not invited in the table for every decision-making process. And they don't have any active participations in decision-making process in every aspects. And Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you.
I just hope I remember the questions. Yeah. So, with my experience in engaging with the National Human Rights Commission of India, good practices, I would say, number one could be the composition of the commission, because it's led by, it's chaired by a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. That's one aspect. Second is, we have a specific provision in the Protection of Human Rights Act that gives the commission the power to summon the official involved, the coercive power. So when I say coercive power, means like normally what happens is we file a complaint and the commission will issue notice to the authorities to report back in 4 weeks' time. Oftentimes it doesn't happen. It takes like 4 or 5 months for the authorities to reply to the commission. So what happens is at the last moment, the NSRI issues notice under this specific provision saying you submit the report or else you come and appear before me in Delhi. So at that moment, normally states replies and submit reports what they have been asked. So I think that's very unique and effective, good practice, I would say. Another good practice would be the regional camp the National Human Rights Commission conducts. Say in the notice of India, once in a year maybe, they'll go and organize a camp where they'll try to dispose of as many cases as possible. The members physically go there, and they will invite all the complainants whose cases are being disposed of, and I think it's a good practices that they do. Bad practices I would also like to mention. State commission, they don't function. Most of the state commissions don't have members. Just 2 weeks ago, I had as a complainant, had someone to appear in Telangana in the south of India. Just a day before the case was to be heard, the next day I received a call at 6:30 p.m. saying, please don't come tomorrow. I said, why? No, the chairman, the member have retired in December. There is nobody in the office, please don't come. So that is the condition of state commission. Of course, access to justice is another aspect, I think. And it in a way contributes, I think, to access to justice, but its mandate is restricted. It can at best recommend compensation. Of course, that is not the end of what you consider to be justice for a victim. So it has limitations, but within a limited scope, we have managed to achieve some success. In the last 2 years, we have managed, my organization, we have managed to actually obtain compensation for victims to the tune of 1 million in 2 years' time, which the NSRC recommend to the government that this amount should be paid to the victims on whose behalf we have filed complaint. Thank you so much.
सर्वप्रथम यहाँ सबैलाई धन्यवाद। खास गरी यो प्रश्न त मलाई चाहिँ थिएन, तर पनि मलाई यहाँ केही भन्न चाहिँ इच्छा लाग्यो। यो मानव अधिकारको कुरा गरिरहँदाखेरि अहिले संसारभरि मानव अधिकार आयोगले मानव अधिकार कर्मीहरूले चाहिँ समग्र मानवको चाहिँ अधिकारको कुरा गर्छ, तर त्यहाँभित्र पनि अब महिलाको अधिकारको छुट्टै कुरा गर्दैन। अनि फेरि महिलाभित्र पनि आदिवासी महिलाहरूको कुराहरू गर्दैन र आदिवासी समुदायको मानव अधिकारको कुरा गर्दैन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि मानव अधिकार आयोगहरूले पनि कुन कुन क्षेत्रमा चाहिँ मानव अधिकारको कुरालाई प्राथमिकतामा राख्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ ध्यान दिनुपर्छ होला। यहाँ विभिन्न देशबाट मानव अधिकार कर्मीहरू पनि आउनु भएको छ भन्ने कुरा थाहा पाइयो र मानव अधिकारको कुरा गरिरहँदाखेरि आदिवासीको छुट्टै मानव अधिकारको हक छ नि त। त्यो कुराहरूलाई कार्यान्वयनको लागि चाहिँ मानव अधिकार आयोगहरूले चाहिँ यो कुरालाई चाहिँ ध्यान दिनुपर्छ होला जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ र यति भन्दै मेरो चाहिँ यति नै हो अहिलेलाई। धन्यवाद।
I would just build on what Chinimayaji said, and I would revert my time to the represent, more questions from the floor, because I see a lot of human rights defenders still want to speak. Yes, I think the key role that NHRIs play, National Human Rights Institutions play, should be enhanced further. No, we have our representatives from NHRIs that are attending this important forum. I would have only hoped that the government representatives were also, more in number here, so that they could have heard the issues in our countries. As Tekji said, and I think NHRIs should play a stronger role, not just in the protection, but also promotion of human rights. Maybe in the conduct of impact assessments, or other studies in participation with the affected communities. And one last thing, I think this is also building on the interventions from the representatives of the two affected communities. International communities, particularly the donor agencies for countries such as Nepal, because in countries such as Nepal, the government greatly depends on international financing, loans, grants from the multilateral development banks like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, European Investment Bank, as well as these new banks like the export-import banks. So the government is greatly dependent on these source of revenue for undertaking various projects. I think these banks should also start questioning themselves: Are we really funding development, or are we funding destruction? Are we contributing to the prosperity, or are we contributing to the displacement of various communities? Because again, what we see is our government has not been fully accountable to the people, and that is why we have been knocking the doors of these various international actors. So hopefully, if we have the representatives of international community here, they are also starting to ask themselves these questions.
Thank you very much. We have time for a final round of questions, less than 10 minutes to go. If I could ask you to keep your questions as short as possible so that we will have enough time for the panel to address them. Please.
Okay. Namaste. म खड्ग सारू मगर सबैले देख्नु भएको छ मेरो प्रश्न र म चाहिँ पुग्न कठिन बिर्सन सहज भएको वर्गको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छु जसलाई अपाङ्गता भनेर बुझिन्छ र अपाङ्गता भित्र पनि म आदिवासी जनजाति अपाङ्गता भएको व्यक्तिहरूकोबाट प्रतिनिधित्व गर्दैछु म व्हीलचेयरमा छु अब म यहाँलाई मेरो आफ्नो प्रश्न यहाँ राख्न चाहन्छु विकासको नाममा विभिन्न समुदायहरू थाकथलोबाट विस्थापित हुँदै गर्दा त्यो समुदायमा त्यो समाजमा पनि हामी जस्तो अपाङ्गता भएका व्यक्तिहरू पनि छन् र उनीहरू पनि विस्थापित भएका छन् र त्यो विस्थापित हुने क्रममा उनीहरू कोही साथीहरू चाहिँ सहर पस्ने क्रममा जीविका प्रार्जनको लागि अपाङ्गता भएका व्यक्तिहरूले आफ्नो क्षमता अनुसार सडकलाई चाहिँ उहाँहरूले आधार बनाएर सडक व्यापारहरू चाहिँ सडकमा बसेर सानोतिनो व्यापार गर्दै गर्दा फेरि सडकमा चाहिँ सुन्दर सहर विकसित सहर बनाउने नाममा फेरि उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ विकल्प नदिकन सूचना पनि सहज रूपमा नदिकन जबरजस्ती उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ ट्रकमा हालेर लान्छ व्हीलचेयर प्रयोगकर्तालाई तपाईको चाहिँ काम छ भनेर तपाईको सामानको पनि तपाईको मूल्याङ्कन नगरिकन जबरजस्ती स्थानीय सरकारले ट्रकमा हालेर लान्छ त्यसपछि तपाईको चाहिँ 24 घण्टा राख्छ अनि त्यतिकै छोडिदिन्छ भनिसकेपछि त्यस्ता अपाङ्गता भएको व्यक्तिहरूको सामान्यतया बाँच्ने अधिकार मानव अधिकारको लागि कसले बोल्दिने कहाँ छलफल हुन्छ यो कुरा चाहिँ यहाँहरूले मनन गरोस् र यो विषयमा यहाँहरूको ध्यान केन्द्रित होस् भन्ने चाहिँ मेरो प्रश्न हो र मलाई समय दिएकोमा पुनः धन्यवाद दिँदै बढी बोलेकोमा क्षमा चाहन्छु धन्यवाद नमस्कार
Okay. Hello. Finally, I got the floor actually. Thank you very much.
I am Satish Chakma, representing Indigenous Chakma Indigenous community from Chitang Hill Tracks, where Phalguni Tripura also representing from. Actually, I want to make a comment on our land disputal issues in Chitang Hill Tracks. I will give you two informations about two commissions here. You know that Phalguni Tripura already mentioned that Chitang Hill Tracks land commissions, that commissions introduced after the peace accord of Chitang Hill Tracks peace accord. So you know, before a few months ago, the Chitang Hill Tracks land commissions actually tried to set a meeting for settling dispute of the land disputal issues. But whenever the settler Bengali peoples who have been rehabilitated by the government to Chitang Hill Tracks from many different parts of plainland of the country. So after when they actually organized a strike against the meeting, the commission actually postponed their meeting. So this is the reality, the real scenario. And this month, on 9th March, the Monitoring and Assessment Committee of on the implementation process of Chitang Hill Tracks Accord, which is the apex committee actually, who is monitoring the process of implementations of Chitang Hill Tracks. They actually organized their 7th meeting. So you can just assume that in 25 years they have organized their 7th meeting. So they are actually organized only 7 times to monitor and assess the implementation process of Chitang Hill Tracks peace accord. So here is the situation. So I still actually want to demand that to implement the Chitang Hill Tracks peace accord immediately, because delaying means actually one of the injustice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry because we only have 4 minutes to go, and when we're told by colleagues that we absolutely have to finish by 12:15. I see Kevin is walking in the room to remind us of that. So I'm sorry for not being able to take any more questions. I would really like to go back to our panelists to address the very important question we were asked in terms of the specific impact of Indigenous people with disabilities, and if you also have any very brief final thoughts that you would like to share with us, and please, starting from you.
Development projects are implementing in indigenous areas without free, prior, informed consent. So I would like to request international organizations to, how can I say, I would like to say to conduct country visits in my country, and also to hold dialogue with business and in respecting and preventing human rights abuses, particularly the rights of the indigenous peoples to land, territories, and resources. And also, I would like to request government from Nepal, India, and Bangladesh, you should invite indigenous peoples in your discussion table. Thank you.
Displacement leads to socio-economic other implications that also has to be looked into, like issues of trafficking, child labor, forced labor. We deal with a lot of cases that has to be also understood beyond the physical disposition of lands, because of the relationship IPs have, related to culture, identity, and everything. And other than that, I think everywhere in the South Asian region, I think, or everywhere around the world, we have borne the burden of development, disproportionately. I think that we need to fight that back. And then And in India, I think we have the strongest legal framework. In fact, IPs are the only groups whose land rights are recognized by the Constitution. Yet, we are the most dispossessed. So something is wrong. All this, what we have, the legal framework, that should be implemented effectively. Thank you.
धन्यवाद फेरि पनि अपाङ्गता भएको समुदायको लागि विशेष गरी चाहिँ उहाँहरूको समस्या के छ भन्दाखेरि उहाँहरूको राज्यको कुनै पनि निकायमा प्रतिनिधित्व हुँदैन र राज्यले त्यस्तो खालको पोलिसी पनि उहाँहरूकोमा अपाङ्गता भएको समुदायको लागि त्यस्तो खालको पोलिसीहरू पनि बनाएको हुँदैन र अपाङ्गता समुदायको लागि उहाँहरू आफै सङ्गठित भएर एकजुट हुनु पनि यो पनि आवश्यकता पनि छ तर उहाँहरू कहिलेकाहीँ आफैमा पनि विवाद देखिनु कारण पनि राज्यले वास्ता नगरेको हो कि भन्ने पनि हामीलाई कहिलेकाहीँ महसुस हुन्छ तर समस्या के हो भन्दाखेरि उहाँहरूको समस्या भनेको हामी सबैको समस्या हो उहाँहरूको समस्यालाई हामी सबैले एकबद्धता गरेर सहयोग गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने हामीलाई लाग्छ र राज्य नै यो समाधानको चाहिँ राज्य नै प्रमुख निकाय हो र राज्यले नै पोलिसी बनाएर लागू गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने हाम्रो चाहिँ एउटा मान्यता छ र मैले फेरि एकपटक चाहिँ म हाइड्रो पावरतिर फर्किन चाहन्छु समयको पाबन्दीलाई ध्यान पनि राखेको छु नेपालको हाइड्रो पावर विद्युत उत्पादन गर्न सक्ने क्षमता भनेको 83,000 मेगावाटको क्षमता छ किनकि नेपाल जलस्रोतको धनी देश हो र अहिले नेपाल सरकारले चाहिँ 15,000 मेगावाटको क्षमता निकाल्ने चाहिँ प्लानिङ गरिरहेको छ अब यहाँनिर मैले के जोड्न खोजिरहेको छु अहिले जे जति चाहिँ उत्पादन अब यो विभिन्न चाहिँ यो हाइड्रो पावरहरू लागू भइरहेछ अहिले भर्खरै पनि भइरहेको सुरुवात भइसकेको चाहिँ के छ भने सुनकोशी मरिन डाइभर्सन बहुउद्देश्य परियोजना राष्ट्रिय गौरवको योजना हो त्यस पछाडि सुनकोशी 2 यो चाहिँ त्यहाँको आम जनताले विरोध गरिसकेपछि त्यो अहिले स्थगित रहेको छ र अहिले तेस्रो सुनकोशी जलविद्युत आयोजना पनि सुरु भइसकेको छ र तेस्रो जलविद्युत आयोजना सुनकोशीको चाहिँ बङ्गलादेशले चाहिँ यसमा लगानी गर्दैछ बङ्गलादेशले यो विद्युत किनेर लाँदैछ भनेपछि अब यो चाहिँ यो पूर्वको रामेछाप काभ्रे प्लान्चोक र सिन्धुपाल्चोकको 3वटा जिल्लामा चाहिँ त्यो कोशीको आसपासको आदिवासीहरू पूर्ण रूपमा विस्थापित हुँदैछन् अब यहाँनिर मैले अर्को जोड्न खोजेको के छ भने यति यो थोरै क्षमता अहिले जुन गरिरहेको छ उत्पादन त्यसमा त यति धेरै आदिवासी विस्थापित हुँदैछ यति धेरै माझी समुदायहरू विस्थापित हुँदैछ भने 15,000 मेगावाटको उत्पादन गर्दा कति विस्थापित होला त्यस पछाडि यो 83,000 क्षमता मेगावाटको क्षमता भएको उत्पादनमा लाग्यो भने त हामी आदिवासीहरू त यहाँबाट त सबै चाहिँ यो डाइनोसर चाहिँ लोप भएको जस्तो हामी चाहिँ लोप हुने अवस्थामा पुग्दो रहेछौँ त्यस कारणले गर्दाखेरि यो आज जुन यो 3 दिन यो सम्मेलन भएको छ यसमा चाहिँ यो कुराले प्रवेश पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन मैले आयोजकलाई पनि यो प्रश्न छोड्दै मेरो 2 शब्द जिज्ञासा यहीँ अन्त्य गर्न चाहन्छु धन्यवाद
If I have a minute, Kevin, I mean, my last thoughts would be like, since we're talking about land insecurity, forced displacement, forced migration, a call to businesses, a call to states, don't force indigenous peoples to migrate from their lands, We don't force us, we have rights over those lands and resources, so recognize our lands, protect our right. We have our rights over those lands and resources, so the states and businesses should recognize those rights, protect and promote those rights, and not force us to migrate. We have the right to self-determination, so we have the right to decide what kind of development we want. We can't be, your development priorities or your development ideas can't be forced upon us. A Tamang community can't be displaced to set up a substation in the north of Kathmandu. That is not their development priority. So don't force your development priorities on us, and don't force us to migrate. We know how to protect our lands. We know how to conserve our lands, sustain our lands. So that is the call to states and businesses. again, to international community, international development actors, please redefine your development, your concept of development. Yeah, mega dams might not be development. Projects that cause massive displacement might not be development. So please redefine your concept of development in line with the development aspirations of the local communities, affected communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would really like to thank our distinguished panelists for such a valuable contribution, and also the audience for being so engaged. I would like to leave just with one comment, which I think was recurring through all the sessions on indigenous peoples that I've been following, which means that indigenous people and human rights defenders at large are not opposing the idea of development, as long as development is a human rights-based one. And with that, I would like to thank everyone, including our friends who joined online, and over to you, Kevin.
Thank you so much, Katja. Can we all give them one more round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Okay, so lunch will be served outside. We will have 2 lunch sessions. One will be in this room, focusing on indigenous people's experience with just transitions, and we will have one session on grievance mechanisms in the other room. Now, I'm aware time is short, also for the lunch. Can I please ask the moderator of the next session to please come on stage with me? I have a quick question for you. Thank you. And please go get your lunch and come back if you want to attend this session. Thank you so much, everyone. Is Dr. Pichamon around? All right, can we do the handover to the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights? Yeah, do you want to do it here, maybe? Sorry, we're just doing one quick... Sorry? Okay, so you can speak, right? Yeah? Oh, later. Okay, sure. Okay. Yes? Oh, so it's okay. You can have a seat.
When my turn come,
yes, that's okay. So you can have a seat. And then...
Sir, excuse me. When my turn come, I will speak from here. Because,
yeah, sure. Okay, sure. But keep it to 5 minutes, please, okay? 5 minutes, yeah? Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone in the room, for bringing your lunch in here. We will now start the lunch session on Indigenous people's experience with just transitions. I would like to hand over the floor to Prabeen from the Community Empowerment and Social Justice Network, who will be moderating this session with you today. And I wish you good discussions. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everyone who has come for this side session. On behalf of the co-organizers of this side session, they are the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples Rights International, Asia Indigenous Peoples Network on Extractive Industries and Energy, Community Empowerment and Social Justice Network, and Indigenous Peoples Rights Advocacy Center. We welcome you to this side session. Before we get into the discussion already, I just want to tell you that two speakers will be speaking in their native languages, one of them in Nepali, so we have interpretation. If you need interpretation from Nepali to English, please get your device from the right corner of the room. एकजना हाम्रो one of the panelistले चाहिँ नेपालीमा बोल्नु हुनेछ, सो कसैलाई नेपाली टु इङ्ग्लिस उल्टा अनुवादन चाहिन्छ भने चाहिँ अनुवादन डिभाइस चाहिँ हाम्रो यो रुमको राइट कर्नरबाट लिनु होला. Okay, so thank you again. In this session we'll be discussing about Indigenous people's experiences with just transitions. The concept of just transitions, as we know, have been introduced in the current ongoing crisis of climate change. A lot of us even refer to it as environmental and climate crisis. And to address that crisis, our governments in different countries have been pushing this so-called new and clean and green energy projects that include mega hydropower projects and other biofuel or other new energy projects. However, the experiences of Indigenous peoples with these projects, particularly mega hydropower dams and biofuel projects, have not been positive or have not been rights based. So in this context, we will have speakers who are representing their communities to defend their rights at the community level on the ground in the context of these projects. We will have first Tej Bahadur Thapa. Tej Bahadur Thapa Magar. He is leading his communities affected by Tanahu Hydropower Project in Western Nepal, being built by Tanahu Hydropower Limited, a solely owned company of Nepal Electricity Authority, the utility provider in Nepal. And the project is financed by Asian Development Bank, European Investment Bank, and Japan International Cooperation Agency with the government of Nepal. After we hear from him, we will have we'll have Tasik from India, from Arunachal Pradesh in India, and he will also be handing over a memorandum with regards to the dam that is affecting his community in Northeast India to the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. We thank Pichamon for staying on for this session, and Pichamon will also be providing some closing intervention or closing remarks after hearing from all the representatives representatives. The third speaker will be Mr. R.K. Tamang. He is the spokesperson for struggle against marginalization of indigenous nationalities in Nepal, and they have been working closely with the indigenous Tamang communities and other local communities affected by a substation being built in north of Kathmandu in the midst of Tamang settlement in Sankharapur municipality, again in the north of Kathmandu, a project financed by Asian Development Bank and also connected to another transmission line being financed by Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is a US government grant. Without further ado, I know we already past time. We will try to finish by 1:15 on the dot, or at most by 1:20. So we'll each have 5 minutes for the speakers, 5 minutes, and that's the most we can have. So and then we can have a round of questions from the floor. So I'll be asking Tez Badudai now to speak to share your experiences. Tez Badudai. We will have Banu Tatak, who's from Dibang Resistance, again in Northeast India, who will be following up on the submission that will be made by Tasik, and also giving an overview of other projects in Northeast India too. Tez Badudai, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes, right, Tez Badudai?
यस आयोजक कमिटीमा आफ्नो केही बोधागत शब्दहरू राख्न पाएकोमा यहाँ धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु प्रवीण सरलाई। र म चाहिँ तनुङ जिल्ला हाइड्रो पावर लिमिटेडको समुदायबाट आएको, मेरो नाम तेजबहादुर थापा हो। म चाहिँ त्यस समुदायमा भएको जुन एकदमै म पीडित समुदायबाट त्यहाँ प्रत्यक्ष डुबान प्रभावित व्यक्ति हुँ र मेरो समुदायहरू सबैजना एकदमै जग्गा डुबानमा पर्ने र आफ्नो अधिकार कहाँ पाइन्छ, कसरी खोज्ने हो भन्ने कुरा राख्दै जाँदा हामीले धेरै ठाउँमा उजुरीहरू पनि दिँदै गर्दै जाँदा यहाँ हाम्रो केही चाहिँ हामीलाई सघाउ गर्ने संस्थाहरू पाइयो र यहाँसम्म आउने हामीलाई वातावरण मिलाइदिनु भयो। र मैले अहिले अघि नै पनि कुर्चीबाट पनि केही शब्दहरू बोलेको थिएँ र अहिले मञ्चमा आएर केही भन्न पाउँदाखेरि मलाई धेरै गौरव लागेको छ। र म अघि नै भनेको कुराहरू चाहिँ यहाँहरूले सुनिसक्नु भएको छ। र अनि म चाहिँ मेरो कुराहरू अगाडि बढाउन चाहन्छु फेरि नयाँ ढङ्गले, किनभने हामीले धेरै ठाउँमा उजुरी गर्दै जाँदाखेरि हामी चाहिँ नेपाल सरकारले कुनै पनि वास्ता नगरेको हुँदा अनि हामी एडिबी र एआइबीसँग पनि उजुरी गर्न पुगेको थियौँ र उहाँहरूले केही चाहिँ जिल्लाको आयोजनालाई, यो नेपालको आयोजनालाई चाहिँ तनु हाइड्रो पावरलाई दबाब दिँदाखेरि र उहाँहरूले गर्नुपर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा राख्दाखेरि, शब्दहरू राख्दाखेरि अलिकति हामीलाई सघाउ त पुगेको छ, तर यस्ता एकदमै हुनुपर्ने जति हो त्यो भएको छैन। त्यो विषय के हो भन्दाखेरि अब हामीले उजुरी गरेर चाहिँ उहाँहरूले दुईजना विज्ञ, एउटा सांस्कृतिक वातावरण प्रभाव मूल्याङ्कन भन्ने र आर्थिक को पनि कुरो उठाउँदै श्यामु थापा मगरलाई चाहिँ विज्ञको रूपमा हामीले कहाँ पठाउनु भएको थियो र उहाँले पनि हाम्रो धेरै कुराहरू चाहिँ टिपेर एउटा पुस्तक नै तयार पार्नु भएको छ भने हाम्रो जग्गाको सन्दर्भमा एउटा जग्गा मूल्याङ्कन गर्ने विज्ञ छान्नु भएको थियो। त्यो उहाँको नाम चाहिँ सन्दीप कुमार देव भन्ने इन्डियाको हुनुहुन्थ्यो र उहाँले पनि हाम्रो विषयमा केही चाहिँ राम्रो पक्ष एक रोपनी जग्गा बराबर 18,62,000 को दरले चाहिँ सिफारिस गर्नुभएको थियो। तर हाम्रो जग्गालाई चाहिँ नेपाल सरकारले अगाडि चाहिँ जम्मा रोपनीको 2 लाखदेखि 6 लाखसम्म मात्रै राखेको थियो। यो जमानामा कुन ठाउँमा त्यसरी रोपनीको त्यस्तो सस्तो र सुलभमा पाइन्छ। र अर्को कुरो त्यो हाइड्रो पावरमा झापुटारमा चाहिँ रोपनी आनाको 95 लाखदेखि 3.5 लाख सम्म दिने गरेर मुआवजा वितरण गरेको थियो। हामी मुआवजाको विषयमा गएको होइनौँ। हामी चाहिँ आफ्नो पुर्ख्यौली थाकथलो मूलवासी भएको कारणले हामीले जग्गाको सट्टा जग्गा विस्थापित हुनु परेको खण्डमा विस्थापनलाई चाहिँ स्थापना गरिदिनुहोस् भनेर हामी सरकार समक्ष सबै ठाउँमा निवेदनहरू चढाउँदै गरिरहेको छौँ। र यसरी गर्दै जाँदाखेरि अहिले चाहिँ थोरै त्यो पूर्जावाला जग्गालाई चाहिँ कुनै एकदम विचलित हिसाबले चाहिँ उनीहरू मौन बसेर तपाईँहरूको चाहिँ अहिले नै जग्गालाई पनि अलिकति यसलाई समाधान चाहिँ मेटाउनु पर्यो भन्दै हामीलाई ताकेता गरिरहनु भएको छ। तर उहाँहरूको त्यो ताकेता हामी फुर्सद छैनौँ। हामी यसरी यतातिर कार्यक्रम छ भन्दै गर्दाखेरि पनि उनीहरूले चाहिँ हाइड्रो पावरले चिठी पठाएर हामीलाई 13 गते यो चैत्रको 13 गतेलाई चाहिँ छलफल बस्ने भनेर भनेको छ। तर त्यो छलफलले हामीलाई कस्तो खालको असर पार्छ भन्ने प्रश्नहरू पनि राख्न चाहन्छु। हामीले आफूले स्वार्थपूर्ण परामर्श गरौँ भन्ने खालको कुराहरू नराख्दै पनि यता हाम्रो सल्लाहकारमा चाहिँ इनोल्याक र सेमसोजका सरहरूलाई मिसहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले राखेका थियौँ। त्यसमा पनि हामी सल्लाह गर्न पाएको छैन। तर तपाईँहरूले चाहिँ चिठी बुझ्नुपर्छ। एउटा अप्सन हामीले 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 गतेसम्म भन्दै त्यसरी डेट फिक्स गर्नलाई चाहिँ एउटा तालिका बनाएर पठाउँछु भन्ने फोन मार्फत चाहिँ उहाँहरूले हामीलाई भन्ने। तर चिठी चाहिँ एकदम 13 गतेमा चाहिँ हामी 3 पक्षीय जुन गाउँपालिकाको मेयर, नगरपालिकाको मेयर, वडा अध्यक्ष र पीडित समुदाय र हाइड्रो पावर मात्रै बसेर छलफल गर्ने भनेर चाहिँ त्यसरी चिठी पठाउनु भएको कुराहरू हामी यहाँ हुँदाहुँदै तनहुँमा चाहिँ त्यो कुरा गएको थाहा पाएको छु। त्यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो समग्र एकदम हृदयदेखि चाहिँ सहमति छैनौँ। यसरी चाहिँ हामीलाई एकतर्फी हिसाबले चाहिँ थिचोमा थिचिएको छ। र यस हाम्रो साउथ एसियनको कार्यक्रमले कतिको सघाउ पुग्छ यिनै कुराहरू मैले राख्दै यहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ सबैलाई धन्यवाद दिँदै म बिदा हुन चाहन्छु। हस्त, धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद त्यसबाट जिलो। हामी फेरि आउँछौँ तपाईँकोमा। तपाईँहरूको यो आयोजना सम्बन्धी चाहिँ के मागहरू हो, कस्तो हुनुपर्छ, जस्ट ट्रान्जिसन, न्यायपूर्ण विकास चाहिँ कस्तो हुनुपर्छ तपाईँले सोच्दै गर्नु होला। बट धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। I think you've all heard the experiences from Tanahu that Tej Bahadur has said. I think he's raised 2 key issues particularly. Firstly, being the lack of free, prior, and informed consent of the affected communities that has not been respected by the Tanahu Hydropower project and the project implementer Tanahu Hydropower Limited. Secondly, the lack of fair and adequate compensation. The key demand for with the project has been land for land or house for house, replacement or compensation for replacement compensation. But that has also been not addressed. And while they have been putting pressure through the ADB and EIB complaint mechanisms on the THL, in line with the ADB and EIB safeguards that are applicable for the project, the process again has been has been concerning at different stages because it looks like they are being not fully consulted and not effectively participated in the process. So. We'll come back to him later after the round of questions. We'll now move on to Tasik and Panu. Tasik, if you'd like to take the floor and read out your memorandum that you want to submit to Dr. Pichamon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tasik Pankam from India. My state is Arunachal Pradesh. My aim and objective of coming here is to present a grievances report that pertaining to my area. My case is that Government of India is going to construct a 10,000 megawatt over Siang River. I repeat, Siang River. This river originates from Monsorvor Lake and then flows to entire territory of China, and it enters into India through my state in my district. Then it enters into Assam, and again it enters into Bangladesh. In this connection, I am to highlight here is that 10,000 megawatt is not a matter of joke. It will be the second largest, I repeat, second largest megadam over India. I do not know whether the gentlemen and people of Assam and Bangladesh, they were aware of it, not, I do not know. But I am taking up this case for the last 13 years. That's why I came here to place our demands, grievances in front of the international community so that we can at least be safe. There will be heavy displacement and loss of our ancestral properties, lands, everything. All agriculture, horticulture lands, all dwelling villages will be submerged. I repeat again, second world largest dam is going to be constructed in my state, in my district. So, I will show the picture here. This is with me. Everything is written here. We have taken up this issue with Honorable Supreme Court, High Court of Guwahati. We have written a memorandum to Prime Minister of India, Minister Power, Government of India, State Chief Ministers, Governor of Arunachal Pradesh. Even we have written to Human Rights Commission of, I think, Assam and Arunachal, and we have submitted papers, our grievances to Guwahati also. So, my dear ladies and gentlemen, there is a heavy crying in my state, in my district. Imagine 10,000 megawatt is not a matter of joke. It will be a great, dangerous proposal. In the event of any earthquake, then Assam, Bangladesh will be totally damaged. Only debris will be found there. So I appeal in this August meeting that people of Bangladesh, people of Assam, Northeast, and international community must at least cooperate, hear my crying, my prayer, my appeal, my demand. So everything is here. I will not say much. I will not take so much time. What's called only 5 minute time. So this much I will submit a one of the copy to the organizing committee of this UNO South Asia Forum to take up this issue with government of India, government of Arunachal, state government, so that this mega proposal is cancelled. I repeat, cancel from their proposal. This much I am going to present here, and I will submit one copy to,
the memorandum will be submitted to the chairperson of working group, South Asia Pacific, Dr. Pichamon. Thank you so much, Dr. Pichamon, for receiving it.
Okay. He wants to get it stamped. Thank you. Thank you, Pichamon. Thank you, Pichamon, for agreeing to take the submission here. We now move on to Bhanu. If you can summarize what's the situation in with Pasik's dam, as well as the general situation in Northeast India. You have like 2 minutes. Sorry.
No, 2 minutes is not possible, I think. But thank you so much for opening the floor to us. I am Bhanu Tatak. I represent Dibang Resistance. It's an anti-dam resistance collective from Arunachal Pradesh, Dibang Valley, and I also represent Indigenous Research and Advocacy Dibang. So I will try to wrap it up as much as possible, present 3 cases and 1 successful case that we recently won. The case Tasik sir is mentioning is of 10,000 megawatt proposed in Siang River in Siang district, and I would like to touch upon the overlapping scenario between all the cases that I'm speaking about, that there's a lot of human rights violation. I mean, despite in 2014, Siang Indigenous Farmers Forum had filed a public interest litigation in the Honorable Guwahati High Court, and just recently in 2022, September, the court ordered the government and the executing body, development body, which is NHPC, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation, to stop the dam without consulting people. But to our grievances, to this day, NHPC, I repeat, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation is not obeying what the Honorable High Court had, ordered. And they are still doing survey and keeping surveillance on the leaders, without their consent. So NHPC has a very, very bad track record across Northeast India. And NHPC is of the union government. It's a public sector unit, just like NIPCO, another public sector unit that's operating in Northeast of India. It has a very bad track record in Sikkim, Manipur, now Assam, and Arunachal now. More than 200 MOUs have been signed in our state of Arunachal Pradesh without any public consultation whatsoever. And our state has had decades of anti-dam protest, which Tasik sir leads Siang anti-dam, and it has been one of the most successful anti-dam movement in India till record for the past 13 years. So I would like to request all the civil society members and the international bodies to acknowledge our effort and time that we're putting into this work and let it not go into waste. So I would also like to talk about the success story of 3,097 megawatt Italian hydropower project that was recently cancelled in its current form on January 2023. My partner, Ibo Mili, lawyer, he's here. He was detained with our very dear friend, artist Nilim Mahanta, They were arrested, and there was a statewide protest, by the people of Arunachal Pradesh to release them. And finally, after 3 days of imprisonment and rigorous road blockages by Assam, and Assam, the neighboring state, declaring a Bandh call, which means to close down the borders, only then they were released from jail, just to protest the dams and writing, painting "No More Dams" with a resistance logo on the civil secretariat wall of our state capital, Central Secretariat. I would just like to, slightly also talk about, maybe we can discuss it more in the question and answer round, but I would like to touch upon what was the leading reasons that gave us success. So there has been no cumulative impact assessment of the dams in one river basin. So Italin and Dibang multi-purpose dam, along with others, 15 hydropower projects are proposed in one dam without any cumulative impact assessment. And our team of scientists had also organized across India and researched the environmental impact assessment and reviewed. It's called Devil is in the Detail, peer review by our scientists. If you find it online, you can read it. And lastly, the economic non-viability of these projects. The private sectors backed out. Jindal backed out, saying that the project is not really very economically viable, but then the government is still pushing it, and we don't know why. Because if you look at the cost estimate, it's loss in all sides, financially and also socially, because the dams will impact more than 100,000, 100,000, like a million of population in two districts, Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. And in Arunachal Pradesh, these are our ancestral territories, and it is a non-negotiable demand that we place everywhere, be it international or regional, that we do not accept these dams, and it is as clear as we want to put it across. And another very, something that is sidelined is the case of climate migrants or refugees that, we've been discussing for the past 3 days, is that if you see the case of the Kaptai hydroelectric project in Bangladesh, which displaced the Chakmas, and who are the climate migrants in our border, now we see there is a clash between the indigenous and the, climate migrants. So if you look at it from that sense, our demographics is very fragile, and also it is going to increase forced migration and unskilled labor. So who are at the loss? I think it's the national economies, both ways, and the locals suffering. So really, what are these projects? Why are these projects still being built in today's world? And there is no climate change impact assessment and impact of the project on the local climate whatsoever. So, maybe this is time for the international bodies to take up the dialogue of climate change seriously. With that, I would just like to also conclude that I think maybe we are going forward, or may want to go towards a transnational river treaty policy dialogue between the countries in Asia, including Tibet, China, India, Nepal, and Vietnam, and Bangladesh, for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Banu. Thank you, Tasik. I think some key highlights or key things, the parallels that you draw between NHPC. I think I see the parallel that you draw of NHPC, the experience that you have with NHPC, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation, and the similar experiences that indigenous communities are having with Nepal Electricity Authority in Nepal. I think the actors that are common in these struggles are interesting, and the other parallel that you draw of the massive displacement that these dams might cause for your people in Northeast India, and the displacement that has already been caused by Kaptai Dam in Bangladesh is important to note. From my personal side, I think from a lot of us, we do express our solidarity with your struggles. The issue of cumulative impact assessment, how many dams can a river, bear no, to still stay in its natural life is another question that begs to be answered, because we have a similar experience in Nepal with the cascade of dams being proposed in Sunkoshi River, affecting Maji communities. And I think the biggest question also that you raised is the financial viability and the insistence of governments even going to push for these projects beyond financial viability is another issue. We have a similar experience that I think RKG will share again with regards to the substation in the northeast of Kathmandu. RKG, please bring us home. What has been the experience with regards to just transitions for the communities that you are working with?
Thank you, Pravinji. And Lasso Fafullah, warm welcome from Tamang Nations. And I am R.K. Tamang. This constitution recognizes my nation as Masine Matwali, that is caste that has to be eliminated from 1854 onwards. So one of the descendant of that caste, of that indigenous nationalities, I would like to begin by with homage to our ancestors who fought for the colonization, to the human rights defenders who are fighting in 82 days in the place where Tamakoshi hydropower project has been affected, and to the forum that provides an opportunity to share our historical grievances and sufferings. And I would just, beside me, I have, Pisamon. We indigenous peoples think you as a Hermes, or in South Asian context, as a Narada, who brings our sufferings up to the UN headquarters, and maybe because nations, the present modern nation, did not address our issue, so maybe UN will address such issue. And but still, I don't know, UNGP failed to recognize FPIC. Maybe that will be, that's our concern as well. So on that term, I'll begin that, yes, modern state didn't recognize us for a long time. Our struggle has been not recognized for a long time, and now UN give a new forum to practice our parallel sovereignty and right to self-determination. And such forum like Business and Human Rights also give space to indigenous peoples, which is 37% in Nepal and largest population and groups in Nepal. So we'd like to thank to UN Business Forum. And with regard to sovereignty, parallel sovereignty and self-determination, UNDRIP has recognized that we have a different political and sovereignty, parallel sovereignty that has been practiced before the formation of modern state like Nepal. And to address that issue, UN has given a procedure of FPIC. But whenever we look at the project, like in my place, in the case of Tanahu, in the case of Newa, or in the case of rest of the indigenous peoples, we found most of the time they violated or even not neglect, sometimes rejected, and sometimes even behave as they don't know it. When we were in a peace dialogue with MD of Nepal Electric Authority, he just mentioned, this is not possible to take consent of all the communities to run the business. He was fair, and that's the voice. I think that's the voice of the state. That's how state see us, that they are just a subject not to be asked, not to be taken into consideration, or their voice are muted during the decision-making process. So this comes from the historical. When we look to our place, now to the case of Dungyul. We indigenous Tamang people call it Dungyul. The colonizer used the word Sankharapura municipality. So in the case of Dungyul, there is a hydropower substation being placed by NEA. But that is not the accidental case. That comes from the historical injustice that has been practiced from the formation of modern state, that the civil code of Nepal 1854 recognized us as a Masine Matwali, the caste that has to be eliminated. And now we are talking about the labor rights. During that time, Tamang peoples were forced labored. They have to work 120-day free works, and they were not even paid. And they were not allowed to join the military service or any government service. And that mentality of Masine Matawali is still prevailing in the case of Dungyul. When they build the substation, I'll quickly go on there. When they build the substation, the initial project assessment was done at the Cabre in another place called Cabre Holiday, but we can see that in the report yet. But they brings that project all of a sudden to the place around the Kathmandu Valley, around the Tamang settlements, and acquires the land. Around 72 people's land are directly acquired by the government, and now they are expanding it to with the name of transmission line and so on. And around, they have 5 wards, and there's 800 families are directly affecting with the small transmission line, which is connected with MCC as well, the very hot debated issue in Nepal, Millennium Challenge Corporation, funded by Asian development banks. And when the peoples of the place peacefully demonstrated and demand to place the station at the proposed place where they have initially planned, and to reroute the transmission line, they gun pointed, and they are here, standing there. They are listening to us. They are there, sitting with us, and they fought for their land. They not only gunpoint, they arrested more than 10 people, and intimidation, and lots of human right violation has been going on there.
Akaji, I hate to do this, but please conclude. Please come to the conclusion.
Okay. So, what I mean is, with such a project in the name of, just transit, today what we are talking about, or green economy, sometimes we call, somebody also call white economy, and also blue economy. We found this economy or any like company as not a green economy, but as a red economy. Here, red economy doesn't mean communist economy or state-owned economy, but the economy that is mixed with our blood and sweats. So we may call it red economy. So that red economy, in the name of green economy, we see the coup d'etat in Bolivia in 2019. And in Nepal, we see development as a red economy to expand the state coloniality. So in the name of hydropower, state is expanding the colonization. So we Tamang people, at the end, would like to say that the external development partners who are not at present here, I don't know why, ADB or World Banks, external financial partners. Hello. Thank you. So to the external development partners and external financial institution, we humbly request to stop financing to the state colonization, expansion of state colonization, and to the international agency, we request to invest to decolonize the state bearer who thinks us still as a Masine Matawali. Humbly request to invest on this aspect. So for us, self-determination or development that we determine matters a lot for the indigenous peoples. And that development only will bring, I think, happiness and prosperity over the world or to the nation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, RKG. Thank you, RKG. We are really over time, so I'll give the last three minutes to Pichamon. You've already heard the experiences from Nepal, India, in the name of experiences of indigenous communities with these hydropower projects that are being pushed in the name of just transitions. I'm sure there are similar experiences with other new green energy investments too, and particularly that are being financed by these international actors, even when they are not financially or socially viable. How can the business and human rights discourse, really reach to these communities, in the form of national action plans or in the form of in any other forms? What would be your suggestions, or like how do you summarize this and how do you reflect on this? Thank you.
Sure. I mean, I'll begin by saying that it's concerning and it's upsetting to hear these stories over and over again. I think we've been hearing these stories for decades now. And clearly nothing, or not much is changing to ensure that we are avoiding the same harms that are being inflicted to communities impacted by these large development schemes. And in part, I think it's because there is, one could argue, a relative lack of awareness of the UN guiding principles amongst those international financial institutions that have been mentioned today. And as one small step towards contributing to raising awareness with those financial institutions, but also raising awareness about the negative consequences that development projects can have, the working group is currently drafting a thematic report on international development financing and the UN guiding principles, and the role that financial institutions must play in order to respect the human rights of those impacted. And this thematic report will be submitted and presented at the Human Rights Council in June this year. So that's one small step that we're trying to make in order to contribute to this process of raising awareness and ensuring greater accountability and transparency. But of course, we cannot do it without receiving the testimonies and the stories of many of the people who are here in this room today. And so if you haven't already, I would strongly urge you to please continue to contribute your stories to us so that we can ensure that these are then recounted and reported in the report that we are about to finalize drafting. The other thing that I wanted to say is that, you were saying that the working group, that you place hope effectively in the working group and that you look to us to help raise your voices at the international level. And of course, that is precisely what we would like to do through these types of forums, but also the annual forum that happens in Geneva. But in actual fact, it's more us who rely on you and those in the room, including those who have been subject to harassment at gunpoint, to be fighting on the front lines to ensure that your rights and the rights of others are being protected and respected. So really, we rely on you to make those sacrifices, which I acknowledge is not fair, because environmental human rights defenders already bear a huge part of the burden, and that should not be the case. Because ideally, in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to be facing such dilemmas and such risks to your own personal safety or to the safety of your families and your communities. I know I don't have much time, and Prabin does look a bit nervous, So what I will conclude is that, just a quick story that I was once asked by an academic in the UK, whether when it comes to these hydropower projects, for instance, whether it's just a matter of communities getting enough compensation, whether it's more about greed as opposed to grievance. And my response was, well, why don't you go and ask the communities themselves? And then you'll realize that it's not just about the money. It's about much more than that. It's about connection to land, it's about their cultural identity, it's about their livelihoods, it's about the fact that they've been there for many, many years. And so it's not about greed, it's fundamentally about grievance. And so this goes back to the point I made earlier in the forum that when it comes to the UN guiding principles and ensuring their implementation, we really need to help create that mindset shift. And so I do sincerely hope that in this room today, we don't only have environmental human rights defenders and those who already know this agenda well, but we also have those who might disagree with us, that we have businesses and governments also who are willing to listen and who are willing to make a change. Thank you.
Ramon, I think we can end on that positive note that we hope that these actors that are pushing these projects in our grounds, in our lands, are willing to listen to us and make the necessary change in line with our aspirations. Unfortunately, because of the time limitation, we will not be opening the floor and we will have to stop here. This session was aimed at sharing these stories. I hope you benefited by hearing these stories, and I'm sure there are more stories from the floor too. But we, as Pichamon said, we hope we can contribute these stories to the work of the working group and get some change happen through the working group with these development actors. I thank you all for coming again, and a round of applause again for the panelists.
Okay, thank you everyone for your presence. We're about to start with the session.
Hello.
And our final speaker has arrived too. That's excellent. All right. Thank you, everyone. Let us get started with the next session, connecting to the main forum theme of migration. This session is entitled, We Wanted Workers, but Human Beings Came. Human Rights Gaps in Temporary Labor Migration Programs. With me today, I have a very knowledgeable panel. And to introduce them, I would like to invite Ms. Pia Oberoi, Senior Advisor on Migration and Human Rights from the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights. Pia, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and namaste and welcome. Good afternoon to all of you today. We've had a long few days, so I'm sure everybody's getting a bit tired, but I hope lunch has woken you up a bit, and we have a wonderful panel here to speak to us. So we're going to speak today about human rights gaps in temporary labor migration. And last year, some of you might know that the UN Human Rights Office published a report entitled, We Wanted Workers, but Human Beings Came. And we have some copies in the room. We wanted to look at the human rights impact of temporary labor migration programs, looking maybe beyond the very severe decent work deficits to the human rights impacts. As you know, in South Asia, these pathways are the dominant form of officially recorded migration. And every year, millions of migrants leave their homes to take up fixed-term and low-wage jobs in the Gulf countries and in Southeast Asia. They are called like the quadruple win for destination countries, for countries of origin, for business, and for migrants. But are they really the quadruple win? In our research, we found that they impose a series of restrictions on the human rights of migrant workers, including denial of civil and political rights, such as the right to family life, restrictions on their freedom of expression and association, as well as limits on their economic and social rights, such as access to healthcare, to adequate food, housing, and sanitation. So in this light, our session today will examine temporary labor migration through an intersectional lens. Because migrant workers are not only workers who exist in the workplace. They are parents, they are spouses and partners, they bear care responsibilities for their own elderly parents, they're people who exist within racialized minorities and within gendered discourse and hierarchies. Our research has showed, for example, how men migrant workers struggle to access mental health care, or that they were relegated to segregated housing far away from public spaces. Women migrant workers are confined to gendered work sectors, while low-wage migrants are subject to class-based discrimination on the basis of their socioeconomic status. So while we have talked in this forum already about the role of financial remittances in potentially raising household living standards, less is made of these pathways' lack of attention to the family as the natural and fundamental unit of society. The sociocultural costs to society of long-term family separation are really rarely counted within the cost-benefit analysis of temporary labor migration, nor the cost to women and men who are prohibited from marrying or establishing families. In our research, we found it important too to highlight the increasing privatization of the governance of temporary labor migration, whereby states seek to delegate or outsource their human rights obligations to employers and intermediaries. But healthcare is not merely a job benefit, it is a fundamental human right, requiring states to ensure the access of every person in their jurisdiction, regulating private health insurance schemes, and ensuring that people have access to public health services. Also, the focus of temporary labor programs on limiting the integration of migrant workers means that they do not have access to longer-term or secure legal status in countries of destination, even when many of them spend most of their working lives in these countries, developing enduring ties to them. We found that the temporariness of these pathways represents a formidable barrier to human rights protection. So in this session today, we really want to focus and reflect on alternative models of labor migration, which could achieve the same economic development goals, but while addressing and remedying the human rights inequalities that are structurally built into these programs. Our panelists today come from a range of different perspectives. They're eminently knowledgeable, and I'm delighted that they could be here from the human rights mechanisms, from academia, national human rights institutions, and civil society. I'll introduce them as we speak. To start with, I'd like to welcome, joining us online, Ms. Mikiko Otani, who is the chair of the Committee on the Rights of the Child. Ms. Otani, can you tell us about the child rights perspective, please, on temporary labor migration? Can you hear us, Mikiko?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation for me to speak on this topic. I am the chair of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and my intervention is from the child rights perspective. However, I very much welcome this session focusing on the recent report on the temporary labor migration programs, because I'm so impressed by seeing the title of this report saying that we wanted workers, but human beings came. I just want to remind ourselves at the outset of my short intervention that this year, 2023, is the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights said, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And I'm so impressed because this report on temporary labor migration programs see the workers not just as workers or, of course, not commodities, but not just workers, but as human beings, as the subjects of human rights. So it is very important. And also I welcome this report because the Committee on the Rights of the Child, focused on the issue of the children in the context of migration in 2012 and 2017. But I think so. This is the very important in this context this year, because this year 2023 is also the midterm of 2030 agenda and SDGs, having the SDG summit in September this year in New York. And of course, we all know the key concept of 2030 agenda, and is no one left behind. But even when our Committee on the Rights of the Child discussion migration, still, this kind of labor migrants on the temporary labor migration programs in particular was not really raised because we tend to discuss the migration of migrant workers as a same category, one category. However, we found in the process of working on the issue of children in the context of international migration, from the region to region, there is certain specificity. So this report focusing on temporary labor migration programs in Asian context is very, very important in my view, particularly focusing on this specific migration programs has specificity of temporality. This is a very has a lot of negative consequences on the human rights of the workers themselves, but also the families. So coming back to our committee's work, the committee held the day of general discussion, focusing on certain themes. Our committee in 2012, they held the day of general discussion on the theme of rights of all children in the context of international migration. And based on the discussion in 2012, the committee further developed this theme, this time together with the Committee on Migrant Workers in 2017, adopted the two joint general comments, 22 and 23. Here, some of the features of our joint general comment 22 and 23 is following. Firstly, we looked at the issue from the child rights perspective. Because this was the joint general comment together with Committee on Migrant Workers, from their perspectives, of course, the migrant workers and their families. But from us, from our committee, the focus is children. So what are the status of the children in the context of international migration? That was our focus. And the convention has a wide range of rights of the children, civil, political, economic, social, cultural rights. So we looked at the issue from the child rights lenses, but in a broader sense, covering all aspects of the children's rights. Another aspect and highlight is our committee as a treaty monitoring body has the mandate to look at the children's issues under the Convention on the Rights of the Child in 196 state parties. So this is very, very significant because sometimes, as you know, the countries who are involved in the migrant issues are the state parties or not state parties to the International Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers and their families. However, all countries except for the United States is now the state parties to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So through the child rights lens, every country's situation can be examined by our committee, and also the general comment. Our general comment applies to all 196 countries. So this is very significant and important. So the two general comments are focusing on two themes. One, general comment 22 is focusing on the general principles regarding the human rights of children in the context of international migration. General comment 23 focus on states' obligations regarding the human rights of children in the context of international migration in countries of origin, transit, destination, and return. So again, it is a broad range of the scope, covering all the state parties' obligations, not only origin and destination. However, if the migrants or the migrant children move or return, the transit countries, and also after the return, we discuss the state parties' obligation. As I said, sometimes when we talk about the migration of migrant children, the focus tend to go to the one category of migrant children. For example, the children on the move, the unaccompanied or separated migrant children, in particular in Europe or in Latin American context, or sometimes in Africa as well. However, the scope of our joint general comment is very broad, and it actually covers the children who are remaining in the country of origin because of their parents, one or both parents migrate to another country. And the one very important point of our general comment is non-discrimination principle. So the children have a same right with all other children in the country, but also the emphasis is not only they are not discriminated, not only based off their own nationality or sex or the gender or any other status, but also based on the status of parents. So whether or not parents have the nationality or resident status, their children shouldn't be discriminated. So this is one of the very important principle of our convention. And when we look at the issue, it is very important. The secondary, as I said, the Convention on the Rights of the Child covers the whole range of children's rights, civil, political, economic, social, cultural rights. And when we look at the issue of children who are remaining in the country of origin because of their parents' migration situation, or the children who are born in the country of destination, one of the very important rights in this context is, of course, right to family life. Right to family life is guaranteed to all adults and children, but for the children, it has a particular importance because the children have a right to live in the family environment and develop the attachment to the parents. This is very important, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child talks about the laws of parents to provide guidance to the children in the family, and also it is a responsibility of the parents to provide a care by father and mother. Both parents have responsibilities to provide the care to the children. This is the basis for the children's development, not just the guidance, but it relates attachment to the parents, it relates to the education, health, and culture, the whole development of the children. So the Convention on the Rights of the Child emphasizes the children's right to live in their family environment and non-separation from the parents. So this has a particular importance when we think about the situation of the children who are left behind or who remain in their country of origin because of the parents temporarily migrate in other countries. Standards of living, social security, housing, food, all those rights of the children come generally through the parents or the family unit. So when we talk about those economic, social, cultural rights for the workers themselves, but it has the impact on their children in this context, perhaps remaining in their country of origin, or in case the children are born to the parents who temporarily migrant in other countries. Again, all those social rights, the standards, living, social security, housing, food, comes through the parents very often. And another important point of the child rights is the right to birth registration, nationality, family relations, identity. Those also a very important foundation of all kinds of children's rights, but in the context of temporality of the migrant workers have the impact. So these are the points we raised in the general comments. And one final point is the international cooperation. we emphasize the importance of international cooperation because for those migration situations, it's not only the state, the obligation of one state, it involves the states of origin, destination, and also I said sometimes the transit or after the return, the country of origin. So I stop here and I'm come back to add any other points after the other speakers' intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otani. Thank you for really guiding us through the normative framework, the universal framework that the Convention on the Rights of the Child gives us, and really inviting us to start thinking about how temporariness and these particular labor migration programs impact the child in terms of its right to survival and development, the attachment to families. And I'd like, actually on that basis, to turn to our next speaker, who's Anita Gimire. You're the director of the Nepal Institute for Social and Environmental Research. And I'd like to ask you, Ms. Otani spoke about the right to family life. Can you tell us from your work, what are the implications for children and spouses of migrant workers, for the workers themselves? How do these temporary labor migration programs work? What are the critical implications? And can you guide us through some of the ways in which we may be able to address these gaps from the work that you've done? Anita, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pia. And good afternoon, everybody. Just as Mikiko highlighted, the right to family life is not as strongly advocated in the case of labor migrants, temporary labor migrants in our region in South Asia because of practical challenges it might cause to the employers, to be very frank, and for obvious other reasons, such as, for example, they are taken as temporary, so on a contractual work, and which means that they are not absent from their families for a long time. However, estrangement from the family or the estrangement of the family from the migrant family members are showing very critical repercussions even in the society in Nepal. So there are three important, and this has the potential to seriously undermine any development outcome of migration. So there are three important things we need to focus when we think about temporary labor migrants vis-a-vis right to family life in the context of South Asia. First, a lot of our South Asian society is still very family-oriented, and so are the objectives of the migration. When we talk to aspiring migrants in our research, they are often contemplating, when they are contemplating about migrating abroad, they are often thinking not about themselves, but they are thinking about their children. For example, providing English medium education to their children, or putting them in a better school, giving them better amenities for education. They are thinking of their spouses' well-being, a little bit of economic security by accumulating some assets. They are thinking of their elderly parents, providing them good health care or a better life, a little bit of comfort in their life. So you'll see that it's not about an individual. The migration is still, I mean, though decisions might be taken by an individual, the objective of migration in South Asia is still very family-oriented. And this is something we often miss out when we think about temporary labor migration and policy making around it. Secondly, if we just look at the data of 2021, 2020 and 21 on the renewal of the labor approvals, for those of you who are not familiar with the system, to take the example of Nepal, for any person who is wishing to migrate again and who has already migrated once, the government of Nepal issues a renewal visa. So if you just look at the data of how many visas are renewed every year, you'll see that labor migration is not as temporary as it seems. We speak to our migrants who have spent 3 years in Qatar and 2 years in Dubai and then in Saudi and then in Malaysia, and then they have continued most of their youthful lives in the destination, which means that a child growing up might not have seen his father for a long time, or he might have grown up without the presence of the father. So both the families are absent from the migrant's life for a long time, and the migrant is absent from the family's life for a long time. So, and thirdly, I mean, we do talk about and it really does, I mean, I think migration, if handled properly, does have a potential to bring good economic changes in the family and in the society. But we all know that economic aspects plays a crucial role, but it is not the only aspect that kind of ensures human well-being. Human well-being have life orientations, which are derived from other aspects of psychosocial well-being. And for countries which are still a bit like traditional and have family values and ideals around what is a good husband or what is a good father and what is a good son, a lot of these economic stability, a lot of these kind of emotional stability comes from home. And I mean, we think of temporary labor migrants. When we think of temporary labor migrants, we cannot kind of separate the economic from these non-economic needs of a human being as a migrant or as a family member who stays back. It does not come in sequence, because as the session says, I mean, we are talking about human beings, so the economic and the non-economic aspects, in fact, come together. So we also need to think about that. But what are the challenges then in kind of ensuring that families are intact and migrant and the family members who stay back are kind of always in touch with them, with each other, and they don't have gaps? I think the first and the foremost is the condition of living and working in the destination, as has been also discussed in the other sessions in the previous 2 days. To say very broadly, the conditions of working and living in the destination is such that most migrants, they kind of have an attitude of what we say resigning to their fate. They think that, okay, this is for 2 years, I'll face what it comes for the sake of my family. But then it has severe mental and mental health repercussions on the migrants. Then there are other conditions such as withholding of wages. We talked to several migrants who would want to come home, but because their wages for the last 4 or 5 months are being deliberately held by the employer, they cannot make that attempt to come home even when it is an emergency. And linked to it is the provision of holidays. For those of us who are familiar with the temporary labor migration, we know that except for 1 day in a week, there is not much place for holidays. And most migrants are in a pressure to earn more and pay back the debts. So they also try to work on those days, which means that there's no potential for accumulating a month or so of a holiday where they can come and come back and visit. And moreover, the provisions that are there regarding migrants' right to return is also very restricted in temporary labor migration. Theoretically, it might not be the case, but if you look at it practically and in the contracts, then you'll see that there's not much scope for migrants to come home whenever they wish to come. For example, even when they have emergency to come back home. So it's not like, it's in a kind of bonded situation that they are. Migrants often tell us about, facing, whenever they want to come back home, they face threats from the employer saying that they'll have to pay a very, like, how do you call it, a very large sum of money if they want to come back home on an emergency, which kind of restricts the migrants from coming back home even when there is an emergency at home. And then there is a lack of information. So circumstances, for example, are deliberately created such that the migrants do not have a full information about what rights they have in the labor contracts. A lot of migrants will not know what is in the contract because they'll not have had time to see the contract, or they'll not have been shown the contracts. For those few who are even able to read the contracts, they often tell us that a lot of clauses in the contracts say that according to the rules of the destination country. So if you are a labor migrant from Nepal who has very less formal education, you can imagine that if there is a clause, and if you even ask your friend to read that contract for you, you'll never know what is in the labor law of UAE, for example. So then this kind of places you in a situation where you don't know what your rights towards return are, or what your rights towards leave and your kind of reunion with the families are. So there are other conditions like uncertain duty hours, the nature of work, and a big kind of the expenses on communication. We discussed with migrants about what are their expenses in the country of destination, and often communication comes as one of the top expenses in the as their expenses. So this also kind of deters migrants from being in frequent touch with their family members. So what are the implications, Pia? You have asked me implications. First implications on the migrant, the most, I think, under-discussed and the most severe one is the mental health issues. First, there is a big pressure, particularly on migrants, but also on male migrants to kind of be a successful migrant because of the ideals we have towards being a male in the South Asian society, be a breadwinner for the family. So there's a big mental health. And also the way they are brought up about like, not being able to share, not being able to cry when they have anxiety. So basically to have that kind of male face on all the time and not to show your fear and anxiety. A lot of migrants live daily with fear of family disintegration. They are, the narratives around, not very, like cheating wives are very often, very common among the migrants we speak. It's also becoming a very common narrative, like spoiled wives of migrants is becoming a very common narrative also in the communities back home, which means that the migrants have they always have this fear of disintegration of their family and being cheated by their spouse. It is always in their minds. Then there are, this has the kind of detrimental impact on the psychological conditions of the migrants themselves, the spousal relations, the relation with the family. Some of the wives tells us, like it's so much so, the anxiety is so much there that some of the wives, when we talk to the wives of migrants, they tell us that their husbands, they have to be on a video call regularly with their husbands for the husband to be assured that they are not having an extramarital affair or they are not going around and in public places or like spending their time out of home. So you can imagine if a person who has very little holiday or very little spare time in the destination has to constantly keep this vigil on his wife through a video call. I mean, there's a problem for the wife, but you can also imagine what it happens to that man who's working under such a difficult condition in the destination country. And if we talk about children, we have been doing this research on children since 2000, since the last few years. And we have found that we talk to a lot of school teachers and parents, and from a very young age, teachers in particular tell us that there's a very much big difference between children from migrant families and children from non-migrant families, even from kindergarten. So they see a lot of stress, anxiety, discipline-related problems, and aggressiveness on young children. And when it grows up and when children become young, we hear a lot of teachers talking about alcoholism and drug abuse and about dropout from education and this is more common among children whose parents are absent or about children who stay back from their family. So talking about the impact on the spouses, and we have, we have not done a lot of research on the husbands of, women migrants, but a lot of what I speak from comes from our research on the wives of migrants who stay back. And we find that, other than the stress of stepping into a male's role in a society which is still very like patriarchal and which still has very strong gender values and codes, there is an increase in violence due to kind of stigmatization, there's suspicion, and there's emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, both from within the home, but also from the community. So these are happening also more among communities where gender norms are already very discriminative and where women's life in general are also even much harder than even without having a migrant, having a husband migrate abroad. So basically, yes, I mean, it's about right, but it's also more fundamental, I think, than rights. It's so straightforward, practical, even if we see it from a migration development perspective, that the issue of right to family life should be brought into the center of migration discussion. You've asked me what we can do. I think a few things that we can already do are, first, I think the country of origin has to play a very assertive role in it. if you look at the theory of human well-being, human security, it says that a human being needs identity, recognition, participation, and autonomy to kind of flourish and to be innovative and to be productive. I think it's the role of the country of origin that that it kind of gives this environment to the migrants, because they are the citizens of the country. The country of origin and country of destination should play a stronger role. The foreign policy of country of origin, I mean, I can say from the experience of Nepal, should not shy away from bringing out the labor issue. Often, labor issues are not the main issues when it comes to bilateral relationships. For corridors where we have very strong labor flows, I think, and the thread of connection is much more stronger because of this labor flow, I think we should not shy away from bringing out these issues of labor challenges when we are talking to the destination country. South Asia, I think, and Southeast Asia, I think they are quite kind of, there's a big potential in the Abu Dhabi dialogues and the Colombo process. I think the issues of right to family life should be kind of raised there, because that is the forum where we also have the host countries participating. So I think it's a kind of forum where we can raise these issues. Besides this, if you look at the pre-employment orientations which are now being kind of piloted in several countries, there are modules on family orientations. Most of the country of destination do not use these family orientation modules because they think that it is costly, and you are already spending 3 days for the for the general orientation, so people will not be interested in taking more orientations. But if you want to harness the development potential of migrations, then workers with a lot of disintegrated family, anxiety, stress, children with alcoholism, drug abuse, and dropout from school, anxious family and society, I think it's not going to lead us towards development. And what I think we are going to do is spend the remittance on, again, building back what migration has taken from us, the cost of migration. So we are going to pay the cost of migration through the remittances. Then it's going to be a circle, and it's not going to bring out any kind of useful development. So I think use the pre-employment orientation module also for the family. I can say from the content of Nepal that it does not have so much on the family. I think management of family, how one is going to manage the family, how one is going to manage the children, what is the role of the husband and wife, what should communication be like. There's a lot of emphasis on financial literacy, but there's no emphasis on well-being and kind of well-being of the family and roles and management after migration. I think this should be a part of the PDO if it's not in the part of the PO. The challenge with PO, apart from Philippines, in most of the South Asian countries, is it is not a formalized orientation. It's ad hocly done by different NGOs or INGOs. So unless and until we kind of bring it into a formal system, I think the PDO needs to fill that gap for now. And then use of digital innovations. We have seen a lot of schools in Nepal who now kind of connect the fathers to their children, because they have realized that without the fathers, children are really going uncontrollable. So they use apps so that the father is always present. So, even he's not physically present, they use these apps through which the fathers can see what the children are doing, how are they scoring, how are they doing in their classes. And they have regular meetings between the parent, the father, the children, and the teachers. So I think making this more, increasing this and making this more common, this could be replicated in other places as well. I'm going to stop here. I'll take questions from the floor later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anita, and thank you really for telling that story about how migration affects families and children, how it's more than just the economic indicators, but really, reaches into family breakdown, child dropout, mental health stress, and encourages us to think about, what we can do in the short term, these practical solutions like digital engagement, but also maybe we can start to think more fundamentally about how do these programs change. And I think the point that you made about the roles of the different countries is really, really important. The country of origin, but of course also the country of destination. And I think that's where our next speaker comes in. So Momina Wahid, who's a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission of the Maldives, and obviously you're coming at it very much from a country of destination perspective. So I'd like to ask you, to walk us through what the problems that you have found in these temporary labor migration programs in the Philippines, in the Maldives, and what you see as some of the viable solutions. What do you think human rights-based labor migration pathways look like? And for all of the stakeholders, so states, businesses, CSOs, and of course the migrant workers themselves. Mumina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Pia, and the organizers of this plenary for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and experience with the forum participants. Coming up to answer your question, I would say that temporary labor migration programs are intended to facilitate regular migration and seek explicitly or implicitly reduced irregular migration. But what happens in reality is the restrictions inherent in these programs tend to force migrant workers into irregular status many times, which I'm sure that you have heard in past few days. Sorry, you cannot hear that? Sorry. Which you have been hearing from all the panelists in past few days, that migration programs need to be right-based approach. I'm not saying temporary labor migration programs are not right-based approach. It is intended to facilitate regular migration. But what happened is, in the process of the beginning of the recruitment itself, the recruitment process itself becomes a process where migrant workers becomes more dependent and vulnerable. Why? We know that. Because they pay a huge amount of money for the recruiters or agency or the middleman, and even sometimes they have to pay for the employer itself when they return back to the country. So the reality is the vulnerability begins in the process of recruitment. Corruption in all countries, not only South Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe or elsewhere, Africa, when we see that recruitment process, we see that there's a huge amount of corruption in the business happens. That's the reality, that's the fact. As businesses, national human rights institutions, states, and other CSOs, in advocating for this is still lack, I must say. Because of that, migrant workers who spend a lot of money to come to the destination country begins the pathway in a vulnerable situation. And here, when they come, they are tied with, in temporary labor migration, they are tied with time-limited agreements. And time-limited agreements, they have in our country, if I may reflect to the Maldives, these time-limited agreements also include some labor laws and regulations. Clauses are there. But the rights, human rights approach, human rights best practices to make it in line, it's something that is lack in these contracts. So for instance, they know that they are vulnerable. They know that they have to feed their family. They know that they have to send money to repay their loans and debts, so that they compromise certain rights. Those rights are crucial for their livelihoods. And these rights, all other panelists have already highlighted, like family rights, right to adequate standard of living, right to health, are some crucial rights that they compromise because they don't want to get deported. They don't want to stop their future recruitments. They don't want to terminate their contract, and they don't want to risk their lives. If they go back to the country without repaying their debts, they might risk their life as well. So right to life is in threat as well. Migrant workers compromise all these rights and live in a situation where it's unfavorable working condition and unfavorable living condition. they live through all their work in life. What do we do as states? We do not, we do see that we even employ migrant workers, but then we see them as a commodity, not as human beings. That's the reality. We see them as workers. The title of this plenary is right. We wanted workers, and we see them as workers, not as human beings. So we do not think that the rights that we want for ourselves is something that they themselves will be in need of. In Maldives, we do have, I must say that the employment foreign expectorate regulation that we had in past decades is not a right-based regulation, but the regulation that currently implemented in 2020, we could say that somewhat it is a right-based regulation, and it protects the rights of migrant workers to a certain extent as well. They have an accommodation standard which the employer is entitled to provide adequate standard living for the employee, migrant workers, and they have to provide an insurance which covers around $6,400 something US dollar annually. They have to cover it if they are keeping a regular migrant worker under them. But what happens is, in reality, in practice, the challenge is that the implementation of this regulation is weak. And enforcement of this regulation is weak. So the recent incidents that we have seen is the fire incident that happened in one of the accommodation of migrant place where migrant workers are living. There were small cubicles, and each cubicle, just the bed, and next to bed is gas cylinder and the gas cylinder and few their personal things. So many cubicles are there, and because of the fire incident, it was a huge fire incident, and many lives gone. I wouldn't be surprised that the employer, they made the employer accountable for this incident. They see it as a hazardous situation, or something happened naturally, or something happens due to a fall of some problem, but then not as a accountability of the employer will not be there. But as according to the regulation, employer must be accountable for this. We protect the rights of regular workers, and we forget to protect the rights of irregular workers. Irregular workers who does not have proper documentation, legal status, work permits, but then we forget to protect their rights. Because of the inherent policies in this scheme and the situation that they had to work, the poor working condition, and not being able to pay, not being able to get their salary for months or years, they tend to leave that job and enter into the irregular status. But then we don't provide them public health. If they get sick, they go to the pharmacy and get medicines, and they don't get to see a proper doctor consultation. So we, Human Rights Commission, advocated this in the past few years and so on. I think now we are going to achieve something from these negotiations, like the current policy that the state is formulating, migrant health policy, which includes irregular migrant workers' health as well, at least providing public health and providing bearing cost of medical emergencies. So which is something good, which is something going on progress, but then also I fear that when it comes to the implementation stage, we might forget that what's been written in the policy. That's the fear of that. And we see in temporary labor migration programs, we see some discriminatory policies as well. We have to do a medical examination upon arrival to the country. And if the person is diagnosed HIV, hepatitis B, or some of the diseases like that, and then the person's right to work will be taken off. They will be sent back to their country. And another thing is, each migrant worker who got an account in Bank of Maldives, they have to pay annually around $5 to the bank, but it's not a mandatory thing, or it's not compulsory thing for a citizen. Though the migrant worker live in the host country for decades or more than their life, which they have spent in the country of origin, they do not get a membership, or they do not have a pathway to acquire those membership or residency, which throughout the process they have this fear that they will be sent back to country at any time, and their employment is not secure, and anything could happen to them. So because of these reasons, they are compelled to compromise their family lives. They enter into marriage, they marry nationals to stay longer. And sometimes, if they marry to, or if they have a relationship with another migrant worker, and if they get children, what happened to the children is that they don't get birth registrations in the country. They have to get the registration in their origin country. And if they get a registration, that they can get free education, primary and secondary education, but not the health rights. And migrant workers fear to raise their voice. According to the constitution of the Maldives, they get the right to freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly. They get these rights. But when they exercise this right, what happened to them is they'll be arrested. The excuse will not be because they've done this protest or they have exercised this right. But in some other form of issue will be created, and they will be sent back to their country. Recent years, 2 companies, workers raised their voice because they haven't been paid for a year. And they're not being provided an adequate standard of living and nutritious food, which they compromise for years. And they raised this voice, and because of the working condition that they have, we don't have occupational health and safety law or regulation in the country. So they risk their life throughout, and when they raise this voice, they have been sent back to their country. So this is what we see in temporary labor migration. Most of the time, we have to compromise, workers have to compromise their rights. And possible solution that which you have asked, if I may recommend, what we see is temporariness, which is embedded in the temporary labor migration, gives a strong message to the citizens of the country that they are not part of the country or community. This is the fact. And because of that, discrimination, xenophobia, hate speech, things happen. So there should be a way where we stakeholders and can work with the civil society organizations and reform this process in a more right-based approach, where they get to exercise these rights. We don't have a labor union for migrant workers, but there's a need for it. But migrant workers fear to have exercised these rights, raised their voice. So stakeholders like civil society organizations, Human Rights Commission, and other actors like UN agencies could promote these rights and to raise their voice in order to bridge this. I think us stakeholders have to do something and reform the process of temporary labor migration, where migrant workers will be more accepted in the community. And another question that you asked is, what is the necessity and urgency to find a viable solution? I know that I have answered. And what was the other question? Oh my God. For the state actors, right? It's a state responsibility that without discrimination, we have to provide, we have to protect the rights of migrant workers and rights of the workers who are living in the country without any discrimination. The power gaps which is in the system, we have to eliminate it. The governance of migration, we have given this responsibility to the employer. So the governance of migration responsibility that is tied with the worker, we have to establish a more transparent, more accountable means where we can, the state can intervene into it. I just want, before I end my discussion, I just wanted to share one more thing, that there's been a technological advancement in the process, the pathway of migration in Maldives. But the economic ministry has done, my colleague Arsham of the has shared me some good practices that we have done. Like the system is so advanced that all migrant workers in Maldives, they use smartphones because they wanted to communicate their families, so they had to invest this thing, smartphone. So they are creating an app where even pre-departure, the workers can just get the information of local regulations, policies in the Maldives, and they can get more information about it. And but one thing which this system will be very useful if the regulations are translated into the local language of the sending country, country of origin. So for this, I think inter-agency coordination is required. They can work closely with the embassies and other government agencies to translate these regulation into the language, local language, so that they can understand. And there's an audio feature as well, so that they can hear about it as well. So this is a good thing, but the concerning thing in the new system is that for us it's concerning, but for the government or the lawmakers, it's a thing which is being implemented to make the migrant workers in a regular status. The policy is that employer can make payments online for each month. They don't have to get into queues. They can use the system to pay the work permit fees each month. But if they fail to make the payment each month, then the migrant worker get the right to change employer without any hassle. They can find their own employer and another employer, and they can go. And if they do not do this for 5 months, Labor Relations Authority will contact this employer and give 45 days. And within this 45 days, if they cannot find another employer, they have to leave the country. That's the part I'm concerned, because they already have a debt, and if they have to leave, then it means there will be a lot of problems, that they risk their lives as well. So this is something that we beautiful, we make flowery laws, regulation, policies, but for that we need to create awareness. So awareness is something key. So that's, from there I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mumina. That was a fascinating, and it was a really interesting, I thought, story that you told about the challenges, the problems, what all stakeholders are grappling with. I thought that was a really interesting story, and the sense of transience and compromise that migrant workers have when they're in the countries, I think, is really important. And I'd like to turn to Rameshwar Nepal from Equitable. You're the South Asia Director. And you've been doing some really interesting work along another corridor, where migrant workers from South Asia move. So I would really like to hear a little bit more about your research and whether it resonates with what the rest of the panel has been speaking about. And I think you have some PowerPoints. Please go off to the podium.
Thank you, Pia. Hello, everyone. So my name is Rameshwar. I am the South Asia Director for a human rights organization called Equitable, so which work globally and locally. I have a little presentation that I prepare, so which is not new for this audience, I'm sure. However, I'd like to request the organizer to run the presentation if that is possible.
I think we have to go back, no? This seems to be the last slide. No, I think, yeah. Yes.
Yes, that is here. Thank you. So my presentation will be based on some of the research that my organization did. At least 4 or 5 research studies that we did in the past, and also will be based on the National Human Rights Commission Nepal's research that fortunately I led in 2018 and 2019. Next, please. So as I mentioned, there are a couple of research that we did, so which got into the international platforms quite significantly. Those research includes the COVID research, and also a research on the Dubai Expo, that is the mega project that took place in the Gulf. Similarly, 2 different reports on the World Cup FIFA project, that one is on the FIFA hotels, or the World Cup hotels, and also the last one was on the FIFA stadium the workers were working on. Next, please. As I mentioned, from the country of origin perspective, my presentation will summarize some of the findings of the National Human Rights Commission's report. Next, please. And on the top of that, we recently reviewed a significant number of data, more than 11,000 data, that register in an organization called PNCC, Pravasi Nepali Coordination Committee, the organization of the returning migrant worker in Nepal. So they have documented nearly 40,000 cases, and we reviewed over 11,000 cases, and the report is yet to be published. So we have experience of, or we have found out the issues that, which is not new though. So I'll summarize the finding of these different research. Next, please. So we do recognize that there are a system in place, there are mechanisms in place, but it's still that a number of human rights violation is being taken place. So in my experience, I have been working in this particular issue apart from others in my career of more than 2.5 decades. So since 18 years, I have been working on labor migration issues, and most of the issues that I have been working on from very beginning and until now. So I'm not saying that there are no system, but the problem is that the human rights challenges is kind of ongoing kind of phenomenon. Next, please. So I'd like to start from an interview that we did for the National Human Rights Commission report, from where the National Human Rights Commission's report begin with. I interviewed Ram Saran from a remote district in Nepal. He was promised a work of driver, was ended up working as a construction laborer. He was promised different salary, the attractive one. That's why he decided to take a loan in 36% interest rate annual and migrate abroad. But eventually, he was not able to earn that money. And that happened in his country of destination was Qatar. And charging recruitment fee in Nepal and in Qatar is illegal, or that is against the policy, but still that had happened. And he had faced several challenges, which I am not talking about here, and he faced numerous challenges. And this is not a standalone incident or the standalone case. So it represents thousands of other cases. Next, please. So the deceptive provision is restricted in the law, as I mentioned, both in Qatar and Nepal in this particular example. And there are mechanisms to prevent, but it happened routinely. Next, please. And those human rights abuses includes the abusive and unfair recruitment practices, which I'll not explain in detail because you are aware of that, and for the interest of time also. So deceptive practices in recruitment phase includes charging illegal and exorbitant kind of recruitment charges, and also use of false demand letters that leads the worker to take the decision or to take the loan, which eventually push the worker, after not being able to pay back, into forced labor condition. Next, please. And the different type of exploitation that occurs during the labor migration cycle, that includes deception in type of work. As I mentioned in the previous example, he was promised one work, but ended up, or given, I would say, given another work, or forced to do another work. Similarly, contract substitution is a big problem. OS theft is another larger problem, which impact not only the migrant worker, but their family and their livelihood. And also, if the worker is not able to earn the money that he or she desiring, then eventually the worker will be in the situation of debt bondage. Next, please. And the forced labor practices or the indicators of forced labor is found in many cases, including with the worker that they are working in the multinational company. For the research that we did on Dubai Expo or on the World Cup projects or into multinational hotels, we significantly found the forced labor indicators in many cases. In some cases, up to, in some studies, up to 75% of respondents explained that they faced one and another indicators of the forced labor. Similarly, our recruitment and the labor migration cycle, there is a huge challenges of human trafficking. So the recruitment is deceptive. So that is the act amongst the three precondition for the human trafficking. And through the deceptive practices, the recruitment is done, and the objective there is, or the motive there is the exploitation, either that be in the forms of illegal recruitment charge, or reduced salary, or OS theft kind of thing. So that qualify the definition of the human trafficking. And if we kind of balance between the human trafficking definition and the existing practices, then it pretty much qualify the human trafficking definition. So that is rampant. And regardless of who was the recruiter, even the license agencies, they are involved in the recruitment practices. Yes, these pre-indicators qualifies for those migrant workers recruited by the license agency. Next, please. And the discrimination based on different indicators, like there is a discrimination between the nationals and non-nationals. The salary, the type of work, the benefit, the social security is different for the national, where it is different for non-national. Even in case of social security, with some exception, the non-national are not covered by the social security. So it is clear discrimination between national and non-national. Similarly, as mentioned by the previous speakers, there is a nationality-based discrimination. So there is a level, for example, there is a level of salary for one national, and the same worker, the worker residing in the same accommodation, going in the same bus, working in same working hour. When they receive the salary at the end of the month, then they get different salaries. So it's clearly discrimination, and obviously, as in other issues, there is a gender discrimination. Next, please. And the workplace violences, I think it is self-explanatory, so I'll go in detail. So verbal abuses, physical abuses, and in case of female migrant workers, there is sexual harassment and sexual abuses as well. Next, please. And the freedom of association, as the previous panelists also highlighted, is a key challenge. I mean, this is sometimes making workers so disempowered, though the number of workers working in some of the destination country, for example, in Qatar or in other country in the Gulf, the composition of the population there is majority, even nearly 90% of the total population are the migrant workers, but their voice is so disempowered. So the reason behind is they don't have freedom of association there, and also they don't have collective bargaining right there. And not only they don't have the right, but freedom of association in most of the country in the Gulf is criminalized. If you came on the street, for example, demanding your unpaid salary, then you are supposed to be arrested, criminal prosecution, to face the criminal prosecution. Not only that, also to deportation. So asking for your unpaid salary is not, that falls under the crime, and it is not something that is punishable up to the level that you are deported. So it is so unjust. So that is being happen while talking about the rights of the temporary migrant worker. Next, please. Right to adequate food and adequate housing is also the issues, amongst the issues. Next, please. And right to life. So perhaps the organization and the international kind of debate maker may be talking about the worker death, but we really need to frame it differently, because some of the death being taken place is preventable. So from that perspective, I would appeal this audience and also to others that we need to change the discourse of the framing the worker death. So it's clearly right to life, because, for example, the worker is not aware about the road trafficking rule. So it would be perhaps 15 seconds or 20 seconds to educate the worker that how to cross the road. Because the third largest number of the deaths taking place amongst the Nepali worker is through the road accident, then it is preventable. So if the state and the businesses are failing to provide that right-based information, then it is clearly right to life issue. Next, please. And the occupational health and safety is another issue, as some of the fellow panelists were highlighting about the stress issue there. So it is the mental health issue is also there. the worker are not provided with the proper counseling or the proper type of treatment in case of mental health, and also in case of injury and other things. The compensation issue comes there very significantly, because many workers who got accident or who got injured, they are not provided with the compensation. So the occupational health and safety issue is there. Next, please. An unlawful arrest and detention. As I mentioned, workers are arrested for asking their unpaid salary. Similarly, they are deported without proper fair hearing, fair trial kind of treatment providing them. So it's another human rights issues that workers are facing. Next, please. And also the issue around accessing justice. There are various barriers, as the previous panelist mentioning. Workers are too much scared to go and report, and I would say it is not the worker themselves is scaring, but it is the machinery and the state machinery that they are making workers to scare, because we have seen the misuse of absconding law in many of the countries of destination for the South Asian migrant worker. So once you want to change your employer, or once you want to go back home after being deceived, then you will be supposed to be kind of reported to the police by your employer in case of false charges and other things, or your employer can simply report to the police naming you as an absconded lawyer. So that is there, so which put the migrant worker in vulnerable situation, and also that's why they are too much scared. Otherwise, they would have come out of state. Next, please. So why the risk factor is there? There are 2-3 points that I want to make here before I conclude. One, we found through our research is there is a significant gap in the policy that is human rights friendly. Second is the status of migrant workers, because they are the temporary, so that they will go and they will come and go. So, and there is another thing is the businesses are not responsible, I would say, though there are responsible business in the international platform, but in our case, actually, while dealing with the migrant workers, the businesses are not responsible to protect their right or to protect their human rights due diligence. So I'll stop here. So if you have any question, then I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rameshwar. Again, a really compelling story of human rights experience, which I think is really similar. I think we've got a lot of commonalities here. I know we do need to wrap up, but I wanted to give the chance for in the audience, if we have a couple of questions, maybe we can take that. Maybe we can get some, do we not have it?
Would you like to go? Which one?
Thank you. My question is for all the panelists, but especially to Rameshwar. I was wondering that these challenges of the migrant worker, whether the people in South Asian countries are making informed decision to migrate to the Gulf states, where we know that the situation is pathetic in all manner, considering the human rights and migrant workers' rights. So this is the first. What measures are being taken by the regulatory authorities as well as the civil society organizations who are actually helping and guiding migrant workers? Is there any like a kind of sensitization mechanism in place which can actually help migrant workers to make informed decision to migrate? One, we have seen the studies, the study in the native countries, the study in the destination countries, but I didn't hear any study conducted for those migrants who are actually going for the migration into the Western countries. Is there any change of situation of migrant workers over there and who are especially migrating to the Gulf countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more question.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Ashru, so I want to be very precise here. I just wanted to know about the system and the mechanism that are actually adopted by the concerned actors in order to reach out the female workers who are actually obliged to stay back in foreign land, because we see in practices that most of the middlemen or the brokers actually prepare fake documents for them, and because of that they are compelled to stay back in the foreign land, and they are not actually, despite their willingness, they are not being able to come back to their native land. So I just wanted to know about the systems or the possibilities which we actually can explore and adopt in order to reach those women, because in this era of digitalization and digitization, actually, we know that most of the workers are confined only to Facebook and messengers. So I just wanted to know more about the mechanisms and actual possibilities to reach out to those female workers who are actually obliged and very compelled to stay back in their work area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A couple more questions. Can you please, is that okay?
Yeah, two more and then
can you keep it to 15 seconds, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Shambhavi. I have a few questions that I'd like the panelists to highlight upon because I find these points missing out in the discussion. First, I would like to request the panelists to enlighten something about the cultural and religious rights of the migrant workers in their destination country, because it's one of the crucial parts of human rights. And other thing is that, could you please highlight how we could reintegrate the migrant workers back in our country when they return back? Because first place, they migrate because they don't have any occupation here. And then when they return back, what can we do to reintegrate them into the system so that the loop of reissuance of visa and the loop of migration discontinues? And another is that how could we ensure the adequate resources to them so that we could bring them to the mainstream? And also, that is the only thing. Thank you.
Okay, last question, okay. Please, Kevin.
म नेपालीमा बोल्छु. I want to speak in Nepali. धन्यवाद छ. म अलि फरक पृष्ठभूमिबाट आएको यो मानव अधिकारको कुरा उठाउनको लागि 3 दिनदेखि मैले ट्राई गर्यो. एउटा रोचक एउटा कथा लिएर आएको छु मैले छोटो समयमा. दक्षिण एसियामा नेपाल एउटा यस्तो देश हो जसले गन्तव्य मुलुकहरूमा हाम्रा यहाँका युवाहरूलाई सैनिक रूपमा चाहिँ दिइरहेको छ, बेचिरहेको छ, सैनिक सेवाको रूपमा पठाइरहेको अवस्था छ. त अहिले आजको मितिसम्म 200 वर्षभन्दा लामो इतिहास हाम्रो पुर्खाहरूले प्रथम विश्वयुद्धदेखि लिएर दोस्रो विश्वयुद्ध र आजको आधुनिक युद्धसम्म हाम्रो पुर्खाहरूले थुप्रै युद्धहरू लडे र हजारौँको सङ्ख्यामा हाम्रो पुर्खाहरूले देहत्याग गरेको छ, शहीद बनेको छ. र संसारको कम्प्लिट यो मिडल इस्ट र पूर्वी एसियामा सबै देशहरूमा हाम्रा पुर्खाहरूको चिहान समाधि आजको मितिसम्म छ. संसारभरिको पर्यटकहरूको टुरिज्म डेस्टिनेसन बन्न पुगिरहेको छ हाम्रो पुर्खाको चिहान हेर्नको लागि. तर आज ती गोर्खालीहरू जसलाई फिल्ड मार्शल जन मानेकशाले भन्थे जो मान्छे युद्धको मृत्युसँग डराउँदैन त्यो या त पागल हो त गोर्खाली हो भन्थे. म त्यही गोर्खाली ब्याकग्राउन्डबाट म आइरहेको छु र आजसम्म हजारौँको सङ्ख्यामा हाम्रा पुर्खाहरूले ज्यान गुमाए विश्वको सबै लडाइँमा. तर एउटा पनि हाम्रो पुर्खाको डेड बडी कफिन बक्समा हालेर उसको घरमा आमा बाबुले सुम्पेको छैन. यो मानव अधिकारको उल्लङ्घन हो कि होइन? यो त्यत्रो मानव अधिकारको प्लेटफर्म आजसम्म कुनै मानवाधिकार प्लेटफर्ममा यस्ता आवाजहरू उठेको छैन। जब हामी बन्दुक बोकेर लडाइँमा जान्थे मानव अधिकारले हामीलाई कन्ट्रोल गर्थे। जब हाम्रो मानव अधिकारको उल्लङ्घन हुन्छ मानव अधिकारले कहिले पनि बोकेन। आज म आफै मानव अधिकारवादीको हैसियतले छोटो मात्रै आवाज उठाएको छु। यो आवाजलाई यो सबै मानव अधिकारवादी साथीहरूले बुझिदिनु होला। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions. I'm sorry we don't have time for more. I'd like to just go back very quickly to all of the panelists, starting with Ms. Otani Mikiko. If you have 1 minute from all the panelists, please, to respond. Can we bring Mikiko in?
Thank you very much. I think one of the questions was about what the civil society could provide the assistance, if I understand correctly. I just want to bring my own experience as a practicing lawyer in Japan. I'm speaking not as a chair of the committee, but because in Japan, Japan also receive the temporary migrants from other countries in Asia. So as a practicing lawyer and together with the civil society, we worked with the civil society in the country of the origin to provide the information about the legal system and access to service and protection mechanism in Japan. And so before they come to Japan, or also after the coming to Japan, we provide some information. Of course, this is the obligation of the state. However, as a civil society, we work together with the civil society in the country of origin. I just wanted to share. And also I want to highlight one more point, because as I said, that the committee reviews all 196 countries. Please use the committee's mechanism, such as the country report review. This is the mechanism you can use if you have a concerns about the migrant workers' families in Asia. Our committee can receive the information from the civil society and bring up those issues in our dialogue with the state and make recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very briefly, please, because people are not having breaks. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just take out the question of informed decisions that you've asked. We've been doing some research on informed decisions, particularly using digital technology, and we see that though there are a lot of digital platforms to give this information. Firstly, the use of digital technology is more for entertainment than for information. And secondly, these technologies are not user-friendly, or migrants might not have access. There are age-related, language-related barriers in accessing these information centers. I think the government of Nepal, together with the Swiss government and ILO as well, they have some platforms like the centers in the district administration office where they go to make their passports. But as you can see that because it's in the districts, not everyone can have access to it. So basically there's much more to be done on making migrants take more informed decisions. I'll stop here.
Okay, very brief. I think I'm going to answer the question regarding whether the migrants who are compelled to stay because of no documentation and all, are there any programs? So there are two programs. One is regularization. If they want to enter into the legal system, they can go to the regularization program. And through that, they can, from the state, they communicate with the embassy and make proper documentation for the migrant worker and enter into the legal system, and they will be regularized so that they can go back to their country in a regular system. The other thing is a repatriation program, where if they want to leave, just leave the country after getting, if they want to get their payment, they can demand for it,
or not, they just want to leave, they can choose the repatriation program. And for both, one program, repatriation program, they can directly go to the immigration and they can say that they want to repatriate and they have that mean. Regularization program, they have to go to the ministry where labor mandate is handling. That's Economic Ministry in Maldives. So these two programs are there. And I want to correct one thing which I've mentioned in the presentation, that $5 being taken from the migrant workers from the bank per year, but it's not per year, it's per month. So it's like 58 USD per year, which is much less than how much we local pays for the bank. Thank you.
Of course, there are some examples of the community level of program that we have, as Anitaji mentioned, and also we have some platform, as everybody know, like the CP and the Colombo processes and even the SARC and ASEAN. But the question is how effective they are. Whether their policies and the program has been effective to prevent the labor right abuses. And I would conclude with saying that, I mean, there is a time that the right holders themselves have to come out. So the right holders themselves have been kind of organized. For example, the Shramik Sanjal and the PNCC and so many other organizations of the Nepali migrant worker in case of our example. So, but the question, and at the same time, if you are informed, then what happened? For example, the free visa, free ticket thing is well informed in Nepal, but the key is how do you regulate that or how do you govern that so that there is a just? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. I'd just like to leave you with this one thought, which is that these programs may be temporary, but of course our human rights are permanent, and we need to think about transformative change to these programs to bring that into alignment. Thank you very much to our wonderful panel. Thank you to all of you for your excellent questions.
Thank you so much to the panel and to Pia for the moderation. We will start in 13 minutes sharp, because we will have the last sessions before the closing plenary. So please go grab your coffees, your teas, get some fresh air, and then we'll be back here in 15 minutes. The sessions that we'll be having are an equitable transition towards a green economy and unregulated and invisible, the challenges faced by women workers in Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. See you back in 15 minutes. The Just Transition session will be in this hall. Thank you. And also sorry for not being able to give everyone space to ask questions. We also have to ensure a diversity of voices, so it's nothing personal if I skipped you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining the last two sets of sessions. Before we proceed to the closing session, we'll start that one perhaps 5 or 10 minutes delayed at 4:35 or 4:40. May I ask all the speakers already to join us on the stage, please? Thank you. I have also been informed that there has been one speaker who is still stuck in traffic, so I think we'll save their questions for when they arrive. All right, so. Okay. And I see we're complete. Excellent. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for joining the session, Equitable Transition Towards a Green Economy, moderated by Romchat from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Southeast Asia Office. And Romchat, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session titled Equitable Transition Toward Green Economy, Challenge and Opportunities for Workers' Rights in South Asia. And this session is organized with great contribution from Break Free from Plastic, BFFP, and Center for International Environmental Law. This session is the last of the Just Transition Deep Dive session, and the last session before the closing plenary. And in the previous sessions, we have listened to various impacts of climate change, but this session will broaden our discussion to the impact of triple planetary crisis on workers. And as we already know, South Asia is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change and pollution. And pollution has been identified as one of the 3 planetary crises that threaten human rights and environment. It is human-induced, and in the case of plastic, directly linked to climate change and biodiversity crisis. According to the UN Environment Programme, more than 99% of plastic are produced from chemicals derived from oil, natural gas, and coal, and plastic often contains toxic additives that continually expose people and ecosystem to harmful chemicals and pose a risk to health and the environment. And in the context of business and human rights, the production, use, trade, and management of plastic is interwoven in supply chains that cross border continents and oceans, despite increased attention on the circular economy and the need to address upstream impacts, toxic additives, and for solutions of recycling or incineration of plastic pollution, and its threat to the full human rights continues to grow. And the most pressing and immediate business risks derived from plastic pollution are transition risks from regulatory change, technological disruption, and reputational risks. And some business sectors are also exposed to the physical risks, for example, agriculture, fishery, and tourist business. And in the future, companies may also be exposed by liability risk as well. And the theme of the World Environment Day is the beating plastic pollution. So our session today is really timely because we will look into the nexus between plastic pollution and climate change and the impact on workers. And this session will take you to the full journey of the life cycle of plastic production, from the fossil fuel extraction, consumption, to the end of life of the plastic. We will start at the birth of plastic, which are the extraction of raw materials and the production with our first speaker, Ms. Swati Sechadri, who is the team lead of the oil and gas team at the Center for Financial Accountabilities. Swati, plastic originate as fossil fuels and emit greenhouse gas at each stage of the plastic life cycle. And if the plastic production and use grow as the current project, by 2030, plastic emission could reach equivalent to the emissions released by more than 295 new 500 megawatt coal-fired power plants. In your view, what are the impacts of fossil fuel extraction and conversion from oil and gas on human rights and workers' rights, and how business and business institutions play a role in just transition? So I take the voice. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Ramchat. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. I'm sorry I couldn't travel and be present there. That's because I have another travel coming up, and I'm missing the benefit of interacting with all of you personally. But in absence, I'm happy to be able to speak to all of you through this medium. Thanks for the invitation. I will speak based on my experience of the petrochemical industry and other upstream experiences in India. So I dip into this experience really when I'm making my points here. I think the first very important part, and therefore we shall, I mean, in India, we don't do exploration as much because India imports about 85% of its oil and 65% of gas. Plastic or petrochemicals and plastics in India is mostly made out of oil and gas and very little coal. What I will be talking really is about the petrochemical industry here. What we've noticed in India is India is a very, very big player in the petrochemical industry in this region. We have Asia's biggest petrochemical complex in the west coast of the country in the state of Gujarat. We have 23 petrochemical refineries in this country. And because we import all of our resources, because we mostly make petrochemicals out of oil, gas is used much more for domestic purposes, we get all this oil through our coasts. So a lot of our coasts are compromised because of the oil leaks that happen when both ships tank there and oil is transferred from sea to land. Because our oil lands up, on the Indian coast, we also see our petrochemical refineries around the Indian coast. And so we have very few refineries in the hinterland. The few that there are only for production if at the time of war, because the country is worried that since we are a coastal country, we will be attacked by the coast. And so they have a few refineries in the hinterland. So one can imagine, I know Nepal is landlocked, but the other countries who are there from South Asia, you'll understand what it's like to be a coastal country, where all your untreated wastes are being dumped into the sea without any consideration to, for example, the fish workers' livelihoods or even just the health of the sea. Much of our coastline in India is peppered with mangroves, in fact, covered with mangroves, and these have been heavily compromised because of untreated wastes going into the sea. The world is round, and so is this issue, because, so I'm sorry, I will do a little bit of back and forth. I don't have a linear presentation to make, just like the lifespan of plastics is not linear, so will my presentation not be linear. So when oil comes into our coasts, and we make petrochemicals, we have massive petrochemical complexes. India believes in a cluster development approach. So it allocates large tracts of land, 250 square kilometers, 300 square kilometers, sometimes even 500 square kilometers of land allocated for production of refining of oil, and then producing petrochemical from this oil. Therefore, so you have large concentrations of them. The government does set up, effluent treatment plants, but these are usually unkempt. They're not managed and maintained, and the industry does not care to, repair and update these plants, and therefore end up dumping a lot of untreated waste into the water. One very extreme example of what this implication is, we talk of human rights here, is that, for example, the entire coastline of Gujarat is is occupied by chemical and petrochemical industries. And so the fish workers need to go into the deep sea to fish. And since there are no country boundaries in the water, often they find themselves having crossed the international boundary into Pakistan and are arrested by Coast Guard in Pakistan. And similar happens to Pakistani fish workers who are caught in India. But good, bad, or ugly, Pakistan is not as lethally developed on the coast the way India is, and so we have fewer Pakistani fish workers who come into India. But currently, we have more than 500 Indian fish workers who are incarcerated in prison in Karachi because they've inadvertently crossed the line looking for fish catch because fish shields have fallen closer to the Indian coast. We know the complex relationship between these two countries, which means we know, fish workers who have been in prison in Pakistan for 15 to 20 years. Some of them have even died over there. So this is one kind of a human rights, onslaught by a very uncaring and ruthless industry. The other problem with petrochemicals, because petrochemicals are toxic, well, if we burn hydrocarbons, we can imagine the kind of pollution that would come along with it, is the kind of impacts it has on livelihoods in the hinterland and how farmers are affected. For example, 2 years ago, there was one accident in one company, one factory, and 70,000 hectares of standing crop was destroyed in just that one season because of the poisonous gas that was emitted because of the toxic gas that was there. There was no compensation. The farmers' lobby, the farmers' movement had to fight, to even get the government to acknowledge that this was because of the petrochemical industry, and it was not, vagary of nature which destroyed these standing crops. So you see livelihoods being heavily impacted. Because of the cluster development approach, you see a lot of land alienation because large tracts of land are, if there are 300 square kilometers of land taken away for one company, most of the agrarian land is taken away, while villages continue to inhabit over there because then they serve as cheap labor for the factories. But then they're left to the mercy of that, of working in these petrochemical factories or migrating out of the region to the nearest city for other kind of daily wage work. So you see the entire, the identity of people going from, very dignified livelihoods like fish workers or farmers into mere, foot soldiers of the petrochemical industry, which earns profits for its owners and, relegates people to meager and paltry income. So on the one hand, we have livelihoods as a massive impact, and we all recognize that livelihood impacts are an onslaught on human rights. The other very, very important aspect is that of health. Again, in India, the government does not has not officially acknowledged the role that petrochemical industry plays in the health, in the damaging nature of it on the health conditions of people. There have been individual, attempts to study health impacts, but the government has not agreed, and the industry does all it can to suppress such kind of reports. One such report by actually a government research institution in India, and it's a government research institution, declared that one particular petrochemical producing facility or a complex in the East Coast in Cuddalore in Tamil Nadu makes the local communities 2,000 times more prone to cancer than any other parts of India. Now that report has been suppressed. If you try to get copies of the report, 2 pages are missing. One is where this observation is made, and the other where there is a recommendation that the industry actually host health camps to identify and screen local communities for cancer, tuberculosis, respiratory illnesses, and other kind of skin diseases, so that they can be given timely treatment. So health impacts is a very, very major question. Wherever communities have tried to raise this question, the government has come back and said, oh, this person smokes and therefore has cancer, or this person, has other bad eating habits or lifestyle habits, which is why they have asthma or TB, and pass it away as anecdotal evidence, and do not wish to even look at it serious enough to conduct an epidemiological study. So this is something, for example, we are trying to push some of the medical institutions in India to conduct epidemiological studies to make that direct linkage. Though in the case of DuPont and others in the US, yeah, I should wind up.
Yes, thank you very much for the first response for the first round. But
Okay.
You mentioned a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I've just
We will
spoken
come back.
about
We will come back
livelihoods
to
and health
you.
and yep, thanks.
Thank you. So Swati kindly informed us about the impact of the first production from the extractive industry. It's not the impact of the production of plastic and extraction of the oil and gas is not only impact the worker rights, but the whole and full enjoyment of human rights, the fishery, the farmers, the livelihood and the health. But we hear already the first stage of the life cycle of plastic. Now I would like to move to the next stage of the plastic, which is the design and consumption. We have Mr. Mahesh, who is the co-founder of the Health, Environment and Climate Action Foundation, or HECAF 360. And this organization has since evolved into one of the leading providers of appropriate technologies, solutions for environmental sound healthcare waste management system in Nepal and other low-resource countries. Mr. Mahesh, plastic have been used widely to create medical tools and devices, and such products are created for one-time use and help prevent the spread of dangerous disease by eliminating the need to sterilize and reuse a device, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. In your view, what are the impacts of the medical plastic waste on health, human rights, worker rights, and the environment? You have 5 minutes for the first round.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. Can I have a slide, please, just quickly? Yeah. So actually, we are very thankful for the organizer to organize this event, and we are talking about a decade ago. We are a part of the report on the. We are a part of the report on the human right and medical waste. So I'm going to a little bit talk about this. And so there was a 2011. It has been published, the report, and we are talking about plastic is a part of the waste also. So in this report also, what we have focused is that there are four human rights, four rights addressed. One is the information on right access in the information, the public, which they can have their own information to make them safe from the pollution, plastic pollution or waste pollution. The another is the right to a healthy. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, right to a healthy environment, because environment is so plastic is a part of the environment, and we are talking about. Can I have a next slide, please? Yeah. So there are the next, please. So this is the report, and it's already in the screen. You can see. Can you have a next slide, please? So you can see healthy environment. I mean, in the whole of the city, you will see it's not only Nepal. It's all in the whole in the countries. There is a problem of the environment because all the plastics, all the waste are in the cities, and all this goes to the landfill, and landfill has a big problem. So luckily we don't have any incineration at the moment. So we are not burning in a mass, like a municipal waste, we are not burning. We all goes to the landfill. Our landfill is just recently made, and it was 40 years. Now it already have been, very quickly we are going to fill it up. Next, please. So then in the medical waste in the environment, you can see if you go in the morning's walk, you can get some of the medical waste in the street with the municipal waste. So next, please. And waste burning incineration. Some of the hospital has incineration, but we are very lucky to that. We have already closed down them. But there is the problem of burning, because when we burn the waste, if you don't have a proper incineration, then it will create the cancer, because there is a dioxin and furans will create from this incineration, and it will have a very huge disease burden we are having. So we are lucky that we have already shut down around 3 to 5 incinerators already shut down from the hospitals. Next, please. So you can see we have shut down, we changed to the non-burn technology. In many of the hospitals, we have changed to the burn technology to non-burn technology. So it means we are not burning waste, rather we are sending them to recycling and recovery of the waste. So we are generating from some cost from that also, we are generating some budget also. Next, please. So there is a right to a safe working environment. If you say for working of the waste workers, we have a big problem because they are getting all this, especially the medical waste workers, they have a neurologic injuries. Most of the, below the abdomen part, there will be a lot of injuries they are getting in that. This is a study done in UK, and it is found that a lot of has been found in that way. So same thing happen in all our countries because they are the same way you are doing it. Next, please. So you can see the right of a safe working environment with the municipal waste worker. You can see like, the municipality, when they are getting the medical waste in the street, they have to deal with that. They don't have any protection. So there is no safe working environment. So now we are trying to change that. And next, please. Yeah, so you can see we have been able to save some of the municipal workers. We have been saved them by doing the COVID. We have helped them with their insurance. We made the insurance for 1 year insurance. We give them the personal protective equipment, safe, and there. So we are trying to make them a safe working environment. That next, please. So the right of life and health. There is a question of about the animals, because the animals are in the streets, the cow, the dogs, and they are getting all this the medical waste. They are trying to get it. So this is also a very high risk to the animals also. Next, please. The plastic problem. Plastic problem you can see everywhere in the world. Plastic is a part of our life. And especially in medical care, there is no medical care without plastics. You can imagine that. If you want a blood, if you want to get the blood, you will get a blood bag from PVC. And that PVC goes in our body. And there is, if you want a saline bottle, everything is in plastic. So we cannot imagine. Next, please. Next slide, please. So you can see there are a lot of health impact in that. So this is next, please. So even in the plastic, there are 7 types of plastic we know, because and we can see we are eating all the time plastic because we are using single-use plastics, and it goes to health. You can see that hamburger is made of plastic, and someday it's almost like we are eating that. If you calculate all this plastic, microplastic in your body, we are getting plastic in the all our food chain. We are getting plastic in the fish. We are getting plastic in the vegetables. So we are eating plastic. Next, please. So there are medical, you can see, if you see that these are the list. We have been working in the hospital, so we have been listed down all the plastic used in the hospital sector, and we found there is no life care, no medical care without plastics. Next, please. Next slide, please. So there are microplastic also available. We can get in Nepal now, because in the Himalayan region we can get in the rivers. You can see in the local candles, pickles, yogurt, all are packaged in the plastics, and we are getting this in our, and that goes to our health, and that goes to our health burden. We have not calculated that. Next, please. Next, please. So this is a menstrual head. All our female women are having a menstruating, so they are using the pads. No, you cannot imagine that all these menstrual pads have a plastic. So these are the high risk. No one is talking about it. No one is getting about. This is the right. It is also a question of right. So we have done this study, and we found that all the multinational brand sanitary pads has been in the plastic. There is a sap. There is a plastic, microplastic. Next, please. So now we are promoting the plastic-free sanitary pads, like made of banana, made of water hyacinth, made of sugarcane, made of the bamboo. So we are bringing this issue to the up. So now, tell you one interesting example is that in Nepal, the government has made free sanitary pads for the school kids. And everybody is getting pads, but all those pads are highly health hazard. And the disease burden will come after 30 years. These women will get the disease burden that time. So we are now fighting for this. We are convincing government. So there is so now this is another issue. Next, please. So this is the only way is zero burn, zero bury, zero toxic, zero risks, and zero waste. It's the only solution. Thanks to UN that UN has announced March 30 from this year is the first zero waste day. We are going to celebrate it from this year, March 30, 2023. Will be our first zero waste day announced by UN. So we are talking with the government and UN to absorb this. This is a very important point, because this is the way plastic we can reduce. This is the way how we can fight with the plastics. Yeah, next, please.
You keep the mic.
Yeah, sorry. So this this is a very interesting thing to see, you know. This is syringes. Can you get a last? This is syringes, but this is chocolate selling in the market. Can you imagine? This is life, you know. Where is the right, you know? We are talking about human rights. You know, we are making these kids, you know, they are playing with these syringes and getting the chocolate. This is gel chocolates. So we have a long fight. We have been working. So thankful that after 2011, after this report, we have been able to do a lot of success in that. We have banned mercury in healthcare. Now we are fighting with the plastics. We are like these kind of things. Where is the social responsibility of this corporate sector who produce this chocolate? Can you imagine how we can fight them? We are talking about business here. This, you know, what a knowledge they have. They want to do this chocolate for kids. What this kid will learn from that? When he will see any syringe in the hospital, he is going to use that as a chocolate. And you cannot, the price-wise, this is much cheaper than the price of syringe. Much cheaper than the price of syringe. It's almost like, because the syringe costs around 5 rupees, the chocolate costs around 5 rupees. Where is the benefit? It must be used syringes, they are using it from the hospital. They get the used syringes from the hospital and using them for the chocolate. So this is not one-time plastic. Plastic is going down to the other part of the business. So we need to fight for this, and we are committed to fight for this, and we are very much thankful that you invited us to this forum, because we are alone fighting now. We are all together, we are fighting together, and we will be win. One day we will be win, whatever way. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for
No, that's okay. I don't think I need a conclusion, because all the pictures is super impactful. We see the consumption of plastic in every aspect of our life. Even for a woman, we haven't really think of that way. I am talking as well. So, but now we know the consumption stage of the plastic. But have you wondered what is the end of this life cycle? How do we deal with the plastic waste? We are very fortunately to have Ms. Suman More, who represents the waste pickers from India. Ms. Suman More has worked as a waste picker for more than 25 years, and she migrated to Pune with her family in a hope of finding work and rebuilding her life. A migrant to entrepreneur to leader of waste pickers, Ms. Suman More has seen an unimaginable transformation. She is one of the first members of Asia's largest informal waste pickers union, PKP. And Suman Thai, fondly called by her fellow waste pickers, has traveled to Kathmandu, South Africa, and Geneva to represent and advocate waste pickers' rights and contribution toward the environment. As a chairperson of SWASH, she is currently representing 3,700 waste pickers from Pune. She will speak in her own language, Marathi, with the translation by Mr. Aditya. I have 3 questions for Ms. Suman More. The first question: what has the journey of waste pickers of Pune been like, and how would you describe the birth of the cooperative SWASH as a just transition? And what is the impact of plastic pollution, and how do you see it affect your work in the future? Because we will have the translation, so I will give Mr. Suman More 10 minutes, including translation. Thank you.
त्यांचे 3 प्रश्न आहे आपल्यासाठी. पहिला आहे की पुण्यातल्या कचरा वेचकांचा प्रवास कसा राहिला आहे, तो पहिला आहे. दुसरा आहे की त्या प्रवासानंतर स्वच्छ या कोऑपरेटिव्ह सहकारी संस्था कशी सुरू झाली, आणि तिसरं आहे की प्लास्टिकचं कचरा वेचकांवर काय परिणाम आहे.
आम्ही दुष्काळ पडला, मग दुष्काळामध्ये आम्ही पुण्याला आलो. पुण्याला आल्याच्या नंतर मग काय काम करावं ते आम्हाला काही कळत नव्हतं. हाती काय काम करावं, काय कुटुंब तर जगवायचं आहे, मग कशावर जगवायचं. मग आम्ही पोते उचलले आणि कचरा याचायला सुरुवात केली. मग कचरा कागद काचपत्रा याचायला लागलो. पण आम्हाला अनेक प्रश्न त्याच्यामध्ये आम्हाला निर्माण झाले. नागरिकाचा त्रास, पोलिसांचा त्रास, आम्हाला खूप त्रास व्हायला लागला की चोऱ्या करताय म्हणून. आणि आम्ही तर नुसता कचरा याचायचं आणि आम्ही विकून त्याच्यावर आमचं घर चालवायचो. मग आम्ही म्हणलं की आपलं एक माणसाने जर आवाज उठवला तर आपलं कुणी ऐकणार नाही. तर आपण एक सगळेजण मिळून आपण एक संघटित होऊ. म्हणून आम्ही सगळे कचरा याचा गोळा होऊन मग एक संघटित झालो. मग 93 सालामध्ये आम्ही कागद काचपत्रा कष्टकरी पंचायती KKP आम्ही संघटना केली. आणि मग तिथून पुढं मग आमचे काही प्रश्न असतील तर मग ते आम्ही नगरपालिकेमध्ये जाऊन ते आवाज उठवायचो. मग आमचे ते हळूहळू प्रश्न थोडे थोडे सुटत गेले म्हणजे आम्हाला. आणि मग आता तेवढ्यावर थांबायचं नव्हतं आम्हाला की नुसते प्रश्न सुटून उपयोग नाही की आम्हाला काहीतरी ओळखपत्र पण आम्हाला पाहिजे. मग पालिकेमध्ये जाऊन आम्ही सारखं जाऊन की आम्हाला ओळखपत्र द्या, म्हणजे मग आम्हाला कुणी अडवणार नाही, काही बोलणार नाहीत. म्हणून मग आम्ही त्यांच्या संग बोलून भांडून मोर्चे काढून मग आम्ही ते ओळखपत्र त्यांच्याकडनं आम्ही घेतले. मग आम्हाला ते त्यांनी आम्हाला एक असं ओळखपत्र दिलं आणि मग त्या ओळखपत्रावर मग आम्ही काम करायला लागलो. तर आमच्या 10,000 महिला आहेत आणि ही महिलांची संघटना आहे. याच्यामध्ये पुरुष 30% पुरुष आणि 70% महिला आहेत. तर त्याच्यामुळं महिलांची संघटना आहे आमची ही. तर असं आम्ही काम करत होतो.
इंग्लिशमध्ये कळत होतं त्यांना. We came to the city of Pune as an after effect of one of the worst famines in the early 70s in the state of Maharashtra. We had no other work and were forced to pick paper, glass, metal from the streets and feed ourselves and our families. We were subject to various forms of harassment from the hands of citizens, from stray animals, people asking us, thinking of us as thieves. If there's a robbery in the area, we would be asked to empty our sacks from our backs, saying that you are the thieves, you must have stolen something. We soon realized that an individual waste picker will be able to go nowhere because she was invisible. So we decided to come together. There were 800 waste pickers initially who came together in the year 1993 and registered ourselves as a trade union called Kagad Kach Patra Kashtakari Panchayat, which translates to Paper, Glass, Metal Workers Union. We did not stop merely at the registration. One of the first demands that we put forward to the Municipal Corporation of Pune and the Corporation of Pimpri-Chinchwad was to identify us as workers, to give us identity cards. So what she showed all of us here, the red colored identity card, so that is authorized by the Municipal Corporation of Pune, being the first municipality in the country to recognize waste pickers.
स्वच्छमध्ये आम्ही स्वच्छ सहकारी संस्थेमध्ये त्या टायमाला पालिकेनं काढलं की कंटेनर मुक्त करायचं. मग आमच्या रोजगाराचं काय, मग आम्ही कुटुंब कसे चालवायचे. कंटेनर जर काढले तर आम्ही याचायला जायचं कुठं ना, आम्ही पोट भरायचं कसं, लेकरं बाळा कशी जगवायची हा आम्हाला प्रश्न पडला. मग आम्ही सगळेजणी मिळून मग आम्ही कॉर्पोरेशनशी बोललो की आम्हाला तुम्ही आम्हाला एक संधी द्या की आम्ही 1 वर्षभर दारादारातून कचरा घेऊ आणि वरलं सुकं कचऱ्याचं पण नागरिकाला आम्ही शिकवू आणि त्याच्यामधून तुम्ही आम्हाला काही पगार तुम्हाला आम्ही मागणार नाहीत, पण आम्ही नागरिकाकडूनच इजरफी घेऊ. असं आम्ही वर्षभर आम्ही ती काम केलं. मग त्यांनी आम्हाला म्हणले तुम्ही ठीक आहे 1 वर्षभर करून बघा. जर मग ते आम्हाला ते केलं तर आम्हाला शक्य झालं, म्हणजे मग आम्हाला ते नागरिक पण पैसे द्यायला लागले महिन्याला, परत वलं सुकं पण करायला लागले. त्याच्यामुळं रस्त्यावर कचरा येत नव्हता. मग कंटेनर थोडे कमी होत गेले. मग त्याच्यामुळं मग आम्हाला मग आमचा 5-5 वर्षाचा करार करून आम्ही आता 15 वर्ष झाले नगरपालिका आमच्यासोबत करार करते आणि मग आम्ही ती काम करतो. तर त्याच्यामुळं आम्ही ढकलगाडीवर काम करतो आणि ढकलगाडीवर काम करण्यामुळं आमचं काय होतं की आम्ही पेट्रोल त्याला लागत नाही आहे, डिझेल लागत नाही, त्याच्यामुळं पर्यावरणाला हानी पोहोचत नाही आहे. त्याच्यामुळं आम्ही काय करतो की आम्ही ढकलगाडीवर कचरा गोळा करतो आणि त्यांच्या दारापर्यंत जातो वला सुका घ्यायला आणि मग ते वल्या कचऱ्यापासून खत बनवतो, बायोगॅस बनवतो आणि सुका कचरा जे आहे त्याच्यातून जी आम्हाला लागणार आहे ते आम्ही सगळं काढून सिग्रिगेशन करतो. आणि ते आमचे भंगाराचे दुकानं 3 आहेत पुण्यामध्ये, आमचे स्वतःचे दुकान आहेत संघटनेचे आणि मग त्याच्यामध्ये माल नेऊन आम्ही टाकतो ती भंगार आणि मग ते पुन्हा निर्मितीला पाठवतो. आणि न लागणारा जी इकरीचा माल नसेल तर तो फक्त रॅम्पवर म्हणजे 70% तर विकण्यात जातो पुन्हा निर्मितीला आणि 30% फक्त रॅम्पला जातो कचरा आमचा.
In the early 2000s, the laws of the country mandated the disappearance of the dustbins around the streets. The city wanted to get rid of the dustbins at the dump yards, which was our place of work initially. We would get into those dustbins and collect all the recyclables. So we realized that the city is transitioning, the sector is transitioning. So our trade union went and bargained with the municipal corporation, saying that let the trade union try and prove a door-to-door waste collection model. We were 1,000 waste pickers back then. So the municipal corporation in 2005 allowed the KKP trade union to collect door-to-door waste. So we collected waste from 1,000 households initially, and we were successful in doing so. The municipal corporation in 2007 allowed the formation of a cooperative called Swachh, which is solid waste collection and handling. It's India's largest wholly owned cooperative of waste pickers. She's currently the president of the cooperative. She's saying that we, as Swachh, entered into a 5-year contract with the municipality where we started with 1,000 waste pickers. We are now 4,000 waste pickers, collecting segregated waste from 1 million households. Because of us, we are able to divert most of the materials away from the landfill. We use push carts, which are non-motorized vehicles. Our cooperative has 70% women, so more informal women have been retained, have been able to work still in the cooperative. The cooperative is very flexible and allows for older people also to work, as opposed to a contract-based model, which would prefer younger men and displaced women. We did not just stop at collecting waste from the households. We moved on to work as entrepreneurs. So she's saying that we started 3 scrap shops of our own, where waste pickers manage, run the scrap shops as entrepreneurs and look at collection of waste, selling it to further aggregators and recyclers. So there are 3 such shops in the city. We have also been able to teach the citizens how to segregate, because in the contract-based model, the mixed waste is collected by the contractors. Because of our efforts of, say, the last 20, 15 years, we've been able to establish a relationship with the citizens who now segregate wet and dry waste and give us both separately. The wet waste, we try and compost it in-house or in our biogas plants. The dry waste is further categorized, whatever is recyclable, so plastics then again categorized into 35 different categories depending on the color. So these 7 are according to the industry standards. They are informal waste pickers sorted further. And in this model, this is a unique model which allows for more jobs for waste pickers and less waste going into the landfill.
असं आहे तर मग त्या आम्हाला असं वाटतं की जगभरात सगळीकडे कचरा याचक आहेत, तर ह्या कचरा याचकसाठी पण असं व्हायला पाहिजे पुण्यासारखं की एक जगभरामध्ये ही एवढी पहिली नगरपालिका आहे की कचरा याचकला सपोर्ट करते.
We want the municipalities of the entire world to understand this model and to integrate waste pickers locally and to not look at large private corporations and companies coming in. Even though they are well-intentioned startups, but they do not come with the understanding of integrating informal waste pickers. So we want waste picker-led models and enterprises to be adopted by the government. Plastic, शेवटचं आहे, प्लास्टिकचं काय इम्पॅक्ट आहे?
प्लास्टिकचं पण आम्ही काय करतो की कुरकुरे, बिस्किटचे पुडे, चॉकलेट हे जे आहेत तर ही पण आम्ही गोळा करून एक कंपनीला गोळा करून आम्ही ती देतो आणि ती पुनर्निर्मितीला जातं. पण सगळं आमच्याच्यानी पण सॉर्टिंग तेवढं होत नाही की सिग्रिगेशन करणं, की छोटे छोटे जे चॉकलेटचे पाकिट आहेत, शॅम्पूच्या पुडे आहेत, बिस्किटच्या पुडे, परत सुपारीच्या पुड्या आहेत, असे जे गोवे गुटखा ती ही जी खातात लोक ती ह्याचे जे पुढे आहेत हे सिग्रिगेशन होत नाही. हे बऱ्याच वेळेला रॅम्पवर जाऊन पडतं आणि मग त्याच्यामुळं पर्यावरणाला पण हानी आहे आणि आपल्या आरोग्याला पण हानी होती त्याची, ती पण चांगलं नाही आहे. मग आमचं त्याच्यावर 50% आमचं त्याच्यावर उत्पन्न तयार होतं प्लास्टिकवर. पण आम्हाला पण कुठंतरी वाटतं की ते हानिकारक आहे प्लास्टिक, पण ते हळूहळू एकदम तर बंद होणार नाही आहे. पण हळूहळू अगोदर ह्या छोट्या छोट्या जी गोष्टी काढलेल्या आहेत कंपनीनं तर ह्या पहिल्या बंद व्हायला पाहिजे आणि नंतर मग मोठे जे प्लास्टिक आहे तर ह्याच्यावर पुन्हा हळूहळू बंदी आणायला पाहिजे. पण पहिलं छोटे छोटे जे आहेत त्याच्यावर पहिलं हळूहळू बंदी आणायला पाहिजे.
we do understand the effects of plastic because we put our hands in waste every day. Unfortunately, the amount of plastic has increased so much in the last 20-25 years. When we were named our organization, there was no plastic. We were picking up paper, glass, and metal, and that's how our union is registered. But now, close to 50 to 60% of the income of a waste picker is from plastic, from the sale of plastics. While we do understand how harmful plastics is for the environment, for us, for human beings, for everyone, it is important to look at a nuanced approach to plastics and to not look at an approach that just looks at a wide-scale ban of plastics. We need to understand what is getting recycled, what is not recycled. For example, you look at small sachets of shampoos and chips packets, which is one of the worst forms of multi-layered plastic that is unrecycled. Also looking at, okay, I'll just wind up. So she was just saying that we have to have a nuanced approach towards recycling.
कंपनीनं पण हे छोटे प्लास्टिक काढलं हे केलं का ह्याच्यात आम्हाला काहीच माहिती नसतं कचरा याचकला पण आमचं असं म्हणणं आहे की कचरा याचक जे आहेत जगभरामध्ये आहेत तर मग हे कचरा याचकच्या वतीनं कोणतरी कचरा याचक प्रतिनिधी म्हणून त्यांनी त्याच्यामध्ये घ्यायला पाहिजे समावेश करून आणखी काय करायचं काय नाही ह्याच्यातून तुम्ही मीटिंग घेता तुमचं तुम्ही ठरवता तर त्याच्यात कचरा याचकला घ्यायला पाहिजे का तर त्यांना सगळं माहिती आहे की कुठले वस्तू कशात जाते आणि किती ह्याचं आहे ती म्हणून त्यांना पण घ्यायला पाहिजे त्याच्यामध्ये
We demand that waste pickers and their representatives need to have a seat at the table when laws and policies are framed because waste pickers are knowledgeable, are aware about the materials and their types and what is recycled and what is not. So whenever laws are being framed, whenever systems are being designed, it is important to have waste pickers' voices at the table.
Thank you very much, Ms. Suman. And we are very honored to have you here with us, represent your communities, your sector, your cooperative on this important and forum and platform, and hope that next time and in the future we will have more representations of the waste speaker in this decision making. But I also would like to thank Mr. Aditya for the translation, but he is actually our speaker as well. So Mr. Aditya is the managing trustee at KP, overseeing programs that promote social security for waste speakers such as health, education, and livelihood initiatives. We have heard already the impact of plastic on livelihood of everything, human rights, and for the informal sector and waste speaker as well. What are some of the demands and expectations of waste speaker with a just transition, and what role can the stakeholders play? And why is it important to consider the human rights-based approach in ensuring a just transition?
I promise to be very brief. So when we look at just transitions in the waste sector, we can broadly categorize this in two. One is just transitions in the waste collection space, and the other is a just transition in the recycling, upcycling, and the entire value chain. So before looking at what are the demands of waste pickers, when we talk about just transitions, it's a little important to also look at the main challenges. So number one, when we talk about the waste collection system, we now know across the world, large corporations and big businesses have started to see a lot of money in waste and are able to negotiate with the higher municipal officials and get waste collection contracts. These contracts displace women in the favor of men because of the technology, because of the tendering. It's very difficult for waste picker organizations to compete and apply. So in order to counter this challenge, it's important to look at waste picker and waste picker organizations. It's important for the municipalities to integrate waste pickers in the collection systems, because if waste pickers are a part of the collection system, not only is the waste better handled, but waste pickers are also a part of the larger solution that way. The second is the recycling space, where one of the major problems is that, say, if you look at the extended producers' responsibilities and the discussions about banning plastics, it's the EPR, for example. I'll just take one specific example. The EPR mandates the extended producer's responsibility will bring in high entry barriers, and waste picker enterprises and organizations will find it very difficult to apply. The small informal scrap trade will completely collapse if we look at a compulsion of GST, for example. So one has to have waste pickers part of the recycling system, but one also has to look at investing in training waste pickers, investing in looking at capacity building, looking at waste pickers, not only training themselves, but also looking at a transition of the next generation away from the livelihoods into better technically equipped jobs. The third thing is more of a consequence of the first two. So if waste pickers are not in the collection and the recycling system, what happens to the social security? So waste pickers do not only lose out on the livelihoods, but it has a big impact on their families. What happens to their old age pensions? What happens to the education scholarships that they have bargained for? So these are broadly three important things to be considered when we look at just transitions. I'll just conclude. Sumantai already mentioned it in her last sentence, but I'll just like to reiterate that and I'll close. So when we look at just transitions, it's very important to understand that and believe that waste pickers are not part of the problem, but waste pickers are part of the solution. And we'll only move towards a just transition when waste pickers have a seat at the table when discussions, policies, laws, systems are being designed and framed. Because nothing else and everything else apart from this will not be a transition, but it will be an injustice, not just to the 8,000 waste pickers that Suman represents, but also to 30 million waste pickers around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am thinking and try to find a word to sum up this presentation from the whole life cycle of plastic production, since the extraction, oil and gas, fossil fuel extraction, the consumption, and the end of the waste management. And you listen from the first-hand experience of Ms. Suman and Aditya, what is the impact of the plastic waste and why it's important for the transition out of the plastic pollution. However, I would like to invite you to zoom out a little bit from this region, from Nepal, from our South Asia to the global development. We have heard and know already the impact of plastic pollution. So in March 2020, the United Nations Environment Assembly endorsed a landmark resolution to end plastic pollution and fork an internationally legally binding instrument with the ambition to complete negotiation by the end of 2024. We have our speaker, the last speakers, joining online, Mr. Andres Del Castillo from Center for International Environmental Law, or CIL. Andres, what is the implication of this negotiation will this have for workers and communities in South Asia, and what potential safeguard can be identified for their rights in the cap production and phase-out scenario?
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me well. On behalf of the Center for International Environmental Law, we would like to thank the organizers, the moderator, and the previous panelists that made really important points in the context of South Asia. And indeed, at the global level, we are talking about a very complex material or materials. Mainly, we know that there is around 200,000 kind of polymers into the market, with more than 13,000 chemicals in plastics. And according to scientific studies, there is around 25% or 3,000 of those chemicals are substance of concern. So I want to highlight this because, as was said before, there is not only an environmental component or dimension of the problem, but also a health dimension. And that implies, and there is a consensus at the international level, and we saw that at the first round of negotiation last December in Uruguay, where countries basically accept that one of the objectives of the plastic treaty will be to protect all environments, not only the marine one, and also human health. But what we are talking here is just transition. And I was expecting from the previous panelists to kind of give a definition of what it means just transition for the context of plastic and plastic pollution. And I can highlight two definitions that were made by fence-line communities and also by the International Waste Speakers Alliance on Just Transition. And I will read just one small paragraph of what it means, just transition, for the International Waste Speaker Alliance. And they define that as ending plastic pollution in a way that is fair and inclusive as possible to everybody concerned, creating decent work opportunities and leaving no one behind. It's based on the making visible those already working at all stages of the plastic value chains, waste pickers and other workers, under informal and cooperative settings, and recognizing their fundamental human dignity and their historic contribution. So this is from the side of waste pickers, but also fence-line communities, or those communities affected by the petrochemical and oil and gas activity. They talk about just transition as a way to recognize the negative impacts that the plastics, chemicals, consumer goods, and waste management industries have had on human health and the environment, particularly on frontline and fence-line communities who are overburdened by toxic pollution from petrochemical infrastructure and the impacts of waste colonialism. So this is a timely discussion because last week at the Human Rights Council, more than 33 states gave a statement for the first time on plastic pollution and human rights. And within their statement, they highlight that, and they call for the plastic treaty to be firmly rooted in a human rights-based approach, and also support the idea of disproportionate impacts on specific groups like indigenous peoples, frontline communities and workers, including the risk of occupational exposure to waste pickers, especially women and girls. And this is kind of the human face and the human dimension that we are confronting here. Having said that, also I want to highlight that there is not only different measures on the midstream or the downstream of the plastic full life cycle, but there are also some options over the counter that countries put in their submissions for the second round of negotiation that will take place in Paris at the end of May 2020.
Like we have the problem. Andres, are you still with us?
Precursors or polymers of an additive of concern, and some other measures include like reduction or phase out of fossil fuel subsidies that make virgin plastic cheaper and that disrupt the market for recycled materials. And finally, which is something very important, is the moratoriums that as a political tool can be really valuable for tackling the plastic crisis. That implies also some specific effects on workers, and not only workers, but also communities that can be affected by the future measures. And it's important to have some safeguards for them. And having a human rights-based approach or lens is one of the first safeguards that include procedural rights, like the right to information and participation on the discussion on the plastics treaty themselves. So it's really welcome that those specific communities, waste pickers, fence lines, indigenous peoples, women, youth, and girls are able to directly participate in the negotiation and inform the states of what are the policies that can affect them. And having said that, there is a need, of course, of the calculation of what it means a global cap in terms of the people that will be affected. But also, it's important to notice that now we are talking about 400,000 million tons of plastic that is produced every year, and that will triple to 1,200,000,000 tons of plastics in the next 2 to 3 decades. That means from the economical perspectives that if there is more supply of plastics, that will affect also the prices. And already waste speakers are affected by the fluctuation of the prices of the secondary material that they are selling to the collectors or to the one that sort that. And if we are double and triple the amount of plastic that is into the market, there is a decrease on those prices that will come too. So we need to make sure that one of the safeguards is like for waste speakers that some of them are highlighting is having a specific basic income, no matters the amount of plastic waste that they are collecting. So this is one of the options for that part of the downstream cycle. But of the upstream too, the first option is to make sure that trade unions have also not only the microphone, but the pen to write what will affect them and their future work. So I want to stop here, but happy to continue the discussion and give room to questions. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andres. I take you to the full life cycle of plastic from the production, extraction, consumption, and zoom out to what is the current progress and development at the global level. I am aware of time. I am standing between your question and the closing plenary of the forum. So I will collect only 3 questions at this moment and hope we will have another opportunity for the Q&A. So if anyone wants to pose a question, I would be grateful if you also introduce yourself and tell me which question you would like any speaker to address. You can also ask the question for the online speakers, Wati and Andres as well. So I see this gentleman, 1, 2, 3, okay, 3. Is there any microphone?
Thank you. I'm Ram Charitrisa, representing Center for Public Health and Environmental Development, CFED.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Yeah. I'm Ram Charitrisa, representing an NGO called CFED, which is also Secretariat of NROB, Asia Network for Right of Occupational and Environmental Victim. My question, rather, it is just input to this session. We know that most of the discussion is happening around the plastic, and being this forum organized in Nepal, the Mount Everest, which is the peak of the world, is already polluted with microplastic. The snow and water sample collected from peak of the world has shown already plastic contamination. So I urge this forum to take this message up to the UN to include cleaning mechanism of us upstream like Mount Everest, and until and unless we clean the Mount Everest, the downstream ocean cannot be cleaned, and which was the one theme of the UN Plastic Treaty. In addition to that, in addition to our domestic waste production and mismanaged in many South Asian countries, South Asia is being dumping ground of the waste from the developed country. And these waste management workers are forced to work in very dirty and harmful conditions. As a result, high blood lead level has been found in workers' blood in Nepal, in India, in other countries in Asia. So the workers were not access to the, despite of that, workers were not access to even regular health checkup, and we cannot expect to have the access of this worker to the specialized healthcare system that will take care of their toxic pollution or exposure. In other aspect, Asia is also the dumping ground of chemicals produced by waste, banned in their own country for their own consumption, but they trade the toxic chemicals to our part of the world and not taking responsibility of managing the impact it has been caused in our Asia. So my question to maybe all speakers, West workers, mostly informal, are most vulnerable, yet not protected by a state and business corporate, need to be addressed toxic, harmful, and waste colonization issue by this August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fred is here, so you know what that is been. I don't know if you feel okay to question, and we will close the Q&A. Anyone pass the microphone? Or you can come in front. The lady in the back.
Thank you so much. I have one question that I would like to address to Andreas and also any of the panel on the stage. When we talk about reducing plastics consumption, we talk about big terms and jargons, but I think everyone in this room would agree that the Asian way of living has always been very close to nature. We were not people who would use the plastic consumption as a way of their day-to-day living. So my question is, don't you think it is high time we should invest more on such indigenous knowledge and put this Asian way of green living into the global green economy? Another point that I would want to make, which is rather a perspective than a question, is that when you talk about the sustainable alternatives for sanitary pads, we also should question ourselves that, are these alternatives medically tested? Are they medically certified? And are they vagina friendly? Because these three are very important questions when we talk about reproductive health and safety. I 100% agree that the sanitary pads we have been using is our greatest contributor of plastic pollution. But at the same time, when we talk about these alternatives, I hardly have heard conversations about the reproductive health and the medical side of these things that come along with this question. So the second point is more for a reflection rather than a question, that when we talk about sustainable practices, we should also see the intersections of other realities that come between it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a really important point. And last question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Shakti Kumar Banskar. I am from Nepali Higher Education Foundation. I just want to introspect. I would call the people to introspect about the issue. Means when we are talking about green revolution or green economy, at first, as I'm working for the marginalized communities, human rights of marginalized communities, when you are talking about the transition from plastic to green economy, so plastic, at first we have to understand that plastic were used for its convenience, and that's why it has entered in our life. But at the same time, as now it is showing itself in every ecosystem, means in the ecological cycle, from sea to everywhere, when we see that, we do not only see the pile of plastic as waste, we also see that the implication or the bad impact it causes to the health of people or to the whole world. Means in few years or maybe in few decades, the earth will be like zombie movies, where we are at the earth will be unlivable. So this, when that life of people will be impacted due to the nature, as Dr. Amartya Sen has sometime described about the development. Development is not only the building of high buildings, but it costs on the health of people also. So when you can gain, the marginalized community may gain something tangible at the time, but the cost it creates while not acting on time about management of the plastic, it will be more on the lives, especially those people from the backward community or marginalized communities. They will have to suffer more. So they may earn 10 rupees, they have to spend 20 rupees on their health if they do not act. So when we are talking about the transition, I think we need to convince those people who talk about the transition that they will be the final people who will be impacted by that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kevin is also here, so I don't know if any speakers would like to address the question, but don't forget we will have the one final speaker who will give the reflection of our session. Andres, would you like to come in with 1 minute response?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you. So for the first question, absolutely, this waste colonialism or idea that we can outsource the problem and mainly from the global north to Asia need to be addressed. Under the plastic treaty, we have already the amendments of the Basel Convention on the transboundary movement of hazardous waste, but this is not enough. We need to clarify that under the principle of proximity and the principle of self-sufficient, that we can't, or countries can't just dump in other countries plastics on the sake of economic interest. So, and then for the second question on replacements, that we can include alternatives and substitutes and privilege traditional knowledge and knowledge of communities and knowledge of indigenous peoples itself. Yes, for that we need also a human right angle, means that whatever we include indigenous people's traditional knowledge systems, we need to make sure that there is FPIC, pre-primary informed consent, involved there in any kind of nature-based solution there. But also we need to make sure that parties must center and adopt a framework to support and subsidize reuse and refill system that will result in a net reduction of plastic demand. So both plastic demand and reduction need to be targeted there, as well as, of course, there will be some questions from design of the plastics itself. And to the downstream part on the waste management too. We still needed some waste management, but let's center first the options in how we close the tap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the very last session of our session. Climate change and environment degradation has no border, as well as international trade and investment and multi-national enterprise. I would like to ask Dr. Fishmon to give the reflection on how can the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights be used to accelerate the effort to ensure a just transition to a new economy, green and circular economy that we are discussing today.
Thank you very much for that. And look, I think so many issues have been raised already, and it's very much clear that looking beyond the UN Guiding Principles, what we urgently need is actual implementation and enforcement. This is the recurring theme that we've heard over the course of this forum, and it's certainly the recurring theme I feel for this session as well. One of the core ideas behind the guiding principles, as I've said before, is of course the importance of human rights and the need for states, businesses, and civil society, all of us, to be working together to ensure that those rights are being fully protected and respected. And clearly, when it comes to the question of just transition, this is an area where already in the plenary and again in this session, we've been reminded that just transition is not possible if human rights is not being respected. At the heart of a just transition is fairness, is equity, is the responsibility to assure that all those who stand to be impacted are being given voice and also being listened to. I really am appreciative to the speakers on this session for raising to our attention the very important and urgent issue of plastics pollution. it's clear that awareness of plastics pollution and the plastics life cycle are central to the question of just transition. And it's also still the case that when it comes to the accessibility of information on plastics pollution and the plastics life cycle, there is a lot more that we need to be doing in terms of raising not only just awareness, but also enhancing accessibility of related information. I think the Special Rapporteur on Toxics and Human Rights has made this point very cogently in saying that as humans, we are all eating, drinking, and breathing plastics. And so, again, this has already been emphasized by the speakers on this session that all stages of the plastic life cycle affect human rights. And this is not just about environmental pollution, even though issues like microplastics contamination, Mount Everest, as one of the people on the floor highlighted to us earlier, is a certain concern. It is the case that this is an issue that is global in nature and one that impacts all of us in a very personal way. And I'm also grateful that the session has highlighted the integral role of waste pickers in all of this. They are, as has already been noted, responsible for up to 60% of recycling of all plastics globally, and yet they are doing the work that most of us would shy away from. Despite their service, they are still being subject to exploitation, to discrimination, to real damage to their health, and are often forgotten when it comes to development and ensuring human rights. I know, of course, that I really need to wrap up. I have so many more things to comment on, but allow me just to really emphasize that there is a real opportunity here for businesses, for governments to come together to ensure that the informality of the waste sector is addressed, that the human rights of waste pickers are addressed, and that we are all provided with the information necessary to make informed decisions of the consumption that is contributing to the global plastics pollution problem. I also appreciate the attention that's been given by the floor to the issue of inequity between the global north and global south. This is an issue that can't be addressed in the next couple of minutes, but it is important that we need to be mindful of how the global trade in plastics is affecting global south countries in a very real way. So again, thank you very much to all of you for raising this important issue. I hope again that we can continue this discussion.
Speakers and everyone who joined in this session, and I will pass the mic to Harpreet and Kevin for the closing plenary. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Andres. It was good hearing you.
Same. Thank you.
Can I request someone from the hotel to please open up the halls as we need to prepare for the closing plenary? Thank you.
Or it will take like a 5-minute break because they're just kind of opening that partition.
Recording
and
stopped.
The closing is going to be here, so it'll just take about 5 minutes. Thank you. if everybody please could start taking their seats. Colleagues, can we ask you to please start taking your seats?
Hello, check. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you please take your seat? We'll start right now. Please take your seat, please, so that we can get started. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this closing session of this fourth South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. I would like, so that we get started, to first invite Mr. Ek Narayan Aryal, Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security of Nepal, to join us. Sir, please join us on the floor. I would also like to invite Mrs. Mohsina Yasmin, Executive Member of the Bangladesh Investment Development Agency, BIDA, to join us. Then happy to invite Mr. Sheikh H.M. Mustafiz, Chairman of Standing Committee on Sustainability at BGEA. And finally, Mr. C.H. Akhil, Migrant Forum Asia. Is Akhil around? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everybody. This is really very impressive to still have so many people in this room this afternoon, in this last session of this fourth forum, South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. This is indeed an excellent sign, I think, and a good indicator of how year after year the topic of business and human rights is gaining momentum in this region and beyond. This is indeed very encouraging, and the various sessions we had through these past days, have once again provided opportunities to discuss several relevant topics and some burning issues about business and human rights. This was also an opportunity to share information on progress made, to realize the huge challenges to address, and of course, the important work ahead of us. So no doubt that if we consider the growing interest of citizens, communities, human rights defenders, CSOs, workers, business, academia, governments, and of course, international organizations, to name a few, this will not hopefully be the last forum. We are certainly at the onset of a huge wave, if I can say, that will continue to grow and will further shape the debate about international development in the coming years. So a lot to come, and as we will certainly hear from our distinguished panelists in this session, I would like, without any further ado, to invite Mr. Ek Narayan Aryal, Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security, to give us his final remark and closing remark. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my friend. Good afternoon and namaskar. Distinguished guests of 4th UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights, representatives of the UN working groups on business and human rights, representatives of UNDP, Nepal, distinguished representative from development partners, distinguished panelists, government officials, Government of Nepal, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude for your meaningful participation in this forum. I believe that you have had excellent stay and had opportunity to visit few places in this antique and beautiful city of temples. I feel privileged to be here to make the closing remarks on behalf of Government of Nepal. At this moment, allow me to thank you all organizers and UN Forum on Business and Human Rights, UNDP, ILO, and IOM for the invitation and for bringing all the prominent figures, experts, government stakeholders, development partners, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and private sectors to discuss about progress, learning, and global issues, challenges, business, and human rights. I also like to thank each one of you for your all hard work, contributions, and the consultations to make this event a success. I am confident that these 3 days discussion have enlightened in terms of having common understanding about business and human rights. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am very delighted to see such a rich participation and the insightful discussions on various of thematic areas, issues with business and human rights, which would contribute further to implement the United Nations guiding principle on business and human rights. I am also delighted to see the commitment of stakeholders from the public side and the private sectors and from the civil society, human rights institution experts, UN and development partners, and the eminent members from academia. And I am sure that discussion and the different thematic issues such as migrants, workers, labor rights, gender, indigenous people rights, human rights, due diligence, role of governments, etc., has paved the way for better engagement and commitment for our needful actions to embrace, integrate business and human rights issues into the business operations. Ladies and gentlemen, you have already heard from our respected Chief Secretary of the Government of Nepal and my other colleagues that the Government of Nepal is at the final stage of adopting the National Action Plan on the Business and Human Rights. I thank the UNDP Nepal, member of drafting committee, my colleagues, and the experts who are involved in the drafting process of the National Action Plan. Furthermore, let me also share you that we have the youngest constitution in the world with numbers of human rights recognized as the fundamental rights. Nepal has already shown its commitment towards the 7 big convention and the state party of dozens of treaties and the large numbers of robust labor laws, consumer and environment protection laws, gender empowerment, and the non-discrimination laws. In addition to that, we have numbers of court pronouncements on the dozen of issues in regards to the business and human rights issues. and try to hold all the actors, including private sectors, to more responsible on human rights. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, the plan of actions on the law and just the means and the ends of is to ensure the realization of human rights. Of course, these are important to provide legitimate guidance and the oversight to all of us. More important is about the commitment, dedications, and the honesty. The need is also about the implementation of all human rights commitments. It could be possible if there is a close coordination, complementarity, and the cooperation among the different government and the non-government stakeholders. One of the key learning from all of our presentations and the sharing is working on silence may not solve the purpose. We all need to work together to achieve the expected results. The holistic and the integrated approach to work on such multifaceted issues on the business and human rights could really contribute and make change in the field of the people. And also need to work closely with the private sectors to create enabling environment for them to implement. Ladies and gentlemen, while Nepal is making the efforts to diversify its economic growth, prevent further environmental degradations, promote women's empowerment and the gender equality, social inclusion by ensuring non-discriminations in any forms. It is equally important that these efforts should be suitable, resilient, and inclusive. I trust that such forum could help us to explore the best practices and the learning from other countries. Finally, I will call upon experts, UN agencies, and the development partners here today to strongly advocate the human rights in your respective fields to make sure that the human rights are respected and protected, and no one is left behind in our collective pursuit for greener and sustainable future we want and we need. The government of Nepal remains committed to working with all our partners and the stakeholders to ensure successful implementation of the UN guiding principle on business and human rights in Nepal. I thank you, all of you, for your commitment and the principle of business and human rights, and wish everyone nice time to rest of the day. And also wish you all for the pleasant stay in Kathmandu. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for these encouraging and so relevant words, as well as your reassuring commitment of the government of Nepal to support this agenda of business and human rights, and in particular, again, reiterating the importance of being as much inclusive as possible to make it happen. So this is very well noted. We thank you so much for your support. I now would like to invite Mrs. Mohsina Yasmin, executive member of the Bangladesh Investment Development Agency, BIDA, to take the floor.
Respected delegates in the dais and the respected participants in the audience, good afternoon. I'm very happy to represent the Apex Investment Promotion Agency of Bangladesh, the Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, in short BIDA, at the 4th South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. I thank UNDP and other partners for organizing this forum and creating a platform for raising awareness, building capacity, and learning BHR. This platform has been able to facilitate a robust dialogue among multi-stakeholders and identify prevailing challenges within the region in the areas of just transitions, labor migration, supply chains discussions on the legislative and initiative on business and human rights in various countries. Within the region has informed all of the increasing level of awareness on business and human rights issues in the context of changing global legislative framework. Inclusion of GIG workers into the forum discussion has brought a new dimension in the discourse of business and human rights. In Bangladesh, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is on the way to becoming an upper middle income country by 2031 and a developed nation by 2041. Bangladesh has implemented many policies to reduce gender gaps in every sector. According to the ILO, our gender pay gap ratio is 2.2%. Our Prime Minister has given highest priority on achieving the SDG goals within the stipulated time. Distinguished participants, Bangladesh is working with businesses to be socially responsible and aligning them with a vision of a prosperous nation. We are giving priority to green initiatives for diverse sectors. Human rights due diligence is a key component to build a resilient and sustainable future. On this note, I want to mention that from BIDA, we are trying to make businesses more responsible on human rights. When we give registration to manufacturing or service industries, we give certain conditions to be followed by them, which are they should comply all acts, rules, and procedure. Take clearance from Environment Department. Untreated effluent must not be discharged into environment. Necessary safety measures have to be taken and ensured as per Factory Act. Necessary firefighting arrangements must be taken with all required equipment as per the Firefighting Act. Arrangements have to be taken to preserve rainwater to reduce pressure on groundwater. And following facilities shall have to be provided by the factories: daycare center, maternity leave, low-cost safe housing facilities for low-paid female workers, equal pay and allowances for female and male workers, low-price canteen, enact rule of conduct to create a healthy working environment for female and male worker, plan, preparedness and arrangements with necessary resources will have to be instantly available in the factory premises to manage all types of disasters and accidents. But to monitor all these requisites have to be in place. Our Honorable Prime Minister has recently instructed to inspect all industries for taking measures to make them safe. She has given the responsibility of conducting the inspection to Bangladesh Investment Development Authority under the leadership of the Honorable Advisor to the HMM for Private Industry and Investment. BIDA, along with all relevant stakeholders, public and private stakeholders, identified 46,000 industries except the RNG for inspection. In first phase, from November 2021 to March 2022, 5,206 factories were inspected. The factories those get score less than 25 will get 3 months' time to take appropriate measures to make the factory safe. The factories got score between 25 to 50 will get 6 months' time to take necessary steps, and factories that get more than 50 will get 1 year time. In second phase, 10,000 more factories will be inspected. These inspections and follow-up actions will definitely make the businesses safe, compliant, and responsible on human rights. Distinguished participants, BIDA is committed to support Bangladesh's effort to implement responsible business practice and to expanding its engagement with the business sector. One or two change makers or leaders or agency cannot bring transformational change. What I understand from these sessions of the 3 days forum that change maker is not the government, not the business leader, not the think tank, not the professional, not the academia. Change making is a shared action for a constructive result. Each and every human being have to be a change maker. To be a change maker, we will have to change our mindset, activities, policies, and businesses. If we can do that, we will make our planet a sustainable planet, inclusive of all human rights. BIDA will continue to provide platforms for diverse stakeholders and ensure the meaningful participation of all on equal footing. Lastly, I thank UNDP for organizing this forum, for making responsible business practices impactful, and also appreciate all stakeholders for giving their inputs to make businesses based on giving due diligence on human rights. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Madam Yasmina, for sorry, I'm losing my note. For your, again, reminding us of the various and important initiatives taken by BIDA that all contribute to promote the business and human rights agenda, if I can say, in particular, taking into account the important role of providing safety working environment and also providing all support needed to put workers in a good position, which is also a good business for those handling business. Good working condition is always good business. So thank you so much for your word. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sheikh Mustafiz, Chairman of Standing Committee on Sustainability at BGMEA. Thank you very much, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Actually, it's a great event. It is. I'm really happy to be part of this all this conversation, and thank you for giving me the chance to say something as a closing remarks as a representative of a Business Association of Bangladesh. My takeaway from this event is that Bangladesh garment industry should prioritize human rights due diligence in order to ensure that workers' rights are protected and respected. Here are some steps that has to be taken. First of all, we need to conduct human rights impact assessments. The industry should conduct regular assessments of our operations and supply chains to identify any potential human rights risks and impacts and take measures to mitigate them. And then secondly, engage with stakeholders. Engage with workers, labor unions, NGOs, and other stakeholders to understand our concerns and expectations and incorporate our feedback into decision-making process. Thirdly, implement and enforce code of conduct. Develop and enforce a code of conduct that sets out the minimum standards of human rights, including labor rights, health and safety, and environmental practices. The code of conduct should be communicated clearly to all workers and suppliers. Fourthly, provide training and capacity building. Provide training and capacity building programs to workers and managers on human rights issues, including how to identify and report human rights violations. And fifthly, implement grievance mechanism. Develop and implement effective grievance mechanisms that allow workers to report any violations of the human rights without a fear, retaliation, and ensure that compliance is investigated and remediated in a timely and effective manner. Last but not the least, monitor and report on human rights performance. Establish a system for monitoring and reporting on human rights performance, including regular audits of suppliers and reports on progress against human rights goals. I think by this way, Bangladesh garment industry can ensure that it is respecting and protecting human rights of workers and other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mustafiz, for these reminding us of the different steps you are taking. This would certainly look like our ears kind of nice music now for all of us working on this issue of business and human rights, and in addition to conducting human rights due diligence with the involvement of all concerned, in particular meaningful consultation, which is, as you know, something extremely important when we are to make sure that those potentially affected are indeed part of the process. Thank you so much for this insight. Now I would like to move to our first speaker on this session, Mr. C.S. Achil from Migrant Workers Forum in Asia. Please, the floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, respected speakers, delegates, friends and comrades. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to represent civil society on behalf of Migrant Forum in Asia. From the perspective of civil society, the entire event is a step in the right direction, and there are like diverse sessions and inclusive participation to a certain extent, and and there is an eye for the future. On this note, I would like to reflect upon 3-4 quick points that comes to my mind during this the entire forum. First of all, the first and foremost issue or concern of the civil society in the region, the CSOs in the region, is the growing insecurity among the CSOs, especially in the South Asia region. Because it's not just about shrinking the civic space, it's also about replacing the civil societies with the organizations that serve the interest of the government, maybe pro-government, etc. So it's important to make sure that forums like this should make sure that the CSOs who work on the ground, the grassroots level organizations, are very much part of the effort. Secondly, I would like to focus on the need to recognize the social movements. For the last 3 days, throughout the discussions, I've identified that forum recognize the labor movements to a certain extent by bringing together trade unions and grassroots labor organizations. But considering the increase in number of or the influence of the social movements in the region, it's important to accommodate the social movements as part of such forums, because social forums could actually expose or bring out the certain violations at the government, private sector, and business level. So it's important to think on that line also. And thirdly, it's important to think about we have been discussing about larger solidarity, and there are calls for larger solidarity of workers and trade unions and CSOs, etc. But when we keenly observe the discussions over the last 3 days, we could see that some of the discussions have gone very much issue-centric, and that obviously narrowed down the advocacy avenues for the CSOs and obviously for trade unions also. So it's important to have a collective solidarity and collaboration at grassroots level, at local level, national and regional level also, to ensure that there is much more space for advocacy for the CSOs. And finally, and most importantly, I would like to focus on the data. It has been a cross-cutting theme across the sessions, and we have been discussing about the importance of data. But we should specifically focus on ensuring reliable and comparable and accessible human rights data. So there should be specific discussions and focus on ensuring accessible and reliable human rights data. Thank you. I'm stopping here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akhil, for again your insight from the CSO's perspective, in particular mentioning, of course, which is something which is a great concern, the issue of insecurity and threat on human rights defenders, not only in this part of the world, but certainly elsewhere as well. And this is absolutely something that is, let's say, among the main concern when it comes to make human rights, business and human rights agenda succeed. We need, and you rightly mentioned it as well, not only safe spaces, but also protection, and we need also good collaboration at the various levels, from the grassroots to the top, because again, on this complex issue, no one only can make it happen. It's only by coming together that certainly will make it happen. So thank you so much to you, and I would like on this word also to thank our distinguished speakers for your word, for your insight, and for your contribution to this session. I'm sure all what you've mentioned have been well noted, and we'll certainly build on that looking forward. Thank you so much. I would like to invite you to while our distinguished speakers are taking their seats, and before inviting my UN colleagues to join us on the stage, I would like to remind the audience that you have on the tables QR codes for your feedback on the forum. You can scan them so that you can give us your feedback on the forum. Now I would like to, moving ahead in this session, invite our UN colleagues to join us on the stage. Mr. Andre Bonjestab, OIC for the ILO office in Nepal. Mrs. Gertrude Lano from IOM, Regional Office, Asia Pacific. Mrs. Pia Oberoa, Office of the High Commissioner, Senior Advisor on Migration and Human Rights. Welcome. Ms. Pichamon, Chair of the UN Working Group, join us. And from UNDP, Mr. Bernardo Coco, Deputy Resident Representative, UNDP Nepal. Colleagues, I'm very happy to welcome you on this stage for the next, let's say, if I make good calculation, if I give you, each of you 3 minutes for the next 15 minutes, then you just share with us your insight and your main takeaways over building on, well, all session. We have had so many interesting sessions. I'm sure you did not manage to attend all of them, but at least provide us with your insight and your main takeaway. I'll start by inviting Mr. Andre Bongestab, OIC for the ILO, to take the floor.
Namaste and good afternoon to all distinguished guests, participants, and speakers. I want to start by thanking all the participants, all the speakers for the vibrant discussions we had in all the sessions of the forum. In particular, I want to recognize and appreciate the participation of our social partners, particularly the employers and trade unions that are represented here, and also, of course, our line Ministry of Rights in South Asia. We heard a lot about the challenges, the difficulties, and how the women, the youth, indigenous groups, people with disabilities, and many other disenfranchised and more vulnerable groups are still not enjoying the fruits of economic growth and accessing their full and exercising their human rights. Thinking that we are in the end of the day, I will not go into all the many critical actions that we must take to ensure that the agenda for business and human rights is advancing in South Asia. But if you allow me, I want to share a couple of key takeaways that I'm taking from these days of discussions. First, we need to more comprehensive policy and legal frameworks that are gender-sensitive, inclusive, and rights-based. And these must be aligned with international labor standards and the broad framework of international law for human rights. And we also need greater emphasis in implementing these commitments and these policies and these actions. We also need to make sure that our actions are protecting workers wherever they are and independently of the type of contract that they are in. We need to protect workers throughout all the stages of the migration cycle, starting from fair recruitment practices all the way to support for their reintegration when they return to their home countries. We also need an integrated approach towards formalization. With such complex issue, not one solution will suffice, and we need to make sure that solutions being put in place are addressing multiple drivers of informality while formalizing jobs and businesses, supporting more inclusive growth, and creating decent work for all. And also, one of the things that I think that most of us wanted to have discussed a little bit more was about the labor climate nexus and how we need to consider mobility, migration, the transitions during the work life, and also the prevalence of informality from a more adaptive perspective, looking forward and planning to deal with these transformations and these changes so that these some avoidable, some unavoidable changes are positive for both workers and employers and businesses, of course. And to continue for us to advance the agenda of business and human rights, one thing is very clear. There's not one actor that can do it alone. And this is why I was very, very pleased to see the diversity that we have in this room, the diversity of voices, ideas, and intentions, but all of them with the same goal. If I had to take just one thing from this forum, would be that what is impossible to ignore is that we're not alone in this fight. None of us is alone. Sometimes when we are doing our daily work, it seems that there is too many challenges for us to tackle, but when we are together, we see how many of us are out there. And by working together, government, trade unions, employers, civil society, academia, other groups and movements, we can transform business practices to place human rights, just transition, and the principles of leaving no one behind at the heart of economic and social development in the region, but also beyond. Together is the only way we can guarantee human rights to all workers in all businesses everywhere. I hope the conversations that we had in these days are taking forward as we leave the forum, and I wish all of you that took the journey to Nepal a safe return home, and the ones that are staying, I hope to see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andre, for word from ILO perspective. I think indeed can say that decent work is part of the game you want to and make business and human rights agenda. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Gertrude to join us. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, it's a real pleasure for me to represent IOM here at a closing session of the 4th UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. I think that the breadth of stakeholders in the room, the expertise that you've shared really shows that how important this forum is in moving together towards supporting the business and human rights agenda. So let us all build on this strength and continue this work in unity and collaboration. Now, a lot really was discussed in the past 3 days, and I would like to highlight just a few key takeaways for us to explore the way ahead in protecting and respecting the rights of migrants. Now, first, I think that we really need more evidence-informed, migrant-inclusive actions and programs, policies, to support migrants and ensure that we can address the challenges they face. We had many discussions in different sessions looking at, for example, unethical, unfair recruitment, high recruitment fees charged to migrant workers, wage theft, no access to justice or remedy, working conditions that are not decent. How can we address this jointly together? Even we discussed about the impact of climate change, how that's likely going to lead to more mobility, but also to increased vulnerability. Second takeaway is, and that came across also out of the many comments you shared as participants, women migrants, and putting them also at the center of our responses. And being very mindful that we're not just looking at protection here, we should look at empowerment, at agency, of women migrants. That, I think, was a very strong statement, and I really hope that's something we can take forward. And finally, the need of a whole-of-society approach if we really want to force sustainable change. We cannot work on this alone. We need governments to protect human rights of migrant workers. We need businesses to respect those rights. We definitely need the support of employers, trade unions, civil society. I think one of the previous speakers mentioned that we all have to be a change maker. Now, I think migration can be a very powerful engine for sustainable development. Migrants make very important contributions to their communities, to countries of origin, destination, but this really can only be realized if migration takes place in conditions that respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. So moving forward, let's continue to make progress on this agenda. Let's make sure we look at an inclusive future for migrants and their families. And I think this forum now really prepared the ground to exchange knowledge, good practices, challenges across, a big range of stakeholders. So I really encourage all of you to leverage the perspectives you've gained here in your future work. We all agree there's a lot that's still to be done, and as IOM, we are very committed to continue this collaboration with all of you together to support protection needs along the migration cycle. So lastly, I just wanted to thank also UNDP for leading the coordination of this forum, all the other co-organizers. It's been a real pleasure for us to work with all of you, to get to know also all of you, the participants. So I really hope and look forward to continuing this dialogue to protect, respect human rights in South Asia. Now with this, I thank you all. I wish you a very nice and lovely time in Kathmandu for those who are staying. For those who are going back home, I wish you safe travels. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gertrude, for this again very relevant and insight on such a sensitive and very topical issue. comes to business and human rights. And I think throughout the 3 days, discussion has shown how important it is to really come up together with policy-based evidence and also take care of some component in this landscape. I refer here to human migrants and their say specific constraint comes to protecting them. So thank you very much for this, and I think we'll certainly take good note of all the guidance and orientation. Only by coming together then we can make it happen once again. Now I would like to invite Pia Oberoi to join us. Pia, Senior Advisor on Migration and Human Rights for Asia Pacific.
Thank you very much. And from the UN Human Rights Office side, we have been particularly delighted to see the strength of the voice of human rights defenders in the region, while really lifting up your dedication and your struggle. Throughout the forum, we heard the critical importance of meaningful consultation and engagement with rights holders, with Indigenous persons, with migrant workers, marginalized communities, and others. We heard that rights holders do not oppose development. We heard loud and clear their support, but for a human rights-based approach to development, and one that is anchored in all 3 pillars of the UN guiding principles. That was our main takeaway, I think, from the forum. Very briefly, because I know we're all eager to leave, we would like to share a few reflections, and they're really drawn from the universal human rights perspective that guides our mandate and our work. We are convinced of the need to reconsider the framing of migrant workers within our discourse. Reducing migrants to commodities or units of labor in a supply chain dehumanizes them. Even sometimes more benign frames, such as remittance heroes, could serve to rob them of their agency. The permanent temporariness that frames labor migration pathways from South Asia can and should be questioned, we heard, as should the underlying structural and systemic causes of migrants' vulnerability. We were reminded in this forum that migrant workers are parents and spouses. They are men and women and LGBTI people. They exist within, but also outside of the workplace. Migration itself is an intersectional phenomenon. It reaches into societies of origin, transit, and destination, but with profound human rights impacts. As we celebrated the International Day on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination this week, discussions at this forum highlighted that gendered, race-based, and class-based discriminations, unequal treatment because migrants live in poverty, or because they come from minorities, are the everyday reality for migrant workers from and in South Asia. Finally, we discussed emerging issues on the future of migration in the region, including in the context of climate change. We know, and indeed the recent IPCC report has confirmed, that people are already being forced to move away from their homes as a result of sudden and slow onset climate change. Yet in the absence of rights-based responses to this movement, there is a risk of not adaptation but maladaptation and cascading vulnerability as people move both within their countries and across borders. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we were also reminded that South Asia is indeed one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change and environmental degradation, and that economies have been experiencing immediate business transition risks. We heard from stakeholders that a just transition should be grounded in a human rights and sustainable development-oriented approach. We heard about energy and infrastructure projects that did not take into account the rights and the voice of Indigenous peoples, despite being hosted on Indigenous land. They result in displacement and the destruction of livelihoods and the environment, jeopardizing the rights of land and environmental defenders. We were reminded of the need for a safe and enabling environment in which defenders can continue their rights work without fear of violence or reprisals. We heard the strong call for governments in the region to ensure that their investments and their economic policies are consistent with human rights, and to put in place pathways towards a just transition to a decarbonized and climate-resilient future. as well as remedies for those whose rights have been violated. States, working in tandem with business and other stakeholders, should align their climate actions to protect the environment, human health, jobs, and livelihoods, upholding our collective commitment to leave no one behind. So thank you very much again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your valuable work. And thank you for allowing us to be part of this amazing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Again, for bringing various perspective and linking all the many dots here, showing how systemic the issue is and how holistic certainly the solution should be. Thank you very much for these thinking and for these insight. Now I would like to invite Dr. Pichamon from the UN Working Group. Share your insight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's me again. But it really is a pleasure to be standing here in front of you at the end of this very fruitful forum. As chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of the co-organizers, the UN agencies, the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the International Organization for Migration, International Labor Organization, and of course the Business and Human Rights Unit of UNDP as well. And certainly this forum wouldn't have been such a success if not for all of our speakers, moderators, and attendees from government, from businesses, from civil society, human rights defenders, indigenous peoples, and we also, of course, cannot forget the invaluable role played by our interpreters, our technical team, the photographers who have been working very hard, and all of the hotel staff who have made our time here memorable. And of course, thank you also to Nepal for your hospitality and for ensuring the safe passage of all of us home. In reflecting on the forum, it is of course important for us to learn and to ensure that next year's forum improves upon what has happened over the course of the past 3 days. And so I think it is important as we go home that we reflect on who have we missed, who should be here in this room but is not, and similarly on the panels, who are we missing? Who are we not hearing from enough? And I think already I've seen how for next year, perhaps there should be a panel on persons with disabilities, noting that we have had colleagues in the room who represent that group, but who have had not had the chance to be here on the stage with us. I think my former colleague also previously mentioned LGBTQI+ people to hear about their intersectional experiences. And of course, we can always hear more from victims of business-related human rights abuses as well. That being said, of course, we also need to constantly hear more from governments, from businesses to hear of their commitments to the business and human rights agenda. One of the key takeaways that I will be bringing with me is that, in the same way that we cannot calculate the cost of human life, human rights are not negotiable. When we think about the Rana Plaza tragedy, for instance, it raises the question of why did it take the deaths of over 1,000 people before action was taken? And even now, a colleague was telling me so many workers are still suffering from poor labor conditions in different sectors. And while accidents may well be unavoidable in the manufacturing sector in particular, we should not forget that losing a hand or a limb, and while that might not amount to the loss of life, such losses can still have negative impacts in the long term for the victims. It also raises the question of why must some groups be asked to give up their livelihoods, if not their lives, for the sake of our development, our lifestyles, for the clothes that we wear, for the accessories that we use, or for the electronic devices that we rely on a daily basis. And of course, it's very easy for me to be standing here and saying all of this. I know it's something that we can all appreciate, but when it comes to putting our words into practice, when it comes to us being introspective and considerate of our own individual impacts on business and human rights, that is actually much harder to achieve. And indeed, for those of us living in the global north, and who benefit from the labor of the Global South, we owe a debt of gratitude to the workers who do backbreaking work. And for many of us who benefit from modernization and development in our respective countries, we likewise owe a debt of gratitude to the Indigenous peoples and to the traditional communities who are repeatedly asked, or rather forced, to give up their lands and their livelihoods. And so the responsibility is on each and every one of us, not just on businesses or states, even if they are the primary duty bearers. Collectively, we have to keep insisting on positive change. And so the UN guiding principles are, of course, important, but they will mean nothing unless they are implemented in practice. And we know this is where the hard work comes in. We know that the hard work of implementation and enforcement is not easily achieved, and we know that the hard work of ensuring that all voices are consulted and heard is also not easily achieved. But this does not mean that we should stop trying. And that indeed is where all of you come in. We can have 3 forums per year, and they still won't matter if we don't put our learnings and our relationships that we've gained here over the course of the 3 days in Kathmandu to actual work. And so I hope that all of you will join me in working towards the day when we no longer need to talk about the UN guiding principles, because protecting and respecting human rights will have become firmly embedded in how governments govern and how businesses do business. And with that, thank you so much again for all of your invaluable contributions. We hope to see you at future forums, and certainly the working group stands in solidarity with all of you who are working hard to ensure that the business and human rights agenda realizes in practice.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chairman, for your insight. Protecting and respecting should be part of how government govern and how business do business. This is a nice way to summarize the whole, say, issue of how, although in a different context, we may be face challenges in putting the UN guiding principle in practice. But indeed, as you rightly said, and it was also fully discussed this morning, human rights are not negotiable. This is a key word that we should all bear in mind. Before I invite our last speakers on this session, I would like to maybe take the opportunity of being a moderator, also add a few words. Just mentioning that as ILO, and I would like to, of course, follow on my dear colleague Andre here, just to reiterate that we've been together over the past years, and we have forged over the years very strong collaboration in the area of business and human rights agenda. And that is an expression of the fact that labor rights are human rights. And in the observance of international labor standards are contribute, in fact, to the UN Protect, Respect and Remedy framework. International labor standards are, of course, negotiated on a tripartite basis. Workers, employers, and government on an equal footing to give the world of work some tools that could help them better protect workers. And by doing so, we definitely contribute to promoting human rights in doing business. Again, the ILO would like to reaffirm its commitment to further strengthen the collaboration on this important agenda going forward. Now, this is what I wanted to add before handing over to our last speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Bernard Coco, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP in Nepal, to share his insight with us. And now you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I think we've reached the end of our sessions here, and probably the end of your patience. You've been very patiently listening, all of us. Look, it's a great pleasure for me to be here representing UNDP. I have a simple job, which is really to thank everyone who was involved in making this happen. I'd like to single out the Secretary, of course, Ariel, and for who represents the government of Nepal, for your very gracious hosting of the forum as well. I get to have the last word. The problem with that is that all the speakers before me stole my thunder and said the right words. And I will not try to repeat what they've said so eloquently. And I think they've really captured the essence of the forum and of its many achievements. Suffice to say that I think this forum was very important to put certain communities at the center of the discourse: women and gig workers, potentially migrant workers, indigenous communities. So I think it's excellent to have that focus and to have policies that come out of this kind of gatherings informed by their presence and their contribution, of course. The second element that struck me as probably the potential for this kind of forum as really a platform to elevate South-South cooperation, for lack of a better word. I mean, that's very important. There's a need to coalesce around these issues, amplify and advocate through this platform. And I think it also raises the profile of Nepal, our host country here. And I think that's also something we appreciate as UNDP. And the final point is that there's been a lot of success and work around the ratification and ratifying the human rights instruments and conventions. The real work is around implementation of these provisions or entitlements even. And certainly I know I speak on behalf of my UN colleagues as well when I say that the UN, regardless of the agencies, we stand by to support that work of implementing with policy advice, with execution support, and generally with being close to the vision of governments throughout South Asia and beyond for truly sustainable development, which increasingly includes a human rights element to it. So with this, I really just have, as a task, I have the task to thank our supporters, the partners without whom the forum could not have taken place, particularly Sweden, Switzerland, Japan, Norway, Germany, and the European Union for their financial contributions. And certainly, I want to thank my colleagues from and the speakers before me for their partnerships that they've supported the forum with. That's the ILO, the International Organization for Migration, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And then there's another 40-plus partners, of course, who have come together to make this possible. And finally, I just want to thank you all for being the participants, for bringing your experience, your vibrancy, your diversity today to this forum. I think it was really seminal. It's the fourth forum, but I still think it was seminal, and it gets better every time. And one final word of thanks to the organizing committee and team, Harpreet and Kevin and Amy, and I think I'm missing some, but I want to thank you all for all the hard work you did to make this possible. And it's been a pleasure as UNDP Nepal to also be part of that effort and to support all this. So thank you very much. I hope you'll still have a few hours to enjoy the beautiful sights that Nepal has to, and Kathmandu has to offer, and it's a beautiful day out as well. We lucked out on day 3, no rain, and the sun was warm. So thank you very much. Have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you very much, Rana, for also your insight and encouraging words. All of us, I think, was very, very, very intense but productive 3 days of forum. Before we close, I would like to invite Harpreet to give us some final remarks.
I just thank you very much. I just do want to take this opportunity to thank a lot of people, whom we have seen sometimes in the room, but these were all the invisible workers, I think, whom we have not seen in the organizing forum. So I really wanted to say a big thank you to Jamna Studio, Ranu, Mahesh, Ayush, and the team for the videos, the photos. The Flickr links are still outside, so please go out and you can get access to all the photos for the forum. From the last day, I think today we will also be able to upload, and you should be able to access it tomorrow. So thank you, and can we have a huge round of applause for them having been working overnight for this. Thank you. Water Communications, Nabeen Shrestha, Rohit Tamang team, Manoj Shrestha, the technology and the video team, Narayan Thapa, Arjun Bistha, Anupam Achami, and the team. You guys will not believe this was just done in 3 days. It's actually, all of these things were put together in 3 days, and these guys had worked really hard and were working till midnight. I know past decent working hours, but they've really, really worked very hard to put all of these screens, but also these posters, everything together. Windmill, thank you very much for the interpretation. I think, bringing in interpretation has really, really helped us, also bringing in different communities to make sure that these, the narratives that we are creating are not just English, led through English, but, also we are like bringing in different communities. And I think some of the sessions today, we also heard different translations, including Hindi, Tamil, Urdu, there was Punjabi in one, so it's great. So thank you very much for all your help with the interpretation. Swaroop for helping us coordinate all of these different agencies and different arrangements that we're doing. And some of the really, really great animation that you saw on the screens here every morning was also led by him. So thank you, Swaroop. I don't know where you are, but here at the back, but thank you so much. Bernardo, thank you to the Nepal country office. I know our procurement colleagues had really, really been working very hard, but Tekji and your team, our governance team, has also sort of really been working hard, ensuring that the government, civil society organizations, and the businesses are here. So thank you very much, Tekji and the team. The hotel staff, actually, all the amazing food that we've been eating and, this arrangement, and for them to come each session replacing glasses, making sure our rooms are done and we're all taken care of. So thank you, the hotel staff, and just really do want to thank them for hosting us. And I couldn't have done this without Amy and Kevin. So Amy and Kevin, can you please stand up? And I have a big, big, big thank you to both of you. So thank you very much. It's the best team forever. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a good evening, and thank you for staying back. Thank you.
Harpreet, you should take a bow as well. You've been keeping us on track and very, diplomatically telling us to keep with the time. So everyone, I think we owe Harpreet a big, huge round of applause as well.
Okay, so thank you very much to all. Safe journey back for those of you going back home, and keep safe.
Can we have all the co-organizers, please, at the stage? We wanted to take a picture with all the UN agencies co-organizers. Thank you. I think some interpretation devices are still missing, so if anybody has the interpretation devices, or if you find somewhere, please give it back to the interpretation booths. Kevin, Amy, Prajwal, Neha, if you're here in the room,